dangerous, our comfort zone. Protecting people with a tone, with a tone. We just want to save this world, so prepare yourselves for us. Take me down, 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 down. Try to lift me up, up, up. I will stop the time crashing through my mind. Let's try to get it beyond.
I'm here only because your stare won't ever let me go. I'm here only cause I'm aware with you is better than all alone. Oh, 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 say what you're dying to say. No, 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 no. Oh, oh, tonight we're stars but we'll fade away. Go on and light me up. Oh, go on and light me up while we're golden. Come on and light me up. Oh, come on and light me up before we come down. Stars will always come down. So before
carry for sure. One hand.
We're
Still
not
in the
going into
initiative.
that conversation. We're moving on from there.
So, Angry Guys 1v1. They lose 2 at the Dragon fight, and Trundle is actually on the Nexus right now. I don't think that he should be destroying the Nexus towers. He will die for this, certainly, but it looks cool. Oh, I see
He
what
is
happened.
consistent.
So Clawpaws will die. Next Mordekaiser once he gets out of his ultimate. Or not, just the Nexus first. And that'll be game 1 of the CD Poro in 20 minutes with the Smolder. On Clawpaws, Smolder might go down here. No, there's no follow-up. Yasuo isn't there. And now one hand is going down. Razor goes in finally onto Ash, but it's into so many people. Lily ult's really good, so they get 1 shutdown. They get 2 shutdowns. But Kane is here. That's 1 kill. Gonna be 2 kills. And I don't think Husky Runner is gonna be running enough. And Yasuo's the one getting eldered. And now there's going to be more elder buffs. I don't think anyone's going down for the actual elder, but Smolder will get 3, and it's finally happening. It's happening! Quadra kill! Oh my god, Smolder pick is happening! I told you this can happen! Please get the penta. Please, 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 please. And it's all like I wrote it up. Smolder was absolutely the carry for the entire game. Pretty good engager. You can just sit there and take it. Meanwhile, Olaf does not have ultimate, so the Ash arrow is totally fine hitting him. Just gonna kill absolutely everyone. Smolder will not be able to get anything with Mom. And Kane just randomly killed the Cypher. Might go for it. Arrow comes in, but Glizzy's really slow and exhausted as well. Will die before ultimate. So yes, you get the support, but you lose your juggler for Dragon. Now you're losing the support as well. Angry. He has so much health. He's going to corral them in. Glizzy could come in at any moment, but they don't even want them to commit him. They just killed the Cypher without him. Now they're going to get CC immune. And Olaf will go down surely. So will Volley there, and I don't think these 2 carries can do it alone. Yes, Smolder has so many stacks, but Angry does not care. He will not get even close to that line that will execute him. All right, welcome to Arbiter League. We're going to be doing playoffs today. It's kind of an interesting setup because we had 4 teams in this league, but one of them unfortunately had to drop off at the time of playoffs. So we've only got 1 game. There's not a game off stream. We're going to be watching TD Poro versus RAWR. This is elimination, so it's best of 5, and the winner of this gets to go on and face Divine Temple. So Divine Temple is surely taking their nice, well-deserved break and going to be scouting these 2 teams to see what's going on. I'm here as Scarlet, and I am here
Hello.
with
Launches.
yes,
So guys,
Launches,
I am
exactly.
finally back after a little break, but I'm excited to be here casting for the LXC's first best of 5 for the Arbiters, and I'm pretty sure it's the first best of 5 for all the other games or all the other leagues as well. So sure going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they all linked up like that, and it's going to be interesting to see how many games Doki plays. Both in this best of 5 series, but maybe tomorrow. Not Wednesday, because unfortunately RAR did not make it through in the Crusader bracket. But let's see what Doki's thinking for this matchup and what he brings to the table in his home league, if you will. I mean, really, Doki makes his home in all of the leagues as RAR teams. So just always interesting to see what he brings to each of the different levels. We've got an interesting lineup today. It's pretty standard, except that RAR has a substitution for their top laner, I believe, if what I'm seeing on my screen is correct. So we will be seeing Knock. Let me check their games, but I don't think that um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I've seen Knock play before. At least not days that I've cast. I'm checking the logs and stuff, but I haven't seen him at least in top lane. I might be checking the wrong
Yes,
place
I'm
because maybe he
currently
played
checking
support or
the
something.
head-to-head, seeing if I can find him. I don't see him
Yeah, I think
on
this will
here.
be his first game in this league, so it will be interesting. I'm gonna
Okay.
check his op.gg because solo queue always tells you everything
Yep,
that you need to know
100%. Doesn't lie at
about
all.
coordinated play.
Obviously, going to be in the top lane today. Assuming there's no wild changes, because RAWR likes to mix it up a little bit. We
Definitely.
do have TD4 on blue side, RAWR on red side. Interested in seeing how the teams are reacting to the current meta because it has a lot of priority picks. Let me just check with our producer. Azir is still globally banned. Is that correct? I know it is a competitive. Yeah, so it is
It is
also
banned.
banned here. Which is honestly, I mean, we hadn't seen Azir been picked up because his build came out right before that people realized he was glitched, unfortunately. Um, so, kind of messes with the draft a little bit. But there are some other really high priority picks. I don't think there's a shortage of priority picks, right? Doki already prioritizes Maokai in the best of times, or the worst of times, I guess, for Maokai is the way to phrase that. But Maokai's in a really good spot still. I expect he will be banned a lot.
Actually, I do want
And
to see
then
if the mid laner, I think it is Razor, so it'd be the mid laner for, I believe it is TD Poro. If he does want to bring out the Smolder, it looks like recently he has been spamming Smolder in both solo queue and norms, as well as champs like Asol, who did get a little buffed up and has been seeing a lot of play. So of course, Smolder has just been very great with his stacks, everything. His stacks did, of course, go up from 225 to 275 to get his percent bonus max health damage, I'm pretty sure. But bonus max health damage execute at that. So I do want to see if Smolder's going to be picked for Razor or even just for the bot lane themselves. And if we look at kind of he's going against, which is Root for, who usually
all right,
is
we're going to be in draft. I'm expecting
Root.
Smolder to be on the ban list.
Oh, we are
Everything.
on the draft now. Okay.
I'm just telling you, like, there's going to be a Maokai ban and a Smolder ban. That's my two predictions. Everything else makes sense. I think we've seen a lot of Zac bans against Doki in all leagues. Makes sense to ban it in his home league where he probably has the most impact. Misfortune is kind of an interesting ban though, because I mean, yes, you mentioned Smolder mid, but there have been some really high priority ED carries, whether it be Smolder, Varus, and there's one in my head that I can't think of right now, Kaisa. And MF is not usually on that list, but they might be interested in avoiding a wombo combo just because of TD Paro's playstyle. Now, mid lane bans make a lot of sense here as well. Razors, like you said,
McCorkey.
playing the Smolder, also playing a lot of the Asol and the Yone. So,
Mhm.
a lot of
I
late game
mean,
scaling champions you expect to see banned by RAR.
I would assume that this MF pick is mostly because RAR might be going for more of a damage comp, so maybe not as many tanks. So
Mm-hmm.
with Misfortune having the lethality and everything, able to kind of one shot anyone on their team, and as well as a wombo combo ult as well. But actually, if we see here, both Smolder and Asol being banned here just to counter Razor, who's been doing very well, having a positive win rate against or on both champions in rank, even with a Smolder being an 86% win rate over 25 games.
Curious if Husky picks up a different AD carry here. I don't know if that's AD carry support. There's so many AD carries that are high on the prior list, but last week even, Husky was playing Misfortune and then Zig. So I don't think he's bought into the whole meta as much as other people have. So
Of course, this
kind of
Ashe
interesting to
can
see.
go both support and ADC
Mhm.
as well. I
But that does mean that RAR has a chance to pick for Beast like a high priority AD carry. Maybe not Smolder because that'll go mid. You can pick
It
up
is
the
banned though.
Varus or Kaisa at their leisure. Yeah, exactly.
Zyra, we could. I don't assume we're gonna
Oh,
see this mid lane, but ooh, the
looks like our
Zyra
AD
Kalista is good.
priority for this match is completely different than what you've been seeing in other forms of coordinated play. Ash support would be okay against this, but I feel like Ash AD carry could really struggle into this. I'm curious what they want to pick for Husky, or if they are going to put him on the Ash.
Of course, we do see the Mumu picked here. This is going to be, of course, still a flex pick, being that this Mumu can go jungle or mid or support, with this Ash, of course, still being able to go support or ADC. So we still want to see what they're going to pick here. Of course, I don't think the Amumu Ash is going to be the best together. Of course, that is infinite CC. I mean, if you can lock down the Callista, it's going to be very great. But just the movement, being able to dash away with the Callista, is going to definitely be annoying for TT Poro to kind of deal with. Urgot,
On
though,
pick
being
or
picked.
So this does leave all their flexes open. Urgot slots into somewhere where none of these other champions are. You leave up mid for the blind pick or counter pick if possible. I like it a lot for sure. And Galio is very wild. Takes the CC very well. Engages well with Zyra Callista, but definitely not one you see normally blind pick.
I will assume this is Knock, just because looking at his previous games that he played with,
Galio top.
it
Okay.
does look like with or scrims with RAWR, he did play Galio both games. So looks like they are just gonna go with kind of what they've played with already together. But looking at the ban here, that will be Ari. So or no, actually no, Fizz. Of course, Fizz being very great at just bursting down the enemy and having the Zyra, having the Callista, being able to number one dodge anything, but also being able to just ult one shot like the Callista takes away all the damage the RAR could have.
Kind of curious what else they could target because yeah, the mid lane's the only thing that you know they're gonna be picking, but I'm not sure that pitting razors for more of these champions is going to be the most effective strategy. Also interested in TD Poro can show that they can pick an 80 carry that's a little bit more in meta, or if they can work with the Ashe and make it work.
I'd love to see
Depending on where
something
that
like,
goes.
of course, the Varus coming out, or of course, Senna still being pretty
So that is
powerful, but
4
most support.
bans slotted against razors at this point because we're considering the smolder ban against smolder mid.
I definitely think that is Smolder. That was a Smolder mid ban, but this really does put Razor kind of on the back foot. Kind of looking at his champions, he might bring something out like the RA, like the Cassiopeia, but he really doesn't have many games on other champions. So this does kind of put, of course, Razor on the back foot, trying to figure out what he wants to play. And a Nocturne ban from TD Poro, of course. Nocturne still just being powerful with his ultimate, being able to just gank pretty much as soon as he hits level 6 very well.
Okay, these are some wild picks. I don't know if I've seen Doki Fiddlesticks that often. Um, Very difficult jungle to play if they do lock it in. No, okay,
It
that makes
doesn't
a lot
look
more
like.
sense. We're all jungle, just a little bit safer. Not as powerful, but still to get the job done, especially whenever you already have the damage you need from close to Zyra. So
What if
dominate
it
that good
doesn't look
spot.
like if the Zyra goes support, right? And the
Mhm.
Rel goes jungle, they really don't have that much damage. They really are kind of hoping that the Callista can get ahead fast and do damage.
We're just
This
continuing flexes for Poro, by the way.
this brand can go, of course, jungle, can go mid lane, can go support. Still don't think, even with this last pick, unless they pick an ADC, I don't think it's going to be very easy to figure out who is going where. If they pick like a Tristana, right? That can make it so that Tristana could go bot lane, could go mid lane. So this could be interesting to see what they do. Of course, Urgot, or I guess Amumu actually being the tank here, and at least having 180, 1 AP champ with Urgot kind of being a bruiser. But would be interesting to see who they're going to pick here for the last
Ah.
Anivia.
Okay,
Ooh.
so they have one goal, which is to press R in a circle and hope it hits everyone. Which is great
Pretty-
if you could get onto Callista, but if Galio and Rel tank that at the front, I'm not sure that they can front to back that easily.
I'm just looking at
Whenever,
TT Poro, and that CC chain is going to be so annoying.
oh, for
Stunned by
sure,
Anivia, stunned by
someone's
Brand.
dying for sure. Don't get me wrong.
100%. This TD Pro really has gone for a pick comp all under this Callista, which means the last pick is going to be Lux. Okay.
I don't hate Luxmid. Just having another range character that can stay far away from whatever is getting absolutely blasted by ultimates. That can still put out damage. I would have liked maybe someone with more consistent damage. I was gonna say Izir. Obviously, that's not available. A
Yeah.
lot of the other ones are also banned because a lot of mid laners are banned. So maybe Lux is your best option left over. But
I mean, into this, I
Lux
would have
does
loved to
work.
see something like maybe the LeBlanc being able to jump in, poke, get out, dodge the CC
Right,
chains
but
and everything.
if you can't Amumu ult both Lux and Callista, I feel like TT Poro is gonna struggle if they don't survive the burst that comes forward from those two characters.
To
So
be
I'm kind
honest,
of
I
curious how
think in
that
this
works out.
situation, especially because they have Urgot, right? I think that the entire thing of TD Pro is just going to be focus the Callista here. They kill Callista. While yes, they have Lux, they kind of have Zyra for damage, but afterwards it's not going to be enough to kind of kill, kind of destroy TD Poro with having a 4v4 without Callista. So in this situation, I think that TD Poro is just going to focus as Callista, take Callista down, and after that, there's not much carry potential that any of the others on RAWR have.
We'll have to update you what support is there for TD Poro, but I am kind of concerned for their lanes in general. Just because I don't know if they've really picked a lane that they can play through easily. Anivia kind of struggles into Lux early, assuming that Lux plays it correctly. Urgot and Tegalio sounds like nothing is really going to happen up there. I could be wrong. I always get top lane wrong. But Ashe Amumu or Ashe Brand would kind of seem tough into Zyra Callista, and not in a way that's going to be easy to gank them either. And if Husky is not able to get any kind of advantage in the bottom lane, I can see Callista kind of just running over this game. So, gonna be questioning that. It is a Mumu jungle, so we're gonna assume it's brand support. I like that a little bit better. I think a Mumu would really struggle into the Zyra plants. Brand struggles a little bit less and can use them in a way to spread the magic damage, but I don't know. I'm still a little bit worried about Husky and Decipher in that bottom lane. We'll have to see how that goes for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be kind of annoying, especially with Bran trying to not take any of the CS while still poking the Callista, the Zyra. This will be really pushing the coordination that this bot lane is going to have for TD Poro. But it will be interesting to see if they are able to win, because of course with the early CC that Zyra has, and of course the poke from both Zyra and Callista, it's going to be kind of annoying. But I think at level 6 it is going to be a kind of a bloodbath, maybe bot lane. As soon as level 6 happens, they're going to jump in who gets ult first faster and who can take down for the first kill, or I guess at that point there could be multiple kills to both sides already.
Yeah, either way, I think most of the action early is going to be focused around bot lane unless mid lane goes really weird. So we will have to keep a close eye on that one after a quick break whenever we get into game 1.
See you guys then.
Here we are, we locked down in different cities, and our virtual connection falls apart. Guess it's been too many years since California. Now the memories of us is all I have. See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before dawn, gotta be patient for a while. Someday we'll look at stars in this same sky, when I'm on the other side. Take me back to the life that we once knew, when the walls weren't closing in like they are now. Cause it's been too many years since California. I wish I could get there, I don't know how. See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before we're done. Gotta be patient for a while. Someday we'll look at stars in the same sky. When I'm on the other side.
Just take a breath and take it deep to show the world that you can see a life that's full of wonder, but it will never be enough.
All right, welcome to game one of TD Poro versus RAWR. This is the first game in a best of 5 series that really has a different texture than best of 3 or 3 block. The level ones here are gonna start indicating what's gonna happen in the future games. You know, you might just like go, whatever, on the level ones for 3 games in a row. But whenever it's a best of 5 and every game really matters, you're gonna try to take notes and really learn from your level ones. Speaking of which, we got 5 stacks each. A really nice ward that's gonna spot out RAWR if they go the standard path, which it looks like they're not. They just want to get a keyboard. I think they would be sending the Zyra. If they, oh wait, actually, Doki gonna
They're all
appear on the
backing
ward
though.
soon. These recalls are gonna stop. Oh,
One did.
forgot finished the recall. Ward down. +5 gold.
I think they have figured out that they probably were bush camping to mean that they didn't see him there, and they didn't see him in the opening right there in the river. So they're gonna back out knowing that if they did walk in, that could have been already first blood at 1 minute.
Yep. So RAWR's gonna know that Hoodie is on the top side for the most part. JFK has a 5 gold advantage over Knock. So top lane's basically over. Leashless from Doki means that I mean it almost looks like Knock is leashing from TD Paro's side, right? Because Red Face Beast and Lunar Par showed up the lane immediately and Knock didn't. But then again, it's kind of hard to imagine Doki going from that ward all the way to blue or to red buff.
Hmm.
So
But looking at this right now, of course, this is cleanse on Callista. I think that's great. Just being you can see just how much CC they have on the side of TD Poro here, and with Ghost on Ash and the Brand or
Oh, this is a huge
Ignite on
root.
Brand. Oh,
Just a nice trade. Means that they get level 2 first for sure. Knock
but
also taking a lot of damage here.
ooh,
Trades back slightly, so it's not the worst, but it still feels pretty terrible.
that actually was Galio Flash as well, though. So I think that
Oh, I
definitely
missed that. Yeah.
wasn't worth in the end. I am questioning that kind of dash back that the Galio had. I understand trying to get more damage, trying to poke back, but I think that if Urgot had got his cooldown just a little bit quicker, would have been able to dash again, pick up or do the vault of the Galio, and that could have been a
Hoodie
first
Man
blood
is
already.
invading here. And it looks like Razors is already in a worse position against Richter. So I'm curious how this turns out. Ward will spot out Doki. Doki spots the Ward. So the junglers know each other. But Urgot is so much building on knock, right? No flash. Already a huge health advantage. Um, However, Doki does not care and bullies Hoodie Man out without taking a camp. So pretty much advantage Doki there for now.
But looking at bot lane for right now, as you can see, Ash is kind of having to use up her mana trying to get that wave pushed in, doing some damage, but isn't enough to do much. But however, if you look at mid lane, that's already an 11 CS lead for the Lux,
Yeah.
building
Razor's
up to
indexed
13
into the
already.
tier, which already shows that you're playing for the scaling game, and lost an early trade to a nice little Lux E. And like I said, this is kind of the trouble for TD Poro. Their lanes are just really rough like this.
Ooh.
Oh, misses the Q as well
Oh,
and gets hit by 4 casters. The only lane that TD Poro is are all happy with is top lane right now. And it's gonna be that way for a while, I think.
I mean, I think bot lane
Doki.
is doing relatively fine right now. Of course, they do spot out the rel, so they are gonna have to back out here. Looks like the rel will just go up mid, uh, knowing that Brand and Ash are backing away. They have vision there. However, top lane, even though with the level advantage,
Oh, he's gonna go in.
oh,
I don't think that this trade turns. Oh, this might actually be. Oh, he doesn't get time to the turret, so yeah. Nock is just completely out of that lane for now.
I would say that was a little greedy from the Urgot wanting to flash in there. Of course, I see the logic of being, I can just vault over, stun
Okay, here
the
comes Hoodie.
Urgot.
There's not enough damage here. They get the resurrection, so Richter actually just kind of wins the trade, gets the passive, and walks away from a Moo. And it feels really bad to be Razors there.
Mm-hmm.
Not timing it well with the Amumu, or just thinking that Amumu had more damage or something. And now, how do you get out of this lane? You kind of have to call Hoodie back because you either lose this entire wave, or I mean, I don't know. As a mid laner, this is the worst position to be in. You're just gonna take the worst of all of it. Miss all the minions under tower, take damage to boot. Lux is also 6. Razors is not having a good time here.
I don't think the ult's gonna come out be unless
Yep, right there.
there's
Has
the
to
ult right there.
flash.
Flash. Yep.
Now, this is the classic Lux dilemma. She used all her mana on trades, so you can't push the wave that well. But I think she will manage whenever you're talking about Anivia recalling and then teleporting in. That wave will certainly get crashed before Anivia's finally back.
Mhm. I still think that top lane is, even though, of course, there's no actually no, it's not a level of disadvantage anymore because Urgot was at a disadvantage earlier. But of course, having the TP up for the Urgot, even though that Galley doesn't have it, and of course being level 6 already, it's going to be interesting to see. Actually, Amumu is going to spot out the rel on the grubs. Looks like just going to walk away after taking, actually only taking one of the grubs. Looks like Amumu actually stole it with his smite at the end there. So that is just only 2 grubs going over to the side of RAWR with 1 going over to Poro. So
Oh, they added the grubs to the spectator thing. That's so nice. I was complaining about that for many weeks. So yeah, only 2 for RAR. But still, it feels like Hoodie has not accomplished what he wanted to do so far this game, and that's kind of the price you pay whenever you have 3 lanes that are not doing amazing. The only lane maybe you could do something is top lane. Kind of hard to influence the bottom lane whenever it looks like this constantly.
whereas Bylane still hasn't hit their ultimate power spikes yet, of course, being that level 6. Zyra Zyra is a level down here, of course, being level 4, with even Brand still being level 5 here. It will be interesting to see who hits 6 first, bot lane, and if they are going to ult in, trying to get the first blood here.
Yeah, but the 4v4 looks so poor for TD Poro. I mean, the top lane is their one strong advantage. That's not going to really translate to the Drago and teleports it down, and now Hoodie's caught. So even
Ooh,
though the
the
jungle is maybe
CC.
even, it's going to be a kill, and it's also going to be the dragon.
That CC chain does not feel good. Going from the Rel into the Zyra into the Lux there is super annoying. But that is first dragon over to the side of RAWR being the Hextech. Does look trying to figure out what the next dragon is going to be. It looks like it will be Mountain Drag. So will be beneficial for RAWR to get, of course, with that Rel, with the Galio, being able to frontline for the Callista and kind of go into late game feeling way better than they already are.
Yeah, I'm not sure how TD Poro plays this in the future. They've got to really focus on top lane in a lot of ways. Maybe you could play around Anivia now, because Anivia doesn't mind being down 30 CS. It looks bad, but, she's level 6. She's happy. But I just am not sure if they can dilute the pressure in bot lane. They can play around top lane, but it's going to be difficult in its own ways as well.
Callista
Um,
is level 6 here though, so that is ultimate ready for bot lane if they do want to try to go for the kill. Of course, if we see the CS leads here for the side of RAR, the bot lane has a lead, the mid lane has a lead, but actually top lane having that almost 20 CS lead from the
yeah, this is going to be a
Urgot
huge
here.
trade as
Oh,
well. Hoodie is here. I'm not sure if they're going to go for the dive. It doesn't look like they have to. The ultimate will find him as well. They're only going to take a few tower shots. I don't think they're going to go for the kill. Hoodie getting really low from that. I don't think JFK wanted to follow up whenever we saw the knock flash. And I think that that's right, because in a lot of ways you could just come back while the flash is still on cooldown because you've got nowhere else to be. But
I think that they.
instead they
Hmm?
no, I was just gonna say instead they opt to overplay it and get Hoodie really low. Obviously, jungle being low doesn't matter as much as it used to. Just heal the camp, but
Mhm.
still.
I am surprised that Amumu ulted there. I think as soon as the flash happened from the Galio, it would have been great to just kind of back off there, being that afterwards Hoodie can come in with the ultimate without a flash and kind of secure a kill there. But that is a little greedy having the ultimate. Of course, they were trying to bank on getting the Galio low enough to be able to ult with the Urgot. And of course, Urgot still having
JFK has
flash.
flash here, looking for it, goes for it. It's gonna R here pretty soon, and that's gonna
And
be
that's the kill.
another kill top lane.
I think that is, of course, the best you can get, especially because Grubs are spawning right now. Amumu is also in the same jungle. We do see the Zyra pathing down towards, though,
Yeah, this fight's gonna be
looks like Raw.
interesting.
Oh, actually
Okay,
does get
Hoodie finds
spotted here.
Doki, but Zyra's gonna be here pretty quickly. Nivea not far behind. Nivea has no mana though, so Hoodie kind of has to back off. Nivea no mana, no teleport, but here comes JFK, which has plenty of mana and plenty of damage. Ash Arrow coming in. Might find Doki. Finds Zyra instead at quite the weird angle. Mumu still goes in, has no ultimate because of the play earlier. Now Galio is here, and Galio may be behind, but he's not behind enough to be down an entire person. So this fight might go Ra's favor. They might. Oh, actually, the damage is coming out to where. Oh, but Razors has no mana, and Cypher is not going to be able to bring out that much damage as support brand. And now they can just chase down JFK. Yes, you get the support on Zyra, but the rest of them will pick up no matter how far JFK is ahead. They will pick that up. Breezer still has no mana, has no passive, and Hoodie is just a poor Amumu.
Of course, for that 2-for-1 trade and getting all 3 Grubs, being able to spawn Grubs whenever you take the turret is just going to be so helpful, especially because if you saw, the Callista was able to rotate up top, up to the play. Of course, Razor having no mana there to kind of fight back. And the only benefit that TD Poro get is they are getting plates down bot lane, but it only looks like they get a single plate for this Ashe. It's not
Mm-hmm.
really worth it for 3 Grubs.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that Razors did not play around the timing correctly. You didn't have teleport, so maybe just sack a wave to be able to be in position to help with those grubs because you know your team was going to want to put prio on it. But instead, Razor shows up without any mana and is just a slowly auto attacking bird. And Brand was not able to make up the difference.
I definitely think. Oh, actually, TP here down from, I'm gonna guess yeah, it is the Lux actually, which is very surprising. I would have assumed Lux probably wanted to hold on for that. I guess they are TPing down for the drag fight here in the next 30 seconds. But going back to that fight over Grubs, I think it
Oh,
was
there's a
really
huge
unfortunate.
catch.
Oh,
This should be a kill onto Husky. That's definitely going to secure the dragon. If not more, Decipher having to cut around this way means the Q's going to maybe hit, doesn't? But it doesn't really matter because the CC from the rest of it is enough. Maybe Lunar dies, however. No, that is still a support brand. And yes, they do way too much damage for support, but not that much damage.
oh,
I think we're going to need a pause
Amumu,
here.
looks like we're gonna have a pause here. But looking at
Yeah,
this,
there
oh,
we go.
never mind. Looks like they're back. I guess there's no pause. Weird.
It was just for a few
But
seconds.
oh, from my screen it didn't pause. That was really weird. But looking at this, of course the Zyra is pretty low. Probably does want to back. While there were kills, they did have to force out a couple of the ultimates, right? Had to force out the the Zyra ultimate, would probably wasn't had it needed to be used. Same with the Rel ultimate. Of course, Lux ultimate's already up because of course it's Lux, and you have 10-second ultimate timer with 2k damage. So very
Yeah,
fun
and they're
champion to
just
play.
letting Beast soloing mid lane now. It's kind of funny. Richter is happy to clear the waves bot lane, take a little reduced experience because Lunar Paw is there sometimes, Doki others, and they're switching the dual lane to mid lane, and it's not causing them a problem because Razor's is not a threat at any point.
Of course, here even though it's only 13 minutes in the game, I think the only way that TD Poro can even come back is from this top lane. Top lane is the only lane with a lead at all. If you look at mid lane, that's over a 40 CS lead for this Lux, 4-0-1 versus 0-0-1 Anivia. It's just gonna be so hard to go against. If you look at bot lane, the Callista is only 10 CS up, but
JFK might go aggressive again here. Doesn't look like it.
it isn't gonna
Oh,
do
that's a pretty
much
good
here.
stun. I just don't think that you can follow up. Yeah. This, however, will also not get followed up. Just going to be a bit of CC for everyone.
Because it looks like Rel Ultimate is almost back up, if not already up. So this next fight being either for this Rift Herald, actually it looks like Amumu is going to try to clear the ward within the Rift Herald pit to go for it. But it will be interesting to see, will we have a 5-for-5? Because, actually no, both mid laners don't have their TPs up here. Ooh,
Yeah,
this could
and
be a death.
it looks like Razors cannot move at all. It should have passive, so I doubt it's going to be a def. Richter's not even going to commit for it, but definitely showing the power that Richter has earned himself in this lane. Here comes the flash, however. It's just on supportive champions, however, and doesn't even get the ultimate, and now Hoodie has no way out. Here comes the knockup. Brand is also in trouble. Galio coming in. Yes, they can't quite edge up yet, but Galio will have no such problem. Flashes in, Hoodie flashes out. This is going to be at least a kill, and certainly the Herald and maybe even some more top lane.
RAWR here is just kind of pushing TD Poro out. Again, you saw Urgot just kind of left the fight. Of course, Anivia as well, just staying bot lane. No TP on both mid laners, just kind of fighting bot lane. But because of that, this 3v4 for the side of RAWR just kind of pushes out, gets a kill onto the Amumu and just wins. You guys actually know, kill onto the brand actually, I'm pretty sure. And just kind of takes this Rift Herald for pretty much free.
Yeah, and JFK is going to try to bully Nock some more, but the more that Nock gets the beneficial gold from the towers and the fights that he's involved in, the more JFK's lead is going to vanish. In fact, here he goes in now, and I think, I mean, they don't have enough damage between Doki and Nook to actually try this, right? Doki is looking, and I think he's going to be very surprised at how much damage comes through. Just he's on his way out.
I mean, I think JFK is just trying to go for a Hail Mary play, trying to get some of these kills onto Nook, but it's just not coming through. The
Okay, they're
damage
gonna
is
go
just
for a
not
dive
there.
here. Decipher has quite a bit of damage, but he's not in range yet, and the ult
This
misses.
is
Here comes the
oh,
damage finally, but it doesn't really matter, and JFK is just really low. It's gonna dissipate all of the pressure that was on the tower. Nook still has teleport, and Nook is still choosing not to use it because there's no reason to.
yeah. I think there, Nock missing the ultimate just kind of really slows down. I guess diminishes TD Poro's plays that they can make here, and kind of slows down the game. I guess, being that of course no ultimate for the side of TD Poro. They don't want to fight now, even
But
though
he
the
might be
drag
caught
is up a
again,
minute.
once again. I think Doki just wants the crab. But the hook
Does get
route
it.
onto Razors means they might get more. Razor still has passive, but if he falls into it too quickly, he will fall anyways. Hoodie barely dodges the Q just by walking forward, but the rest of the damage is still coming in. You can't really dodge RLCC ultimate just to be defensive. JFK is the only strong point on their team, but if you're only damaging Doki, that's not going to matter that much. He's not going to kill it in time, and now Beast is here. Can't quite jump over the wall. Gets a flash out of JFK. Husky on the wrong side of this. Ults the support. Yes, you get the kill on Zyra, but Husky's gonna fall on the other side of this. Surely there goes the E. Now Decipher in trouble. If JFK can maybe get on Beast before Decipher dies, but now Galliol's coming in, means that JFK is in a bad position as well. That's a lot of arrows in him. He's gonna go down to Lux ult. They got the Callista shutdown, which is pretty nice. Razor still has passive, so he will not die. But this is definitely enough pressure to see the third dragon go over to RAWR if things stay the same.
I think that was of course a very scrappy fight at that. I actually expected that to be worse for Poro there, being that you saw earlier the fight, Amumu kind of going in very low health, of course them being able to solo out or not solo out. I guess actually solo out the Urgot after he TP'd in there, but just the Urgot damage that was able to come out kind of turned the fight around, being able to at least secure some kills in return, kind of making it more of an even trade, even though in the end this still is a dragon going over to RAR and that being sole point as well.
It looks like not all of TD Poro is ready to give it up. Well, Hoodie Man is like, I'm on my top side jungle. You guys do whatever you want. It's on you. Anivia, Brand, and Ash are just staying around, seeing if they can get a little cheeky steal. No, Doki has missed the last two smites. Even with the Callista combo, they haven't done it perfectly. There wasn't pressure on them, so maybe they just didn't care. Let's see if they do it correctly here. See, again, a little bit of a delay and at the wrong health, arguably. So, if TD Pro is paying attention, maybe they'll go for that for the last dragon, but going for
It
a
looks
steal is
like
not the spot you want to be in against Callista.
it does look like they will get most. Actually, they won't get top turret. I think this TP from the Lux is pretty great here, stopping
Oh, he's
this
still gonna get
tower
the
take,
tower,
and
and
he's
this
still
might
gonna
be a
get it
death
though.
afterwards as well. If this shutdown goes over, it's 1,000 gold to JFK. However, he's not quite able to capitalize.
While ultimate is down, it's just the damage that this Lux can already put out. It is two items. That is Magi's as well for the Lux. And Udyr, or not Udyr, Urgot is just gonna have to either keep pushing or trying to hold waves. As you see here, they're just pushing down mid lane, really keeping TT Poro just in the back
If
foot
there's one
here.
thing Callista can do, by the way, it's 20-minute Barons. I'm not sure if they want to go for it because it is a little risky, but they have full vision control. They have an idea that everyone is bot side for TD Poro. They're just gonna keep the vision control for now, keep it an option. But do
Of
not be
course,
surprised if an early Baron attempt happens soon.
at the same time, see Galio's is bot lane does still have ultimate, and if they do spot out Amumu being bot lane here, most of the actually
Okay,
will this
I don't
be
know
a
if this
Baron
is
start?
real. Doki might just be mad at it.
It
They
looks
get
like
the
they will
Ashy.
see that
Yeah.
the Ash will see that they are not currently on it, although they are all in the area. So it does look like I mean I want to suggest them take this Rift Herald, move it. Uh, uh, uh,
Does JFK
okay,
overcommit to this tower? I don't think this tower is going to do enough damage to matter that much, and he is up a level, so I think that fight will go in his favor. Meanwhile, Flash out, kind of odd, but the
missed.
ultimate just absolutely kills Husky, and they're going to get the tower with the rest of this pressure, surely. Lunar taking a few extra tower shots. I don't think
I,
Cody wants to sacrifice himself for that, however.
I don't know what to think about this Rift Herald play. Uh, I thought that Rookter took it the wrong way. Number
Hoodie has a
one,
good ultimate here, but
turned
there's no
around.
follow-up. Is not able to find it now. Here it comes. Lunar Paw's really low, but I don't think it's damage. Here it comes from Razor's life. But Razor's is so low, this ultimate's not going to be zoning out for long if he goes down. But there's not quite enough damage to follow up because Callista does not want to commit to it. Lux ult goes wide, so now Riptor only has the E for burst damage. So they end up getting Lunar Paw for just losing the tower. Now here comes ultimate cleansed, however, by Beast. You still take that, but you wish it went on someone without cleanse.
Hmm. As we saw there, the damage coming out from Razor was so much. Did about 10 damage to that rail after walking through the entire thing. The rail's already so powerful, and not even a full item yet for the rail. So it's not looking good for the side of TD Pro in this fight in this game already. And it's 22 minutes. That's almost a 4K gold lead here, and soul
But
point
the
as
line
well.
forward, yeah, it's going to be the soul. The line forward is a smite steal, which is possible. Again, we've seen a few mess ups with this Callista E. And I think that pretty much if you're looking for TD Poro to be able to scale into this game, it's got to be without Infernal Soul. I may retract that later, but I just don't see how they outscale it. Now JFK is caught, and him being caught now isn't the worst because he gets teleport, but it's not a good sign either.
All four here,
Yeah,
Richter as
it's just
well.
gonna go down for
The
sure.
damage is just too much.
They're
Giving it
gonna
over to
try to
Butcher's
start
worst.
taking the vision on Baron. Maybe they even start it and then get off it after the ward is down. It doesn't look like they're baiting it. They're actually just straight up starting it. I'm not sure if RAWR is aware that this is a possibility. Here comes the Callista Ghost, however.
And
They're not paying
just
attention.
see
They
that
will
they're on
see
it.
this. They're teleporting in the Galio. Galio also has ultimate, but no one can get here in time other than Beast. Are they really going to commit Beast without cleanse? They get the Baron. Now Beast still doesn't have cleanse. If they engage well, they should all die for this Baron. Let's see who can get out. Hoodie bravely sacrificing his life. Arrow goes through on Beast. There goes Hoodie. Might actually not die for this because of the ultimate. Decipher, however, going the wrong direction. He absolutely will die. And they just only lose one person for this Baron. And if they can set up and fight this Soul 4v5, yes, 4v5, but you have the Baron, I mean, they might have an opportunity to get back into this game. I mean, what an insane Baron call. I would not have made that because I was so scared of their ability to get here with Richter TP, knock ult. But the only person that was able to face check was Red Face Beast for so long.
I mean, in that situation, it is kind of unfortunate that you only have Baron on 3. You would have really liked Baron buff on the Urgot just because he is going to be split pushing this most of the game. But I'm surprised only one died. Only the Brand
But
died in that
Return
fight.
Vision uses everything. It will be up before the dragon fight is over, sure. But that is a lot of pick potential that's gone for now.
Still,
I'm sure I'm not up for that long for soon.
that is not the Lux ult is gone. The Rel ult is gone, but it looks like Rel ult will be up soon though.
Hoodie is in position to try to steal. They're also in position to try to fight. Hoodie does not have flash, so he's gonna have to do the old-fashioned way. But if JFK can tank for him, he's tanking a lot. However, that's so much damage without any setup here. Hoodie man finally in position. JFK gonna go down soon. Doki goes down, however, as well. That's the smite. You still have Callista to maybe commit to getting the dragon, but Hoodie's going for it, and Beast is on the wrong side of it. Razors has passive. Lunar Paw jumps in on Decipher. Not where they want the damage entirely. Hoodie's gonna get the dragon before he dies. Doesn't even die. They don't want to risk it for more, however, so they will back off. They denied the soul. They got the Baron, and this might be enough to scale them into the game. The only thing that I would really want to see them do before they can for sure have a foothold in this game is take off some of those Magi stacks from the 25 stack Richter. They might actually go for inhibitor here, but they're facing an Anivia with passive. Gets a root. Doesn't matter.
Still not
Wave's
more
gone.
damage. Oh, the damage though coming out from this Anivia is just so little though. Even though Anivia is, of course, a level ahead of this Lux, just having 3.5 items already on this Lux compared to two, not even 2.5 for this Anivia. It really just shows like the damage that's coming out from Lux instead of the Anivia, which you would think would have damage into more of the late game. But I think the scaling here is probably on the side of. Ooh, I would say on the side of RAWR just because of the Callista being able to do so much damage later into the game. But having this Anivia, having this Urgot really is going to be beneficial into the late game for Poro. But even though that is still almost a 4K gold lead, it hasn't increased since 4 minutes, I guess, or since the last 4 minutes. While it is going to be hard for TD Poro to come back, it is still possible. But I think they have to definitely have more coordinated plays like the Baron there or kind of poking out for the dragon here.
Oh, flash in onto Rookter. JFK gonna at least get the flash out of Rookter, but is gonna go down for it. Doesn't have Baron, so I guess it doesn't lose that much pressure. It's just not quite that thing you want to see to get them back into the game. I mean, I guess an attempt at taking off the stacks is worth something, but not quite able to follow through.
This 1004 Lux with full stack Magi's is just not gonna be fun to go against here.
Well, you set
While
off the flash barrier, you know? Shield spell or spell shield popped of the flash. Maybe someone else can pull it off.
ultimate's up already though.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not so impressive, I should say. Luxold is back up. The damage that she can do already has gone up again. The next fight will be in a minute and 40. I am going to be interested to see if Poro or RAWR is might even give up this next dragon to get Baron, just because they of course they have Soul Point, and this won't be Soul Point either for TD Poro. So I wonder if
And
they are
Baron
going to
would
be able to make
certainly
the call.
and Baron would certainly be much easier to get through this Anivia wave clear because that is their one stopping point at this point. Siege against Anivia is really hard, even if she only has 2 items.
Mm-hmm. Of course, looking at kind of the kill feed here, I mean, or I guess CS. Of course, that's 60 CS lead for this Lux.
Razor's
I'm more.
getting kind of caught here. Doki's behind him, and Nock is in front of him. Face checks into Doki. Still has passive. A lot of people are running towards this. And there's not enough damage for Doki to really be able to commit to that.
That was smart by Doki for not actually using ultimate. Some some junglers that are playing well, they're like, okay, I can just waste ultimate here, but not wasting ultimate's good. Being of course you have the Baron fight in 40 seconds here. Losing ultimate could be detrimental to the fight.
All right, let's see if Beast gets ulted on here. He has cleanse, so Ash Arrow isn't going to be enough on its own, but you have Hoodie waiting in the wings. JFK, meanwhile, trying to pressure Rookter without flash. The more you pressure Rookter, the harder it is for him to find a TP in. But now you're on the wrong side of this. Gets only finds only the support for now. Just CC, but Rookter is looking for a Q. If it hits, he's dead. There goes the ult. Ash Arrow does find someone, but Hoodie's now caught in this as well. Ash Arrow or Luxel just finds everyone. Not even aiming for the Amumu, but he flashes in. Now Nock is just trying to force it. He really doesn't have to because they can go straight to Baron without forcing it. Flashes in to find nothing, but that's okay. They'll take just zoning out to make sure that they get the Baron.
Hoodie Man flashed into the wall. That was very unfortunate there. But with that, I mean, of course, that's 12-0 and 4 Lux. That pick onto the Urgot and Amumu thinking that they can jump in, pushing ult pretty late actually, having about a quarter HP before even ult came out, being able, allowing the Lux to kind of take, or the Lux to kind of output her entire kit there. But with that, that's just Baron over to RAR, and I think this game is pretty much in the hands of RAR, and we'll be
They're
finishing
gonna
soon.
try to set up a 5 stack, but they don't have a Moo, which is the one thing you want to see in your 5 stack. In fact, Urgot's teleporting top, so I think they're just giving up the soul. I'm not sure because the recall's finishing. They're absolutely just giving up the soul. I think they're gonna commit just Hoodie, who has no flash. He's gonna just try to queue in and pray that he gets the smite. Not even pathing towards it, so I guess he's given up on even that small bit of hope. And they're just hoping to hold against the sold up, Baroned up RAR.
I mean, it is incredibly hard to steal from a Rel, from a Callista.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
for sure.
the Rel Q smite plus the the spears from Callista is just so annoying. I'm I would have assumed that Urgot. I guess he will still take the turret, although it's still full wave being able to push in. But I think the TP from Urgot, I guess, is good, being able to trade a tower. But I don't. I think that they could have
They get 2
tried to
towers
have a
actually
Hail
because they
Mary,
forced
but
all of RAR to show up topside. So it might have been just what they felt like was the best they could get out of that TP. I sincerely doubt that Urgot's gonna find a really good flank TP or anything anytime soon. So I respect trading it for a bunch of gold.
a bunch of gold would still be an overstatement, being it is just one turret here, a turret and a wave for, of course, Baron and a soul. So, and of course, with the siege power that they have, even though you have the Anivia, the damage is very low for the side of Poro. So it'll be
So the
interesting to
one.
see.
Mhm. Yeah, I just think the one saving grace for TD Poro is that RAR committed the Baron first, because of course the spawn timings they had to, and then got the dragon and then answered top lane. So this Baron push is not going to be as long as most Baron pushes are. It's already almost 3/4 done. So they do not have to survive as long as they normally would have to. However, if JFK tries to commit to save this tower, he's gonna die for it. This is definitely not a tower trade that I'm happy with. Just flashes out, so he might be okay. But trading your flash for defending that tower for an extra 10 seconds does not feel good.
Mm-mm. Because now, of course, you still have Baron power play here.
Oh,
Gonna still
error
be a
comes
minute.
in under tower, but it's still, Tank Galio. He doesn't care.
Hoodie did miss both of his bandage tosses from the Amumu, so it's going to be really annoying. Not able to get in the ult here, and just Callisto's just in the base, taking an
Hmm.
inhib right here, just being able to 4v1 push. That is
I
inhibitor
think
gone
JFK
here,
might be
and
caught again. Knock doesn't have flash, so they're not going to commit too hard. He's fine. Just one inhib down, mid inhib whenever you've lost Baron and Soul. Honestly, not the worst. Hoodie looking for an ultimate here. Not able to find the targets he wants, however. It's not going to ult till he can get Rookter, and he hasn't found that yet. Here it is. Not able to get Rookter, even though Rookter did not have to flash out. And now the damage is coming back on the other side, and Hoodie will die. And none of the health bars on RAWR look low enough to justify it. I don't think that they're going to commit to get more people, but these low health bars on TD Port are going to have to back up the base, and they have to deal with the supers and mid soon as well.
and being able to stall. They're only losing one. While they did lose their kind of main engage here, if they had lost more, that could have even been game. Being able to just push mid lane. As you can see, mid lane minions are already on the turret here. They don't have a wave bot lane here. It is now just walking up, but the Anivia had to
No
back and
Nivea yet.
also take
Yep,
it, so that
this
looks
tower
like they
should
will get
fall.
this turret.
I don't think they want to commit without a Mumu. However, JFK has no option. Actually kills the Ashe. No one imagined that Husky was going to die there. But Luxel, aiming for JFK, finds someone behind him instead, much like certain in real life events.
I mean, that was pretty. I guess it was half health for the Ash, just one half health, just kind of
Oh,
destroys
I don't think Not
the
cares that he's on the
Ash.
wrong side of this wall.
No, that's no damage.
Galio inches away from picking up Lunar Paw. Lunar Paw has definitely been the target of some of these assassination attempts. But not going to work out this time.
Of course, this is already a 34-minute game. I think that RAWR definitely can just be more aggressive right now. They have soul point, or they have soul at this point. They have a full build Lux as well. They have a 3-item Callisto. There's not much that can really fight them on the side
Yeah.
of Poro. So I think that
Cleanses up, flashes up for Riptor. They have all of the shields up they really need. No engage can go poorly unless Beast just loses his keyboard.
also there are quite a bit of wards, flank wards in the base of Poro. So RAR can go TP back from TP from behind, whether it be during the Elder Dragon fight or this Baron fight, and just kind of take over and just get a push if again like if we see the Galio try to split push, or of course we've been seeing Declista split push as well.
Alright, can the Azure find Riptor? I think this is really their only hope here. You hit Beast, he just cleanses. Can't even really Amumu ult. Oh, Riptor, Razor's the one caught, however. Doki's zoning out people so that way Razor's will take a lot of damage. Razor still has passive, so it's not completely lights out, but it's gonna be soon whenever Husky has to flash away and Hoodie is committed by himself. Egg now, going down. Lunar might fall. Nah, not even. And RAR is gonna pick up everything, losing only Doki, but definitely gonna pick up the Nexus. Gonna pick up Husky there once again by the Lux ult. That time targeted directly at him. And I think
That
that's gonna
damage
be
there was
game
just
one.
insane. That was over half health there, just one shot just from the ultimate, not any passive proc or
Oh, gets
anything.
another one.
And that's just a stun
Just
right
for
there as well.
fun.
Just the Q there. Misses the ultimate there from the Urgot though. So of course this will be
JFK
game.
given his life. Oh, lives because
Whoa.
of Sterix Gauge. Congratulations. However, your turrets do not have Sterix Gauge. I may have called it a little bit early. Gonna take another 20 seconds of wind down. But this Nexus will fall. JFK will fall.
And
And
this is
pretty
first
easy
game
game for
to
RAR.
RAR, yeah. Which means game one of this best of 5 goes over to RAR. So I am going to assume.
Rook did not take the foot off the gas pedal that entire game. 48k in damage. In only 36 minutes. Pressed E from level 1, won the trade from level 1, and completely dominated the Rift for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm. Rookter there almost did as much damage as his entire team combined there. Very impressive being able to see the damage come out from the Lux there. Deathless as well. I think that just after mid lane kind of did the damage, Ash just didn't do enough damage later.
Yeah, and I mean, you just gotta look at the draft and wonder if banning 4 people on Razors was correct. It just seemed like it worked out very well.
Mm-hmm.
You give Richter something he's comfortable with, put Razors on his 5th or 6th pick, and just looks a little rough in the mid lane. But also, you, bot lane has got to change for TD Poro. Um,
Definitely.
because you pick your comfort pick, sure, uh, but if you're only winning lanes top lane, which is really a draft choice, it wasn't really, play difference. Actually, the bot lane looked rougher than maybe it should have, but um, definitely after that draft and a little bit of a misplay early on, mid lane and bot lane were just so far behind that yet JFK being ahead did not matter enough.
It'll be interesting to see if they do decide to ban the Urgot instead of all 4 of the mid laners that they did ban. But
I don't know
I
if they
think
even
they're.
bother.
Hmm?
I mean, they put in their sub on Galio top, which is not a very meta pick. This is a person that has not played in the league. I'm not sure what coordinated play he has played. And yes, he did struggle a little bit, but he did not struggle enough for even TD Poro to really have an avenue back into the game at any point through top lane. It looked like a miracle maybe could happen in top lane, but it certainly wasn't ever a real serious question of if JFK was going to super carry the game after Galio Knock just played what Galio's supposed to do, play some team fights, and everything
Mm-hmm.
goes fine.
So this looks like TD Poro will be going on to blue side again. We will see, of course, or we will see if they're going to do the 4 ban mid lane as they did before, or will they see if they kind of change around, if they try to maybe ban the Amumu if they thought that that was annoying, or if they want to ban the Ergot. But on the side of RAR, or on the side of TD Poro, I want to see if their bans change. Will they ban the Lux here, or will they ban the Costa? But then again, I think the Lux was the reason to just the champion that Rookter was able to just dominate on. Will that be banned, or will it just go through again?
Uh, you definitely need to change some things. What I would want to see if I was playing for TD Poro, I don't think that you're gonna get um I don't think you're going to get Richter off a control mage that can kind of zone. So you ban the important things like the Corki that you always ban.
Mm-hmm.
You expect that Smolder is going to be banned, Aesol is going to be banned, and you pick something that maybe just combines with your jungler a little bit better, like the Syndra, or I just know. Anivia just really struggles to find any opportunity to play the lane early. And if you allow that to happen again, I'm not sure that your bot lane can pick up the slack because if you're not willing to put Husky on something like Varus, Kaisa, and Smolder's obviously going to be banned. Or what's the other meta pick that I always forget? I think that was all of them. If
What's
you're
the
not
bot
willing to put
lane?
them on one of those meta heavy pick rate, um, uh, high lane dominance champions, then you've got to play through mid lane, and you can't easily play through mid lane whenever Rookter gets to dominate the early 3 levels that is free whenever you're playing against Anivia. So you're going to expect that Razors is going to get banned again because it works so well. Like the one thing that will be consistent to series is if Razor gets banned out, the mid lane's going to look like that, right? So um I don't see that RAR will change that ban list. So
Mm-hmm.
you've got to find of the things that will be available, what can you pick mid lane that can combine with a jungler? Maybe Move is the right jungler, maybe it isn't, maybe it's Zendao, that can get Rookter not to have such a strong lead. Because
Mm-hmm.
I think that you can deal with Beast, Callista, or any of the meta picks okay, but I don't see you being able to play through bot lane whenever Husky is relegating himself to Ashe and other off meta AD carries.
Yeah. Of course, we're here. We're probably gonna wait for another 4 minutes before draft starts. All the players trying to get the little breaks in, go get their drinks and everything like that. So, of course, everyone here in chat, if you guys want to go grab a drink for right now, we'll still be here for the foreseeable future. Of course, being this is a best of five. While RAR did take game one in pretty one-sided fashion, I would say, even though it was a 36-minute game, in the end, anything can happen in a best of five. RAR could take the next game, but we could just see a reverse sweep from TD Poro. So it all just depends on how the players are feeling, their mental, I think in a best of five, their mental. If TD Poro gives up now, this could be an easy 3-0. But if TD Poro pushes through, we could see, of course, game four, even silver scrapes.
I'm just gonna look at this draft for a little bit longer. You know, it might be risky, but what you could do if you were TD Poro is you could blind pick Yon if the bans stay the same. Because I expect that RAR is going to ban the Smolder. They're going to ban the MF because you saw what Husky looked like whenever he didn't have access to something that was a little bit more lane dominant.
Mm-hmm.
And then ASOL seems like it would be another targeted ban towards Razors. So maybe you make him blind pick Yon, which again has the weakness issues of Anivia, but then you can give Husky Ziggs. And I think that might actually be an avenue to where you can kind of stabilize the lanes. You know, Yon being down that hard against the Lux might not be the worst if you can play through top and bot lane. So I think that's one avenue you could do if you want to change the bot lane dynamic. But I really do believe that this has to be a mid lane dynamic that shifts. So that's probably what I want to see. And then as Chad is talking about taking Richter off or making it so that way making it so that way Razors has a better chance in a lane. I mean, you're
Mm-hmm.
giving Doki a lot of the junglers that he wants if you change any of these bans, which might be okay. I mean, Doki has been shown to, whenever he's on a jungler he likes, it goes very well for him. But if you give Razors a better matchup and you commit the jungler to mid side, you hope that JFK can beat the sub. Maybe there's a chance that you could target some more bans at Rupter. I just feel like there are so many idealistic champions that are the same, right? I mean, you're talking about Lux, Asol, Corki, and then there's Oriana, even what like every mid laner ever, right? Annie even.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Richter is going to be off of his game whenever he just plays such a stable mage. Um, Obviously, not having to face against those Lux ults would be kind of nice for Husky, but I'm not sure it would be that much better if it's just Oriana ults or Corki rockets. So I really think that to change the dynamic in the mid lane, you need to change how the jungle mid synergy goes, and you need to pick something that doesn't completely fold into level 6 like Anivia.
I would actually like to see if think about bottling here, if they're gonna be brave enough to pick out something that's not as played, but I think it's still okay. I think that the Seraphine is still doing pretty well. Of course, with her little mid scope update, kind of pushing away from the supportive style, being more of an ADC mid laner now. Or if we see something like the Varus come out. Of course, TF has been pretty nerfed to the ground with his AD, and I think the biggest one it might be I want to see Kog'Maw come out. I think the buff to Kog'Maw really did push him up to one of the highest actually for solo queue. So I wonder if either Husky or Red actually want to bring out the Kog'Maw and really go for that late game scaling.
I'm just not sure that TD Poro can spare the bans to make Kog'Maw viable. If you give RAR Zyra Callista again or any kind of makeup of aggressive things, I'm not sure the Husky will be able to scale into the game, especially if again you follow the plan of changing the mid dynamic by working on the jungle mid synergy. So it's definitely an option. You just kind of hope that Razors does better in some kind of other mid lane matchup and you play through bot lane. I'm not sure that it's the most viable one. We'll have to see what the players think, however, because I believe the draft will be starting very soon. Timer has run out on their official time, and players are saying they are ready,
Yep.
and we are into draft.
So for the side of TD Par, we are probably going to see similar bans to before.
I don't know. I could see leaving Maokai up and then taking it yourself and just trying to counterpick as many things as possible. But I don't see taking the exact same bans. Like Zach taking it off, sure, maybe you don't want to play that. But if you ban Maokai and Corki again, you're kind of just running into the same problems. I'm not sure that just picks alone are going to change it, you know?
I think the Maokai you can maybe push off, or if you want to try to first pick. But I think unless Razor wants to pick Corki, I just think that you probably want to ban that. I mean, Corki's scaling as well into the late game. His range that he has, his poke is just so powerful. It's just not fun to play against. And of course, that is ASO being banned away by RAWR against Razor, being of course that is still one of his best champions in mid lane right now.
Okay, same
Ooh.
ban so far. And it's kind of scary to be on blue side for TD Poro whenever they just don't play a lot of the high impact picks right now.
Okay,
Um,
so it's actually Zyra getting banned for the side of TD Poro here.
I'm
I
not
guess
sure
they
if
didn't
that's the
like the
adaptation that's
stuns and
going to work.
everything.
I mean,
Whereas
yes, you make bot lane a lot easier for Husky, but you need to also change what Husky plays, I think, for that to matter. Ash being ahead that game would not have changed the status of that game, in my opinion. So
and that
really,
is Smolder ban here. So I really
what are
hope
they
that
gonna
it
first
isn't
pick?
is not an Ash first pick. I think
Is it
that's definitely
Corky?
not gonna be. Corki is up because we still have the the Yone is still up, the Fizz is still up if they want to do that. But I think, of course, Oriana I think is still pretty powerful in this meta.
Okay, that's definitely
You know.
changing the identity of the bot lane. This is completely
Hmm.
different from what Husky usually plays. Like, it's close to the MF, I suppose, but it's a champion that you really want to snowball on. With the Zyra ban, that's more possible. So I do like this in conjunction with the Zyra ban, but you are leaving up a lot of priority picks. You've got the Corki still up, you've got Lux, obviously. You've got all of the important ED carries still up. None of them have been banned away other than Smolder. So I think RAR has their pick of two very high priority picks, which is Galio.
Which is Galio.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure why they're prioritizing Galio. I guess they expect that they're gonna blind pick it anyways, but this is allowing a lot of their other lanes to face bans and other picks to be taken away. I really would have liked that for third pick.
I mean, here, of course, they don't even have to pick the Callista. They can just wait that out, being that, of course, being that Lucian's there, they're not going to do it. Oh, no. Don't. Oh, no.
This is definitely a limit testing pick if they go for it.
No, no, don't tell me this is Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu. No, it's not actually
Okay.
Tristana. Okay. A little different. I do want to wonder if this is going to be a Tristana mid lane or Tristana bot lane. Tristana mid lane is still doing pretty well in this current meta. So it'll be interesting to see if that is a flex pick.
A lot of
But
priority mid laners still available.
we don't see Zeri, which I'm fine with.
Love Brom here.
Of course, Braum being of course, very good, stopping the Tristan engage, stopping the Galio engage and stuff like that. And at the
Are
best
they
is,
gonna let Razors get 4 bans again? I know he doesn't probably want a blind pick here, but if he doesn't, his champion pool will again be reduced to rubble.
unless that is a Lucian mid lane, I mean that is still technically a thing.
I
Although,
I suppose so. I did erase that time from my mind because of how much I hate it. I'm sorry. You're right. Lucian mid still exists. Unfortunately, we live in that world.
at least it's better than Ezreal mid or Jin AP Jin mid, which doesn't make
I'll have to
sense. But
tell you what you guys
oh,
what they've picked.
we will see because it is just
Okay, so
Yone.
they do pick the Yone, which is an adaptation that I wanted to see. It will make mid lane a similar dynamic, except you lose the wave clear, but you gain the ability to be behind in CS and still have an impact.
I will also say, while I guess most likely not likely, Yone can still go top lane, although it does look like the JFK doesn't play it as much.
Oh,
So, and
Poppy's
this will
such
be
a
a Poppy.
beautiful here. I mean, yes,
Hmm.
RAR gave up a lot of the priority picks. This is probably the weirdest draft at this patch that we've seen in coordinated play. But Poppy against Lucian, Braum, Yone, all of those champions are just really depressed right now.
Yeah, being able to stop the dashes. Of course, I mean, you can't flex Lucian mid or go Callista support, I guess. Since they can't pick Callista now. So at least you know that. Gwen ban actually here. So it doesn't look like there's going to be the 4 mid lane bans. So Razor's breathing a sigh of relief, even though he picked Yone already. So with
I'm
that,
kind of curious. They're letting TD Poro, or TD Poro is letting the Galio stick and letting Vans come through on their top laner. I imagine that they think JFK can pretty much do well on any pick into Galio, so I respect it.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if RAR is going to commit even more bans. I thought Gwen would be kind of tough to play into Galio, yet they're also banning it, so I think they're just scared of any hyper carry. That even if they're idealistically banned or hurt by Galio because Nock is so inexperienced on this field, they just want to see any hyper carry taken away, and they might take away Urgot or Mordekaiser
I was gonna
as
say, well, we also have
another.
Jax though. I'm surprised they didn't ban
Mhm.
Jax. I think Jax could have been very good. Of course, you have the Poppy that stops the Jax engage, but if the Poppy isn't there, the Tristana could die really easily, or whoever this mid lane slash ADC, depending on where Tristanas go, it's just gonna die so easily if they had a Jax. But of course, they could still pick the Urgot like JFK picked before, or even something like the Renekton or Garen. Looks like he does play that quite a bit as well.
Okay, but here's the problem. If you are putting to Tristana mid, I don't think that you can really get enough magic damage on bot lane easily. You're playing into Lucian Braum. Mages do not like playing into Lucian Braum. I would never pick Quay here. So I think the Tristana kind of has to go bot lane.
Mm-hmm. Because this is a Seraphine as well. Ban being, of course, they. I wouldn't be scared for a Seraphine support against Seraphine support. Kind of got a little nerfed, and her mage damage, I should say, it's just been elevated. Rel again pick, which is fine.
So that looks like Poppy
Does
support or Rel support. I guess Rel
this can go
support's more
both ways?
likely.
It
I just
is.
am brain broken. I love Rel jungle Poppy support, but it's probably back to their usual roles.
It's still fine, I think. Good flex here, kind of forcing out, but it is that just means that will have to be an AP mid laner here. It is
I
going to be
expect
very
so, yeah.
annoying.
I like the
Um.
brand jungle because you're probably gonna pick an 80 top laner carry because a lot of the AP ones are banned. So you kind
Mhm.
of necessarily need the damage from brand jungle. And yeah, I think Jax was a great shout. It kind of hates all the CCs, so maybe they won't pick it, but you can't CC them all, right? Surely.
Mhm. Of
And if you
course,
want something to run over Nox top lane like they did last time, except with a little bit more impact, Jax can make a lot of sense. Mundo, however, is able to freely scale and might be a little hard for RAR to kill if Tristana does not get the free hit.
I was gonna say it's because I'm trying to think of what mid laners that RAR could even pick here. That really is, because they have to take an AP mid laner. Are they gonna take the Hui? Are they gonna take the Karma? Are they gonna take the
Could just be
The
Ari.
Veigar as well? Or the Annie, of course. Oriana is still on the table though, so I'm interested to see if they will pick that.
Like I
But they
said,
have to have some AP carry.
you can't really ban out the stylistically safe CC burst mage mid, and Syndra shows that even if you ban Lux and Seraphine, there's still something available. But of course, it could be Syndra bot lane. I believe we have seen Rookter on Tristana before.
I
I
don't think
doubt
this is
it,
just
but
gonna be
it's
a
possible.
APC though.
Yeah, it's doubtful.
But looking at this, I mean, the drafts are a little, I don't want to say questionable, but they really do show that they're putting all their eggs in a single basket with the Lucian.
Honestly, so like RAR is obviously favored here after that game one, right? But
Mhm.
honestly, from these two drafts, I feel like TD Poro adapted to the state of game one much harder than RAR did. RAR took the same bans, which yes, respectable, but they put their priority on Galio, despite it not being necessary at all, to make sure they
Mhm.
could get counterpicks. And they used the counterpick while in getting Poppy. But other than that, I just don't see how they really adapted from game one. And they banned magic damage champions that were going to face against Galio, and TD4 were just happy to take brand jungle.
Mhm.
So I think that RAR really did much worse in draft than TD Poro did. However, TD Poro had a much harder job to fill after game one, right? As the losing team, you always get more information, arguably. So it's a lot easier to do better in draft than your opponent. So I don't think it necessarily means TD Poro is favored to win, but I do feel like they fulfilled their role correctly of getting the information from the loss and adapting accordingly.
Will be interesting to see who comes out on top here. Of course, looking at RAR, they really are, of course, banking on the Shisana to do the damage, banking on the Syndra to just kind of burst out the the Lucian with Tristana's sole job really is trying to take down the Braum, trying to take down the Mundo. So it will be interesting to see if RAR is able to is able to pick out who they are. Of course, bot lane, I think it's gonna be a little interesting with this Tristana Lucian here going at each other with the
Definitely a
Braum being able
different
to block.
lane than game one for sure,
Hmm.
which is important. I think TD Poro needed to shift either mid lane or bot lane, and while mid lane looks pretty similar with some key differences, it
Oh.
definitely shows some adaptation for the bot lane to look so different and for arguably the jungler to look different as well. I mean, the brand was kind of necessary because of how the draft shaked out. You pick Yone mid and Lucian AD carry, you're gonna have to
Hmm.
pick an AP jungler because Bar's playing Galio top every game. But I think that that too also shifts the dynamic of the mid lane and the bot lane, right? I mean, we ganking for Anivia before 6 probably isn't going to get out the damage to really do anything to Lux unless she really misplays. But Brand ganking for Yone level 3 can kill a Cinder who is not paying attention. So even just by shifting because of the necessity of needing magic damage changes the dynamic of mid lane.
Hmm. I'm gonna looking at jungle. I would have liked to see something like the Lilia, something like the Shyvana is okay. Some so I think what's another ADP carry? I mean Echo, I guess. Or of course, I guess it was RAR that hovered the fiddlesticks, but something interesting like that. But again, I think Brand's fine. Definitely went. I think it went under RAR's radar here, being that they saw the Braum, said okay, they're not gonna play the Brand. Brand's off the table because that's what Decipher played before, but really being able to sneak that through. And I think this Mundo though is definitely gonna be a thorn on the side of RAR. He's gonna be just so tanky and being able to just run in there, trying to stop the CC that Syndra has or that Tristana might have, and being able to just walk in there, one tap Tristana, because of course the tank is able to do that, and just walk out.
I also think that the 6 grubs will not be going over to RAR this time. It was kind of surprising that they did get 5 grubs whenever JFK had won top lane so hard, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be a miracle they can pull off again, despite it being much more powerful on the Tristana than the Callista, arguably. So I expect grubs to be more difficult for RAR to pick up on, which could hurt their snowball capabilities for sure.
Hmm.
We're gonna have a slightly longer break than usual just because of some issues in the draft. But let's cut to a break here, and then after that, we will have to see how the texture of the bot lane and mid lane dynamics changes the course of the game for game 2 of TD
Hmm.
Poro versus RAR.
So with that, we're gonna cut to a break, everyone, and we will see you at the beginning of game 2. Bye, guys.
I felt so light in the morning until you pulled me right on back. This rift between us is deep, it's tearing at the seam.
Put it all behind. Put it all behind. Put it all behind.
Stop. The memories flood in my head. Just like the waves, babe, we were endless. Drowning in your eyes, pull me in your tide. Do you still remember all the shit we used to do? The drunken walks at 2 a.m. in high school. Slipping away before your eyes are right into the night. It feels better when you're frozen inside my mind. Till the clock runs out of eyes on you. When the sun goes down, it's just too soon. Won't you take me away? Oh, I can't refuse it. Give me your soul before you lose it. Will it last until
All right, welcome to game 2 of TD Poro versus RAWR. RAWR has won in game 1. They've drafted a very similar comp except for bot lane, arguably. And looking to run it back. Meanwhile, TD Poro looking to prove that they can win on blue side. Their adjustments will matter. And that Husky runner can play an aggressive 80 carry like Lucian. Speaking of aggressive, get a little tag on Doki.
So that's not a visual bug, right? With the you see Syndra's balls are like away from her. Is that supposed to be some kind of shadow or something? I've been looking at that. If you just look at the Syndra, it doesn't look right. They're
I
away from
believe it
her.
does look like a shadow, yeah. Is that base Syndra skin? I don't know if I can
That is
tell from
base
this
Syndra
video.
skin.
Okay, awesome. And I just hid everything that I wanted to see. Awesome. Okay, anyways, back to the game. Level 1s look a lot safer than earlier. However, this time Team Poro spots out Doki, and Hoodie is the one that is not spotted out. You'll note that last time Hoodie had a pretty aggressive invade early on. I don't think he's going to go for that this time. While Brand might be able to fight a little bit better than a Moo, I think he's going to be more interested in influencing the lanes quickly.
But looking at this, it does look like Brand is just gonna solo. No leash required here. Gonna start on the blue. Same with.
JFK, huge adaptation. Knows that Nox likes to come to lane late, sits in the bush, and gets a Q off. More impactful than the 5 gold, arguably, from game 1. Sorry.
Mhm.
I don't know. I thought that was so important, but it's top lane, so does it really matter? It looks like it
It
does.
only matters if it's Darius. If Darius, he camps that bush, you're dead.
Yeah, fair enough. But this is a pretty nice adaptation for specifically JFK. Everything else level 1 looks pretty standard. However, other than Nice getting a ward off and Nice JFK getting an advantage way before last time, where last time, he took a paltry 3 minutes to easily win his lane. This time he's got a lead right at 2 minutes.
Even if we look bot lane here, because you're playing Lucian and not Ashe, you have a little bit more mana, and of course you see here Lucian actually has mana already at 2.5 minutes instead of losing it all by trying to volley every time. But of course we do have bot lane being pushed up into the turret here. Actually knock up onto the Syndra. Poppy's in the area, but I don't think much is gonna happen. Top lane is just
Oh,
a
JFK getting a
fiasco.
really nice trade or getting traded on pretty nicely. Does have the health regen to maybe make up for it, so it's not a disaster. But Nox showing that he can also adapt and play a little bit better of tank in the tank matchup.
As we see here, Brand is actually ahead in the farm. It looks like he's about to take.
Oh,
Oh,
Razor's playing from behind much better as Yon than he did on Anivia and putting the pressure on
Poppy's in the area
immediately
though.
rather than losing health. Yeah. Doki trying to spot out a Hoodie. This is the exact same path he took last time of going into bot lane and invading, getting a ward on try. I'm not
Is
sure if
this
they're
gonna
going to
go?
adapt. Oh, Doki stays longer this time, however.
Does get spotted though.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder. Oh, it looks like Poppy is just gonna back out here,
Oh,
not gonna have
Razor's
anything.
just absolutely showing Rookter that you cannot give him the Yon.
There's gonna be Brand is in the area. They
Oh,
could
dash
try to
in
actually
into
fight here.
stun. This is a lot of trouble for Lucian. Yes, Hoodie is here. So I don't think he'll be that much worried, but the trade will not. Oh, actually, Luna's just not able to walk out at all. So even though Husky was more pressured than you'd like to be at the start of a gank, it doesn't really matter whenever you have 2 CC tanks coming with you. And
I
that'll be
think there,
first
of
blood
course,
onto Lunar.
it going to Husky right there is gonna be very
Oh,
helpful.
Nox getting
Ooh, denies the kill
amazing
though.
trades despite the early deficit. But Razor's just showing that the mid lane is entirely different whenever you give him Yon versus whenever you give him Anivia. It takes 2 dollar shots, however.
Ooh. He will probably have to back and TP in the lane there, allowing the Syndra to actually get the CC, get the CS there. Get of course is
Oh,
above in CS
another
actually,
amazing trade onto JFK, and that's
and
a
it will be a
kill
kill.
for Nock. And it turns out you can just blind pick him Galio, and he will perform despite his infamiliarity with the league. I mean, he didn't do anything like that last game. He did fine. This game takes an early deficit trade because he has to leash and still gets a solo kill.
Also misses cannon there for JFK. It is going to be very annoying trying to get back in the lane, having to walk already using your teleport there, and that's also a plate going over to Nock. So it'll be very interesting to see if they are going to prioritize, because of course you said earlier that getting the grubs is going to be pretty hard, but here being a Nock is ahead now, grubs could actually be on the table for. Oh, actually, oh,
I'm
never mind.
messing with Doki, always fun. But Galio could come down if Razors doesn't tune down the digression a little bit.
Brom's in the area though, as you can see there. Brom is rotating up just for the grubs here. Drag is up. Looks like Rel is just gonna go walk back to lane, but this could be. It could even turn into a 4v3, but it does look like
I think they're
Poppy's
just
gonna give
giving
up
it.
though. They are giving up
Yeah. Nock
position.
is happy to just let the wave come in slowly. Deal with the pressure by sitting here, get cannon any way you can, recall, and be happy that your team is getting Hextech Dragon for the first 3 grubs. And that is more than enough to be happy for her.
Yep, so looking at
Although
this,
Roker not paying attention to the aggression as much as he should, maybe able to run towards his team, so it's probably fine. But this dragon take is not as free as it initially appeared. If Decipher lands a Q onto here, I mean, I don't think Hoodie can stack it up quickly enough.
Lucian
But
is
this
on the
will
other
turn
side
into a
though.
dragon fight, and Galio's going to come down before Mundo can. So if RAWR can delay, this will be their fight. Doki comes in early, however, gets a nice stun off Galio ult as well. Husky is on the wrong side of it, so he has to turn away. And so not only has TD Poro decided to take the grubs rather than the dragon, they decided to get greedy and go for the dragon as well and lose a fight. Now Razor's delaying the top laner, but putting his own lean position into peril.
I think there Lucian just came into the fight way too late. He was just kind of trying to
Yep.
clear his wave
Razor's
out.
now, having done that trade, is in a horrible position versus Rooker, trying to make the best of it because Young can do some crazy things. So it's going to be an even trade. Certainly was scary there for a second. Husky just dashes out, not coming back despite the delay from mid lane. More than, Doki getting a dive here as well. You don't have anywhere to go. Gonna get a trade, but that still heavily favors RAWR, in my opinion, because they're gonna get a plate on Syndra, and Yon's gonna miss an entire wave. Not a plate, just an entire wave miss for Yon for that kill.
But it was Ignite used, so of course that's gonna be. I am surprised that it is still a 1-for-1 trade mid lane, and of course, ult was used by the Mundo up here top lane, trying to get out, but he does survive, so it's not fully the worst, I should say here. At least he is here to collect a wave, teleports up in about 2 minutes or so for the Mundo, and same for the Galio. So I think here top lane is just, unless JFK goes for some more of those sketchy fights, this is just going to be kind of a farm fest, poke as much as you can.
And it just feels like TD Poro doesn't know when to let go. I mean, they got the grubs. Why are you also trying to fight the dragon against the Galio? And Razor's delaying Galio ends up costing him his life. And these are just things that, like, you didn't need to punish. You're more than happy making a trade, but they try to slick the dagger into the back. Meanwhile, Doki getting a dagger of his own in his back, but still gonna happily go for the crab. A lot of members coming here. Galio has flash. Expect to see a flash taunt here soon. Doesn't even need to ease in. Gets onto Hoodie Man, who does not want to be auto-attacking for that long. Doki will go down, but so will Hoodie. And now Razor's not able to get back to lane easily.
Ooh, ult just hits the minions. They are going to get a plate here, though, for bot lane. Does not miss the cannon. Okay, was about to be a little iffy there. Does kind of waste ult, though, so it is kind of unfortunate for Husky there. But being that both junglers went down there for both sides,
JFK kind of turning it around here. Not able to be CC'd now is Razor's showing that even his deficit will not stop him from bullying Rookter in this specific matchup.
Ghost was used by the Mundo, though, so that's going to be a little beneficial for...
This might be a lot of damage. R coming in, gonna be able to get a kill. And yeah, the mid lane does look different. It looks a lot scarier because Razors doesn't know when to turn down the aggression.
Exactly. I mean, here top lane is just, again, still more of a slugfest. I think bot lane here is just going to be their saving grace here. While it is still very, very close together, CS pretty much the same here. If this Lucian can get some kills, I think that TD Poro can kind of even out this game. But if they don't, I think that this mid lane might kind of snowball just as before. Of course, that is already a level advantage as well, and flash as well for the Syndra is up.
I just really appreciate Doki here being a role player. He has sacrificed 2 deaths and a lot of his CS purely in making Razor's life hell. And it has worked so much that now Razors is struggling to just win in the 1v1 that he was showing he did so well in the matchup earlier, and it only gets better. However, he's trying to make it up now, but Richter just flashes away. However, they're caught in this fight again now. Razor's no ultimate. He might not be useful here with Poppy W. Decipher getting low, but tanky enough to live. However, Beast is here, gonna jump in, gonna get at least 1 kill, maybe more. Just kidding. It goes to Leader Paul, who has to trade for it. Flashes out just to his death anyways.
I mean, as long as another person doesn't die here, the for one trade isn't the worst. I'm surprised it only went 1-1, and also Razor Life
Oh,
really
Richter's in
going in
trouble
there. Oh,
here because yes, the damage might not come through from Razor from just the E, but Decipher is gonna follow up and trading a support from mid laner is totally
oh.
fine.
Ultimate was used
Literally
though
gets it.
by the Syndra, so that is another thing coming out here. Does have both grubs going over, so it is just 3 for 3 on the grubs for both teams. So no one's gonna have an advantage there while tower pushing, while split pushing. But I think still that just means Tristana is gonna be the scariest person here when it comes to taking turrets.
Yeah, and Syndra totally happy with this. Yeah, giving over your shutdown sucks. It was at least to the Braum. But the advantage you've this is an interesting strategy. I think he thought he was caught more than he was. So JFK will go down. And
I
there
think
will be
there was more just
speculation
to
for 30
reset the
years.
wave, trying to pull
Yeah.
the wave back. I think that's what he was trying to do. Ooh, Decipher, you're a little sketchy
Richter
here. I
no
mean, there's no
flash. If
hitting
he
there,
gets
but
stunned, he's in a lot of trouble. Dodges one stun, and there's not enough auto text coming through for the second.
I think this game state is, of course, it's dead even right here. Gold is within 10 gold of each other, or 100 gold of each other, and both sides being bot lane is of course ahead for the side of TD Poro. Top lane is pretty
Oh, this dragon
back and
fight is
forth,
so
but
ill-advised. Mundo does not have TP. Galio's on the way, so you have to somehow use some kind of advantage from Razors, like some really big ultimate to win the 4v5. Now it's 3v5, so they're just gonna get it, and if Husky does not get out of here fast, has to flash, and they're just using resources for a dragon that they don't get. Oh,
yeah, I definitely think they're
little poke.
they're Dilution should have just backed up there. Ooh, just little poke damage there coming out. But Dilution really did questionably go forward. As soon as his rest of the team backed out, he thought he could keep going forward. Of course, use the ult, had to use the flash as well. So it's not really worth it. In the end, does get the Galio flash out, trying to get the poke, but isn't enough to really do much.
Lunar not able to finish this recall for the second time. However, igniting is not going to see returns either, presumably. Richter, I don't think is the target that you really want to try to assassinate as Braum Lucian. Not quite as scary as it would be onto the Tristana. Tristana, however, can't really hold this tower either. And this is the advantage that TD Poro should have been happy to take for the Dragons. They get top tower as the first tower, but instead they use resources trying to fight
Mm,
dragons that they aren't allowed to have. Richter
actually,
alone now, so there's nowhere for him to go. And yes, it's scarier than
ooh.
Tristana to dive like that, but if she's alone, I mean, you can kill Syndra that's up a few levels.
Well, see, that was great play by the Decipher there. She saw he perfectly moved forward, trying to stop any of Syndra's pushes and abilities there, really saving the Lucian so he wasn't able to get stunned and was able to actually get damage off, killing the Syndra in
Oh,
the end.
JFK might not care that he's 1v2. Does get stunned. Red Face Beast jumps in. He does not care, and Hoodie's on the way. Decides to back off, however, because JFK will go down. And Razors is not able to bully knock the way that he was on Richter earlier. But it doesn't look half bad either. Doki, you
Oh,
gave up a lot of your gold to help mid lane, so why are you trying to 1v1?
that could be a kill though onto this Poppy. Very low
Not quite.
ultimate is there, but does look like Poppy is just just gonna heal a lot actually from that for some reason.
Yep, jungle items plus galley ult plus
The plant right there,
plant. Yep,
Poppy took the plant right there,
on
so.
Chemtech plants as well.
That will be Rift Herald going over to TD Poro. Or sorry, RAR. RAR is just being able to get so many of these objectives, even last game and it's this game as well. Last game, Poro was able to get a single dragon. This game, they were able to get three three grubs. That's it. They lose Herald. They lose two drags already. They're still ahead in gold though, even though they are behind in kills, behind in objectives and everything, just
Yeah, but
because
my theory
of the two
is, and I'm kind
turrets.
of confirming it now, a lot of it is in top and jungle, which is not where you want to see those gold leads. While Razors was able to bully early, he is now down 600 gold to Richter once again, behind in this lane. And Husky doing okay, up 300 on Beast, but Lucian versus Tristana, you want to see that number be a little bit higher because just one small deficit is not going to make Tristana scale less. Nock and JFK fighting once again. Not going to
I
matter as
still
much
think
this time.
I still think that this Mundo really is. If this Mundo is able to get fed, it's just going to be so much power. And of course, Mundo not dying. tanks everything, and there you go. Even if you don't have that much damage, just because you can have damage constantly, this Mundo is going to carry TD Pro to the victory, assuming that the Mundo can actually scale still.
Beast needs
It
to be a
doesn't get too
little
far
careful
behind.
here. If he follows this wave, I think he's gonna die. And he senses it as well. Staying far, far back on the minimap, you can see until Razors decides to give up and go for just the wave. A
Just
lot of
some
damage
poke
onto
out.
Husky as well. But there is a Braum there, and Braum can always stop all his injured damage because Braum is here.
Braum is Braum.
Mhm.
Looks like there's more poke here. Of course, Galio still has quite a bit of CC here. Can't Mundo is not able to block all the
Oh,
CC.
Braum ult coming in. Razor's going to find a beautiful ult here if he can wait out the W. Only gets onto one, but that's the one he wants. Lunar Paul will die. There's nothing up, so the fact that the CDs are down is not that big of a deal. I believe Yono will be about in time for the dragon fight. Depends on how extended it is.
I mean, that
And
was
that will
Syndra
take a look.
Flash here, but that was still three ultimates used on the side of TD Poro and all both summoner spells for the Braum. So they are going to be kind of on the back foot for this next dragon, 23 minutes. But of course, the jungler is behind, having to now catch up. So it will be interesting to see. Actually, no, it
Oh,
was a
Richter
support.
is going really aggressive here. Does not get punished for it yet, but it's very close. If Richter cannot find a recall soon, the teleport will be very late for the dragon attempt. And
JFK
JFK is
is
going to
here
get lane
though.
control. Mm-hmm. Richter's still going for it, but there's still Braum. So any aggression you have here has no reward because you're never going to kill Husky and has all the risk. Surely you never kill Husky. The shield misses! And everything I say just falls apart because Decipher is not able to save his carry. Doki comes in, not able to steal. Probably will die for this, but I don't think Razors can get out afterwards. There goes down Doki, and now Razors is in a lot of trouble. Flashes out, not going to be able to find it. Beast goes down, and this is actually really good for
Razor
TD
actually
Poro if they
lives.
can get one more kill, maybe two. Decipher taking everything up while the brand burning is going through, and they get
And
everything
this might
despite
be
the
an
play
ace here.
starting with a huge misplay from
Ooh!
Decipher. It doesn't matter because Doki comes in for the steal attempt for third dragon and loses
And
his
that's an
entire team
ace.
for it.
I'm surprised that Razor was able to survive there, but I think in that fight,
I mean, even if he didn't, it's still fine.
because it was an ace, of course. But they failed. Of course, Hoodie was able to get the smite onto the dragon here. At the same time, whenever Doki tried to E in or tried to hit the Yone into the wall, he missed, being able so that Yone could get the shield, can get the damage on, get the knockups, and just having that the brand there being able to hit everyone and hit everyone with the ultimate as well, just kind of deleted the health bars on all of RAWR's sides.
Yep, and Doki was forced to face check and play so proactively because Lunar Paw did not have the vision put down. And why did Lunar Paw not have the vision put down? Because TD Poro correctly committed all of their unimportant ults or ults that were going to be up end time anyways 40 seconds earlier to get a kill. Doki, however, is quite behind TD Poro. That tower is very low. I'm not sure if this is going to be a tip to kill Husky. Husky walking into it, trying to refuge on a tower that will not protect him. And Husky goes down again. This time Decipher probably will as well, jumping in from Red Beast. The tower also not long for the world. Because Beast got so low, maybe they won't go for it. But that is Husky Runner trying to run towards the tower that will not protect him. Hoodie also trying to protect himself with that tower. Tower will go down. Hoodie will live at least. And TD Poro kind of not protecting Lucian as well as you would expect, right? You've got Braum there, you've got Flash and Heal, and Husky has died twice with those conditions.
It seemed that their 5K gold lead that they had has now disappeared. They've gone down to 3K, and just from losing the Lucian, losing the Braum, who surprisingly the Braum actually had a a bounty there as well. So this does kind of stabilize the game for the side of RAR being able to kind of have that slow comeback. But of course, you still have this Mundo, and this Mundo is still able to farm up here, going bot lane, collecting the wave, going for he's now bought his second item already, actually, being that Sunfire. But in the future, being able to get that third, fourth item, he's just going to become unkillable. And keeping this Tristana behind, I guess, because even though Tristana is 2-1 and 4, oh, it's only an item, not it's an item and a half right now. So it is going to be interesting to see if this Tristana is able to do much against this Mundo, or will the Tristana kind of just get outscaled by the Mundo and kind of giving TD Poro the win.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that they're having the AD carry solo match the Mundo. It does make Yon's life a lot harder because he does not want to match against this Galio. And Mundo doesn't seem likely to want to try to dive at Tristana with an R button and a W button. So it kind of works out. I mean, you think the trades of Mundo versus Galio go long and go nowhere. Tristana under tower goes nowhere in a lot of ways. Richter missing, allowing
Ooh.
Razor to ult out. That will be a cooldown that will be off for a little bit. It'll be up for Dragon. Meanwhile, Decipher
Oh.
ulting without Yon ult. This might not be enough. They just don't have the damage. Poppy ults out any other source of it. Razor doesn't care, however. Gets one kill and gets Lunar down really low despite not having ultimate. Taunted under tower, but JFK is too tanky for that kind of nonsense. And
Ultimate
Hoodie
actually
will
gets
get
out.
the damage off. Razors doesn't care about having no ult. He will also kill the tank of RAWR. And suddenly matching Tristana against Mundo doesn't work whenever you don't react to Mundo leaving the lane.
That will be Baron over, but it's the bot lane. Tristana's just able to take that bot lane turret here and trying to go even for the second turret as well. I will say though, at the beginning, it definitely looked like it was very sketchy for TD Poro, but being able to kind of solo it out for one person and at the same time afterwards having that brand ultimate hit behind the turret and getting rid of Lunar Paw really did help a lot.
Okay, but here's the question. For this Baron, they're almost certainly going to lose the dragon. Does Beast get out here? The jump is pretty nice, but there's no CC to break the JFK shield. So you're just going to get walked up on and killed. So that makes the dragon actually a little bit harder because Razors has teleport, has ultimate. I don't know if they want to commit to it or if they're just willing to give up the third dragon. It's kind of scary whenever you give up third dragon, but they're in such a dominant position here with Baron and getting Tristana down. I think they're fine with it.
I'm surprised that JFK isn't at least going to walk up and try to see if they're, because of course Tristana's gone, right? And of course you have Syndra, but Syndra's not going to do
Right, but
that
you
much
committed
damage.
so much to the dragon. How did they get to mid lane? They can't really fight this. Yon has teleport. Mundo can walk up pretty late. How are they going to get behind them? They're going to try it with Doki, but Riptor's their only damage source here and misses the E. So now Husky might go down, but you still have Hoodie Man for damage. And Yon is coming in hot with ultimate. Goes on to knock, not quite the target you want, but it doesn't matter because everyone else is so low. They get two there. And because they committed so hard to the dragon and TD4 were more than happy to let it go, they get a tower bot lane. They get
And
two
it's
tower bot lane almost. They get a fight mid, they get the tower top lane. And really, RAWR just fell for the trap for taking the dragon and then deciding to try to commit to the fight anyways.
But look at this, Mundo is just healing up everything here. Now, of course, I'm going to assume that they with the cloak is just not. It's not going to be what Warmogs. Although I think Warmogs on Mundo.
Yeah.
Now you don't ever. Now you walk away for 20 seconds. You're full health again. But in this situation again, this could be just two inhibs gone at 24 minutes. Now,
Maybe more. It depends on how they want to rotate everything. Richter's low. He does have a lot of burst, but Decipher can stop all of it, so they could easily just rotate bot and help Mundo. It looks like they don't want to commit to it because Lucian's not there, and the healing fountain is pretty close. So it's only going to be two inhibs. But this is, again, just the opposite side of a team not willing to concede what they've already lost. Getting the third dragon was very powerful, and RAWR was correct to get it. But you get the third dragon at a price. They're not willing to pay it. They say that's too much to pay. We're going to come up behind you and try to fight. And the fight goes horribly because, of course, it does. They don't have Tristana. They're coming from behind against a team that is grouped up and has a lot of AoE. There was no chance for them to win that fight.
yeah. Now the thing is, we do see some like Lucian has no sums. Braum has no sums. The top Mundo has no sums unless you want to count the TP here. So for a fight, but again, if you look at it, the Barons in 3 minutes, the Drags in 3 minutes, there's really nothing to fight for. This really is just push waves. Of course, you do have two inhibs gone, top and mid inhibs are gone, and we still have body inhib up for the side
Decipher
of
being aggressive by himself.
he's Braum though.
Yeah,
He has a nice value as
no
a
one
solar
wants to
flare. He
fight
just
that.
kind of walks up. He has the guardian, not the whatever the other armor piece. I thought it was Guardians something or something like that.
This is
He's
the
just teleport.
last inhib, has no tower to protect it, and Tristana's topside with no teleport. It looks like this time RAR is willing to concede, but I'm not sure it's something they can really afford to concede. Tristana's backing now, but this tower is going to fall way before she gets here. Maybe they start a fight and try to keep it going until Tristana gets here. They just knock out the Braum, which does unlock Richter's damage. Here comes Richter while Braum is gone. Can definitely get some damage off. Gets it on onto Brand, but now Husky's in trouble. Braum is just too late to save him. Maybe. No! Just in time. And Tristana is the one that is too late. Maybe we'll stop Razor from getting kills. Yes, gets Razor. But now the tanks are here. Jumping in is really scary. Gets a Lucian. You're jumping in on a Mundo. Syndra gets the Lucian. They will lose the third inhib, however. And Richter's the only one standing to defend against 3 different waves of supers coming forward.
Of course, this does save the team. Of course, Mundo doesn't have the Warmogs, or I think it's the Warmogs that he needs. He doesn't have that, so he has to back here. He does have TP, but they also don't have wards in the base. They have the minions coming in, but Yone is dead. If Yone and Mundo were up, I definitely think that there would definitely be a TP, a double TP into the base. But with this, they defend for another day here, or I guess in this
Doki
case,
will definitely save the game, because if Braum was there for that fight, Richter would have been shut off completely. However, Braum had to run back as slow as possible, and it costs TD Poro just completely finishing the game. However, I think they're going to be okay with it, considering how the rest of the fight turned out, despite Braum being so late.
It is still a 9k gold lead here for the side of TD Poro here, and it looks like most are just gonna group up bot lane. As we see, there is all 5 walking bot lane. I'm guessing they're gonna go for this dragon, trying to stop the soul point here, or soul that can go over to RAR if they try to do something.
So stream is pointing out something interesting I want to point out real quick. RAR has been putting every one of their little eggs into the basket that is Beast. It didn't show up that time, right? Beast was too late. But the 2k gold lead that Beast has over Lucian, the 2 level gap, if TD Poro cannot finish out this game while taking 3 inhibitors, Lucian is going to be starved of so many minions, and his scaling is going to fall off. And this Tristana will be an absolute menace. And there's still 2 dragons away from Soul. So all of the eggs have been put in this Tristana basket, right? You've seen Beast pushing lanes by himself while the team is entirely dying. Will it work out for them?
Yes, I mean Tristana has an item advantage on the solution, but it's a 4 item. If you see, that's a 4 item
And they're just
Mundo.
starting
That is
Baron.
a 4 item brand. There's just nothing you can do. They're gonna get Baron here, and all they have to do is just walk in. There's nothing that RAR can do. You have a Mundo. Just walk in with the Mundo. Mundo is your raid boss. He walks in, you take turrets, and that's game.
Okay, so really everything is going to be on Beast. He can't really split push anymore because everyone's going to be in the base, right? Supers are going to be pushing in constantly. I guess mid and top are respawning soon, but you have to imagine there's going to be a 5-man fight in the base of RAR. And if Doki can hit another ultimate that either knocks out Decipher or some damage dealer of TD Poro, there's a chance. That's all I'm going to say. There's a chance.
There's a
And
chance,
the more they
but it ain't
delay,
pretty.
the longer this game has to go, just from the nature of Elder being so far away.
I mean, they have to retake the inhibitors. Of course, 2 inhibitors are up. The third one will be up.
Oh, they're committing mid
soon.
without the bot lane pushed in yet. Doki's behind them. Razor would have to run so far to make it in here, and Husky's stunned up. Now, that isn't the damage threat, and Doki does have to use the ultimate for it. But if Braum can't get in position, it doesn't really matter. Here comes Yon finally, but Redbeard is into the backline. Beast is just absolutely Red-Faced Beast is destroying the entire backline. Now they have to deal with JFK, who has destroyed the base and is probably going to go for more. But Beast will come back eventually. It's recalling now. It's kind of awkward. Actually gets stopped by Decipher on the map, as you can see. So Beast is going to take 10 years to get back here. What damage on the structures will happen between now and then? JFK does not care about the CC. 1 tower down. Decides to back off. Now Tristana's still trying to recall, and Yo's coming in. Gets Rookter. There's no structures left. Finally, Beast gets the recall off, but who's all going to fall first? JFK or the Nexus? Razor's coming in, trying to make Beast die as well. And the Nexus will surely fall.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
And TD Poro even up the score 1-1. Wow.
'Cause that was an intense back, and I think that saved th- the Yone kind of saved the game there because Richter was still alive but was not able to walk back to Fountain there to get the heal, being able to do the damage. If you look at this damage chart though, Tristana did the most damage surprisingly, even while kind of behind earlier.
Yeah.
But
They put all the eggs in the Tristana basket and it just wasn't able to come to fruition. And if you're gonna put all the eggs in Tristana basket, you've got to be willing to concede some things, right?
mhm,
They weren't willing to concede the mid fight despite not having really the position or the Tristana that they put all the eggs in the basket of, right? So how can you expect your carry to carry whenever you fight without them?
mhm.
And I think that's really the story of this game is that RAR made a mid game decision to allow Tristana to get infinite gold, and then fought every fight where he was not able to impact the fight. At least the last one, it sort of made sense. JFK was just so far away from Lucian that Beast prioritized killing Lucian and then was unable to recall. So, but yeah, a completely different game than game one. Both teams really need to think about these trades as, giving consideration to the other team. Respect them a little bit. If you're gonna get one objective, don't try to get both. Allow yourself to give up some things. And I think the draft differences are really going to show up in game 3 now.
Yeah, of course I am going to assume that it's still going to be a soul ban. It's still going to be a smolder ban, but I'd still love to see if they go through. I'd love to see if Razor's gonna get the Smolder. Of course, Smolder's being so powerful. Just see him have a pentakill, right? Because of course that's it. Smolder is the new Zeri. But even seeing the Asol having that scale into the late game, kind of like what the Mundo had, kind of like what the Yone had. Yone was doing very well mid early game, I would say, being able to kind of punish the Syndra, but just got a little too cocky in the in the mid game, getting picked out by the Poppy, by the Syndra, and just kind of being burst down. But I think later in the game, he kind of grouped up with his team. That's a very great plays in some of the team fights, being able to weave around some of the stuns.
I also want to give some consideration that TD Poro really, while their trades of objectives were not the best, their control over the mid game objectives was really well done. Just the idea that they went mid and got picks before dragons 2 times in a row to give them the 2 dragons they got. The fact that they got the Baron off the back of a fight that was well executed, and that they were willing to give up the third dragon for a position that was unlosable if RAR played into their hands, which RAR did.
Hmm.
However, it looks like T4 will be on the red side for the first time this series, and I think that more than anything will shake up the bans of the series because the bans have been largely stable.
Well, I still think that the M. I don't think that the band's gonna change too much for the side of Poro. I mean, we might see a Smolder not ban if they want to pick that, but it doesn't look like Rookter can actually play the ASOL and the MF unless they want Beast to play the MF. I don't think that's gonna come out. So I think three bans are still gonna probably be the ASOL, the Smolder, and the MF. But for the side of Poro, the bans could really change. Again, if do they are they going to ban a Zac, Maokai every game? Are they going to change? Are they going to ban the Zyra like they did last game, or they're going to ban the Corki as well? So it'd be very interesting to see who each team prioritizes and who RAR actually wants to first pick.
Yeah, it's very interesting because more so than any other playoffs games we've seen so far in all 3 of our leagues, this draft has shown that the teams are not willing to prioritize the picks that we've seen across the other side. Smolder and Maokai are still going to be here in every draft. Don't get me wrong. But other than that, the 80 carry picks are just completely different than what we've seen elsewhere. And the fact that RAR has picked Galio twice at high priority definitely shows that the traditional understanding of blue side and red side is a little bit flopped. Now it's more about counter pick than it is about high priority picks. Because this patch, the last few patches really have been all about uh, which team can get more high priority picks. But for these two teams specifically, it looks like it's more about team comp identity and counter picks more so than who can get the most power picks.
Mm-hmm. Of course, this is just we are, of course, waiting for game 3 of our best of 5. So again, if we're seeing what we're seeing now, right? If these games are gonna go this long and they're gonna go back and forth, we might be going till midnight plus. So for
Okay, you don't have
everyone,
to say that right now. Okay, let people, settle in and then hit them with it as it goes on.
you sure you want to hit them with it?
It's just like it's like a boiling water. You just raise it a little bit and like, oh, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's kind of interesting. Then, oh, we're at game 5. Aren't you guys so excited? And then at the
Oh
end of
no,
the game
this
5,
this
they
is
look
this
at
is
the
where they
clock
get
and they're like, oh my god, it's 1 a.m. But not
no, this
yet,
is
not
where
yet.
they get their blanket, they get their pillow or whatever, and they go get ready. You kind of snuggle up and get ready for the games that are to come, and then afterwards you start shouting at the screen, "Oh my God, they did that!" That's how it always is.
Looks like draft is going to start pretty quickly. I do expect the bans to be slightly different. However, the teams have completely different priority lists, so maybe it doesn't change, right? Usually, the reason why bans shifts between red and blue side is because blue side gets to take something away from red, or red gets to take 2 power picks. But if the team have completely different concepts of what's good in the meta, perhaps the bans will literally just stay the same.
It will be interesting to see. Of course, let us see. It looks like one. Let's see who's ready currently. It looks like RAR is ready for a draft. We're still waiting on Poro to get back from the bathroom, get their jitters off, because of course with such a heated game, it's gonna be interesting to see whose mental is is going to last. And here we go into ban.
Yeah, the only adjustment I expect to see is that RAR might not ban Smolder because they're willing to pick it. I'm not sure if they are, but that wouldn't be surprising because a lot of players have picked up Smolder in the last few patches. So there's no reason for them to ban it if they're willing to pick it.
And the bans are still the same. MF Zach still coming out. ASOL as well. Is this gonna be a Maokai ban for TD Poro here? It
I mean,
is gonna be
surely.
a Maokai
You're
ban.
not
Really?
gonna let Doki have Maokai anytime in the series.
Are they gonna pick it? Are they gonna ban it? Here we go. And is it gonna be just the exact same? And
There's like no
maybe.
suspense here. I'm just waiting for them to lock it
Yeah,
in. There's no there's no
there it is.
suspense.
And a Yona
Yeah,
and
the
it's an
Smolder
instant
ban
Yona.
has been dropped for the Yone, which I like a lot. While Razor has shown a pretty nice champion pool, that Yone looked a cut above the Anivia,
Oh,
and TD Poro have to adapt with the Smolder ban, which might not have been what they want because the Zyra's left up and the Corki's left up. They opt for the Zyra for RAR, and TD Poro does not have any priority picks here that are available. I
I
don't
mean they
think that they
still
want
have
to
the
blind pick any
Callista.
power picks.
Pick the Callista like they did before.
I'm not sure that Husky Runner is willing to pick Callista here into Zyra, especially.
Mm. We still have if you want ADCs, you got the Varus. Of course, they still have good ADCs they can pick. They can pick the brand again, another flex pick. They can pick support. They can do it jungle. They've proven that they can do both. So it'll be interesting to see how RAR is going to kind of see that and adapt. Is that brand going jungle? Is that brand going mid? Is that brand going mid or even support? Right. So it'll be
Yeah,
interesting to see where that goes. And of course, I'm
and I
going
think
to assume they're going to pick something like
I'm
the
gonna say right now, I think on the basis of this Smolder flip flop, TD Poro have made the wrong decision by going red side because this does unlock a free ban for RAR. And they're picking Brand Ash again into Zyra, and Callista is open. If the bot lane goes the same way that it did game 1, then I don't know. Razors has to step it up because that is the only thing you can change. I don't expect the bot lane to go any differently than it did in game 1.
Mm-mm. It'll be interesting to see. Of course, I still would like to either see this Ash go support, go put brand jungle or mid, and just pick a better ADC here. You can pick the Varus, even pick the Tristana if you want to take the Tristana here. You still have Callista, you still have Seraphine's up on the table, and then if you want rank, you still have like Caitlyn, you still have Ezreal for that poke and stuff like that. But who would have guessed? Galio's back on the back with Nox, so they are just gonna prioritize. And a Mumu looks like it's just gonna be a
Yep.
Mumu jungle here for the side of RAR.
Yeah, and they're letting Razors get banned out again and forcing him likely to be counterpicked. This just hopefully they at least ban Lux because I'm not sure that Razors has an answer to that. Maybe something better than Univia. Maybe he plays the Syndra. But if these bans come through on RAR onto Razors, I'm not sure how he's going to be able to change that matchup. At least they get to ban the Kalista. I think the Amumu pick from R is a little short-sighted. The bot lane from game one was perfect. You don't really need that to change. So by picking the Amumu, who is really replaceable, like yeah, Stokey gets banned out a lot here. They do allow that bot lane to look completely different than game one.
We could see a new ADC come out, or we could of course just see the Lucian again. But it would be interesting to see what they want to pick here. The Yasuo goes away, and there's the Lux ban as well. Of course, after game one, the perfect game technically for the Lux not dropping a single death. There kind of puts TD Poro uneasy if Lux is picked again for Richter. So it'd be interesting to see what Richter wants to pick, but it does look like this will be most likely a mid lane ban.
One benefit for TD Poro on red side, yes, they had to do the Smolder ban, which leaves bot lane into the gaping hole of game one. They do get counterpick mid lane if they play it correctly, and I believe they will pick their jungler here, which allows Razors a little bit more breathing room than the last game, or game one, sorry, where he had to blind pick. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough whenever there's so many mages that are easy to blind pick here for RAWR, for Rookter, and still probably do fine into Razors.
I mean, I'm gonna assume they're gonna pick their jungler here unless they're putting Brand jungle again, right? So, what's up for them? I mean, Xin Zhao's up. They showed that they wanted to play Xin Zhao earlier, but
Okay, so it is Brand Jungle again.
okay, so it looks like it's gonna be Braum Ash bot lane with Brand jungle, which means they are gonna save their mid lane for last. But for RAR, of course, I wonder what their ADC pick is gonna be. Are they gonna go pick the Tristana again? Is that what they want to do? Or are they gonna pick something up? Are they gonna pick something new up? Right? Are they gonna pick the Varus? Are they gonna pick the Lucian? Stuff like that. It's going to be interesting to see here. And of course, the mid lane. Of course, you can see the Syndra again, but do they want to? Orianna still hasn't been shown yet. And there's the Kog'Maw,
Wow.
actually. I talked about
I
last
really do
game.
not like this. You've
Why
completely
not be a good?
shifted the bot lane into something that, I mean, we saw the Tristana, right? Like where yes, you put a beast onto a hypercarry and sometimes he will deliver, but if he takes up that many resources again, Kog'Maw is going to be even more pronounced than Tristana. And that is a Garen for the mid lane or something entirely different. It kind of just threw my head for a loop. I don't care about the Kog'Maw anymore. What's going on?
I mean, I'm going to assume that's Garen top lane and Galio mid. Being, of course, Galio mid used to be very prominent in mostly pro play, though. I mean, but for me, I'm kind of a fan of Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw doesn't get him much love anymore. He's always the forgotten ADC. But I think he's of course, that is maybe putting a little too many eggs in a basket, but he's not the worst ever. And of course, late game, his scaling is one of the greatest. So it'll be interesting to see if if Beast is able to deliver on the Kog'Maw, or is it just gonna be more of a Tristana story where he just kind of gets pushed out and TD Poro takes the win here?
Okay, I'm gonna say that I think TT Poro made a mistake by picking red side, but at the same time, RAR kind of drafted themselves into a corner whenever it really was not necessary. They already had such an advantage by being able to ban Yon and leave the smolder up. And I just don't think that they capitalized well on it. I'm gonna say that. Like, I mean, I understand that they want to do the old switcheroo. Oh, you thought we were gonna do Galio top 3 times in a row. Actually, it's Garen, but what
Actually, who
benefit
knows?
do
It's
they
actually
get out
Garen
of it?
mid lane. It's Galio for the third time.
I guess. I don't know. I just RAR still has a very high chance to win this game because I believe that they've shown that this draft can work out for them. But they've really nerfed their ability to capitalize like they did game one. Purely not because TD4 outdrafted them, but because they decided to be fancy with it, in my opinion. I think that you could have drafted very similar to game one and it would have been perfectly fine. And instead, they've decided to go for a third comp in the third game, one that really pronounces their weaknesses and dilutes a lot of their strengths. You're going to put Rookter on Galio whenever he's been showing up on these mages. You're going to put Beast on Kog'Maw whenever he did so well on Callista, and then okay on Tristana. You got the Zyra pick. Why are you putting that pressure with something like Kog'Maw instead of Callista? Obviously, it was down, but there are still options that are much closer to Callista than Kog'Maw.
Mhm.
I think that RAR has really reduced their chances to win just by drafting differently.
I still think it's gonna be a close game in the end. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But with that, we are going to throw it to a quick break. Everyone, go to the bathroom, get your drinks, get ready for Game 3 of our best of 5 elimination match of the, of course, LXC Arbiters. So with that, we'll be back. Bye, guys.
Fireworks all in your eyes, telling me that it's alright. Till the clock runs out, all eyes on you. When the sun goes down, it's just too soon. Won't you take me away? Oh, I can't refuse it. Give me your soul before you lose it.
Last time I saw you, lady, we were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best on your journey. Last time I saw you, lady, last time I saw you, we were walking other ways. We were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best on your journey. Wish you the best. Last time I saw you, lady, we were walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Last time I saw you, lady, last time I saw you, we were walking other ways, walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Wish you.
carry me, all in my head alone. Calling your name, but only feel the cold. I sense the change in energy. All of my fuses blown. The fire burns inside. Building a bonfire. So how do we end up here? Could have sworn we said forever. Hopelessly I keep on losing myself. With the flames getting higher, all of the problems that I couldn't help. Oh, I'm building a bonfire. Hopelessly I keep on losing myself. With the flames getting higher, all of the problems that I couldn't help. Oh, I'm building a bonfire.
Welcome to Game 3 in the tied series of RAWR versus TD Poro, and Rookter has changed his game plan entirely. It is not Galio mid, it is Garen mid. And I am extremely disappointed, but I'm going to try to hide that because, maybe it'll be exciting.
I mean, it's
But they
Garen.
really
Come
did
on.
just
Oh,
draft against themselves. JFK, once again, get into level 1, little cheeky bush check.
it's the
Last
same
time it
thing.
didn't
I've been
work out that
watching the
amazingly
bush.
for him. This time
Ooh.
it's pretty nice, but it's before minion spawn, so.
Razor is gonna probably take some.
Doki?
Ooh, Doki misses.
Yeah, but there's no CC coming, so it's fine. Just a little chunk. I don't want to harp too much on the draft for too long, so I'm just gonna say it again. RAWR has drafted against themselves and lost horribly in draft, in my opinion. But they do have some really nice strengths. I mean, the Garen could maybe bully Veigar. Kog'Maw could certainly scale, and Nox showed that this matchup can go in his favor sometimes. So it's not like they've completely are in a losing position or a horrible spot, but I just believe they could be in a much better spot after the draft. There's no reason for them to put themselves in this situation.
I mean, this could be some kind of like mental thing, because I mean, oh, Rook's just going top lane here.
Oh, okay, I see. So they have swapped the solo lanes. I still don't know how I feel about Richter being relegated. The top lane is a much different lane. I feel like Nog could probably pick up the mid lane okay, because it's not that hard of a lane to play as Galio versus Veigar. But I do feel like mid laners switching to the top lane usually struggle a bit. And this one is going to be... I mean, you put him on one of the easiest top laners in the game.
Yeah.
And he's trading against JFK very well, because JFK is not respecting the level 2. Speaking of not respecting level 2, doesn't turn into much. JFK does not respect the level 2. Brother, you need to calm down.
But it's Mundo.
Yes, you're playing against a
There's
mid
no
laner.
strong
Oh,
against
speaking of
Mundo.
which, Nox showing that he is not afraid to be aggressive in the shorter lane.
Garen is going to take some tower shots, though, here. So I think even though you're getting the trade, that just kind of cancels out everything.
Oh, Razor's
There
seeing
is-
the side of the range versus melee, and it feels really bad for him.
I mean, this situation, I think that it's going to be interesting. I mean, here it's just going to be like a mental game. I mean, if RAWR win this, I mean, that's just going to be so kind of impactful for their mental and the mental boom coming out from Poro, being like, we just have Rookter take someone he's barely played and destroyed us on it, and just be like, can we
in a
win?
lane that he probably hasn't played much either.
Because Richter's actually more of a mid laner. Actually, no, ADC actually. He's played a lot of ADC over the last couple days.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. JFK has made some very aggressive trade backs despite the level gap, but has made it look pretty nice now. I think that's a CS advantage even with the minion advantage. We'll have to see. Maybe not, but it feels like it might be a 2 or 3 minion lead even if Garen picks up every single one alive right now. And that's not really where you want to be in Mundo versus Garen. I might be overestimating it a bit. 2,
we
3,
see
4,
here.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it would be at least a 3 CS lead, and he's not even getting all of them because of the tower, and he's not getting all of them. However, Doki is here. Ganking on Mundo is very hard, but Garen makes it work sometimes. Let's see the CC. It doesn't even matter. It gets ignited, and that'll be first blood to Doki.
Probably wanted it to go to Richter. I think that would have definitely helped more. But that's fine. It is still first blood here. That does show that Doki is top lane, and that especially this Veigar gonna have to try to back off just in case Doki decides to just roam down. That is ignite used, so Razor's probably gonna be a little happier, gonna be a little easier to walk down to kind of push into this Galio. But of course, grubs are coming up here in the next 20 seconds, so it'd be interesting to see who wants to grab those. If it looks like Brand is walking towards it, but Doki is as well. So it does look like there's going to be at least a 2v2, if not a 3v3 for these grubs here.
You know, Richter, he got the assist, but I don't think he's happy. This free setup for JFK is really nice. You get 150 gold on Richter. That's matched by just the 8 CS gap right now, and that's only going to get worse as this freeze comes to Coalition, right? A lot of the red minions are going to die to this freeze, and Garen getting just 150 gold of assist money might not mean much, so it's really going to be on Doki to take that kill and turn it into an advantage somewhere, because I don't see it coming through in top lane.
Of course, we do see that Amumu right now is just going to be taking the grubs. Does get at least one here. Top lane is, I mean, the freeze is happening, but again, they're just losing all 3 grubs there to this Amumu. So I think RAWR is going to have a little benefit here, which just means that I would assume that
This has to be a gank
Brand
attempt
would
from Huddy.
rotate,
There's
but he's
nothing else
not.
to path for. He's going to be on a ward, however, and Richter should react immediately. Does back off. Don't think that they're going to be able to CC him to death. We're going to jump to top lane soon if that thing happens. It doesn't. So just a little bit less pressure onto JFK. But this does mean showing top means that Doki gets to get both the Void Grubs and start the Dragon. And usually I criticize teams for trying to go for both. But the way Hoodie has played has made this seem a lot more reasonable, especially since Razors is out of mana and not doing well into the Galio.
And at the same time, if you look at here, you can just see the bot lane is just getting pushed in and not able to do anything. Just top lane, even though Mundo is ahead in gold. I mean, look, the Ghost had to be used by the Mundo earlier, and we still have flash on the Galio as well as the ult. So in this situation, I think it's just going to be so hard for this Mundo to do much, especially because ultimate is here for Galio or for the Garen. If anything
Yeah,
bad happens, an
JFK blew
ult.
it early because of the fear of just getting Garen ulted. That is Mundo ult down as well.
So this is going to be a little sketchy. I mean, poke out, but that's about it. No, it doesn't look like there's going to be too much poke there. Bot lane is still going to just go back and forth, I
Yeah,
think.
oh, this is really interesting. Red Face Beast on the hyper carry has not had jungle pressure. It's in isolation, right? Neither jungler has come down to bot lane, and he's up 12 CS. I don't believe that this is very normal for this matchup. Zyra does add a lot of pressure, but I feel like Ash should be able to mitigate it and deal with it and get a CS parity at least. But this Kog'Maw is scaling so well with no punish.
I will also say that, again, they bought Coling, right? Kog'Maw bought the Coling here after the first back. So, of course, it's not fully stacked right now, but it's going to be a little easier to stack that up. And, of course, if
Yeah,
we click on the Veigar, how many stacks does Veigar actually have right now? I
Veigar
would be
stack check has 58.
58.
Pretty good
Okay.
for right now. But
I mean,
this has been very interesting because oh, Doki coming in, Ghost out, but the double root means Husky also has to flash. Decipher also has to flash. Doki going a little deep, has ultimate, so I don't think it's going to turn into much. Beast also has ultimate, so they don't want to take too much damage. because the
But that's
tower
all
dive it doesn't.
four.
Hmm.
That's all four summoners down for the bot lane. I think Poro is just gonna have a hard time coming back from this because now that's a 6 minute window where RAR can do pretty much whatever they want trying to dive, and there's not much that
Oh,
Poro
decipher,
can kind of
please.
come back
That's
from or
tilting.
kind of go against.
Okay, but TD Poro did not draft 3 losing lanes, and yet that's what they're handed here. They should have at least 2, maybe 3. I mean, JFK isn't losing, to be fair. Like I said before, that lead is not real. That assist does not count whenever you're talking about a CS gap of this magnitude. But how is Galio even or ahead CS of Vagar? How is Kog'Maw in isolation completely destroying your Ashe in CS and then gets 4 summoners on 1 gank? TD Paro have really got to look at this draft and understand that things have got to change for game 4
Ooh,
if they
flash
lose this
actually.
one.
Flash used by the Razor to get out of the knock up by knock here. But this going to be ultimate used by the Mundo here? I don't think it's going to do much here. Is it going to be taunted? Yes. Does look
Okay,
much.
these
There's a
fights
fight
are
here though.
very interesting. Doki uses ultimate early, does get double Galio ult because of it, however, and Hoodie Man will die. And that's going to be 6 scrubs for RAR, which is what they need with this kind of draft. Actually, I guess I could be fine without it, but certainly you're going to take it whenever you got this kind of advantage.
Especially when you
And
have the Galio that can split push and jump into a fight whenever you need to. Whenever you have the Garen that can also split push if you need it to as well. It's just gonna be so beneficial to have all 6 scrubs having that pushing tower and everything. Of course, mid lane Galio is kind of going even with this Vega. Of course, you still have infinite scaling by the Vega, right, to get the stacks, but in the end here, it's not gonna do much if this Vagar just doesn't have items, can't push, doesn't get any gold or anything. So right
all
now,
right, I'm going to do something that is ill-advised in the league community. I'm going to double down. This is not a draft difference. This is absolutely the players not playing the lanes that they drafted very well. I think that the draft was fine, but the way that Doki has been able to find these ganks and the way that Razors has been completely bullied by this Galio and Husky has been bullied by Kog'Maw. I mean, this is not a draft diff. This is just players not being able to play what they've been drafted, so they have to change the draft to be on the other side of these matchups.
and I mean, I would have loved to see Husky really be more aggressive here, especially now you have ult on Ash, and there is no cleanse on the Kog'Maw on the Zyra. But of course, number one, we haven't seen an ult come out from the Ash yet. But bot lane is just
Oh,
not
flash out.
aggressive enough. As I'm saying that, there's a
Might
flash out
die
by
also
the.
because of the arrow or the stun coming through from Braum. Husky doesn't have flash because of the early gank, however, so they will not pick up that kill. Doki's down here to diffuse some pressure. I don't think he's going to be able to turn anything in the bot side, but Dragon Start would be very difficult for RAR as well with their bot lane having used sums like that.
Ultimate is up for the
Oh, they're
Mundo
still going to
already.
go for it. They do not care. They think that the lead on Doki alone is enough to carry this because Kog'Maw is not going to be in position to really contest. Hextech
Galio's also
Dragon
in the
also kind
area.
of hurts.
Oh,
Vagar
knock
does
up on
not
2.
have TP. If they can delay this long enough for Galio to get here, it's pretty good. Here comes Kog'Maw as well. And it doesn't matter that Kog'Maw's late whenever Galio is a million miles ahead of Vagar. And it'll be a second dragon for RAR. And TD Poro do not respect the fact that you have Prio bot lane, but you don't have Prio mid lane. And Galio is going to be a lot more impactful in that kind of fight. Meanwhile, JFK showing that Richter is not a top laner.
I mean,
This
look at
might be
this.
a kill. Dive attempt. Ult might come out to just try to even it up. Missing the cube means that JFK is in a bit of trouble, but lives anyways.
Doesn't die, yeah. I was funny enough. I was gonna to cast curse. So I'm saying this could be a perfect game, but now with that kill, won't be, of course, because it's
If
harder to
they,
get perfect games now with the grub and everything. So
I would be so upset if they got a perfect game after drafting like this. I'm just gonna keep saying that. I know I said I wouldn't, but anyways.
we're
Either
looking at this.
way,
I think Doki here is just really carrying on being able to get the ganks that they need, being able to kind of put ahead the mid lane, being able to put ahead the top lane here, and bot lane they don't is just kind of self sufficient here, even though they really should this lane shouldn't be. They just are. I think the Zyra's being able to hit so many of the stuns, being able to block away, kind of or stop any of the engages that Ash and Braum might have.
Okay, so I will say in the Veigar versus Galio matchup, you're not supposed to lose this hard. However, Veigar still scales, so it's not the disaster that it usually is in a Mage versus Galio where you get completely crushed. I think the fact that he hasn't died, he's staying even in CS and experience, Razors can still have an impact in this game where maybe he couldn't if he was the Syndra or even the Lux. So while I do have criticism for Razors, it might not end up materializing into a complete loss for TD Poro. And this top lane is something that that RAWR has to answer. Meanwhile, a dive coming onto Beast misses everything, but it doesn't matter because the arrow won't miss. Now only Decipher's tanking, easily allows Husky to get it. I don't believe Kog'Maw damage is going to be that much. Doesn't even reach it with the buff movement speed. And moving up your Zyra to get the Herald has lost you a lot of tower pressure bot lane and an entire kill onto an Ashe that was completely held down by Kog'Maw before.
I mean, here, of course, we see Doki going for this Rift Herald. I mean, it's a great play. They only have one. This is turning kind of into a 1v3 here, but it does look like Brand is just trying to actually walk back. Looks like he's just going to try to go take collapse on this Gallios here. Misses the stun, so it is.
They want the fight
Galio
afterwards. There's no
away.
way that they steal this. But they path up like they wanted to fight afterwards, but give it up with little fair. I mean, you got the
They
butt
have
tower first. And you made Knock sweat a little bit, so you're not too worried about it. But this Herald, I think Doki's only pathing here because he wants to Herald, right? There's no way they're going for a dive. Oh, he wants Raptor Pit. Too bad it's down.
And this might be first turret here. Actually, doesn't look like it. Looks like Mundo is just going to back out.
Bot
Or
was
just
already
not.
down, but
Just go for
JFK
it.
is definitely showing that Richter is not a factor anymore. With Richter being very strong the first few games is relegated to crying as JFK takes this tower.
And just able to walk away with the ultimate. Now, 15 minutes. Let's check on Veigar stacks. See if that has increased. Veigar
Speaker stack check 146. Fine. Pretty good actually at this moment. I'm not most up to date on Veigar stacks. Still not happy with how the lane went despite the pick, but with 146 stacks, it doesn't really matter that you lost to a melee that hard. You're still gonna scale pretty happily.
Of course, we see here, looks like Veigar is going to be trying to go path down, trying to catch that bot wave here. That Nook is pushing in right now. Of course, we see the Kog'Maw being mid lane. And Zyra's actually walking down. I think Zyra's going to go walk back up to support her Kog'Maw here, which is trying to solo mid lane 1v2, which is going to be a little hard. But we still see there is a turret lead, of course, on the side of TD Poro, but the gold is technically still on RAWR's side, but drag is going to be coming up here in 46 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see, will this be sole point or will this...
Okay.
No.
So sometimes I like to point out what Chad has said, but this is actually such a good point. Why does Nock have double armor items whenever the only AD damage is Ashe?
Yeah, I saw that. Because I saw him build that, I was really questioning it. And I mean, he brought Mercs, but and he bought Cloak there, but it's still.
Item. What is going on here?
I mean, he's a super brand, but I mean, would he build Jack shows? Is he gonna try to build Jack shows? Although I don't think it's gonna be very helpful. He's built whatever the new runic item is, whatever the one gets like 60.
Okay, Richter getting a nice prio bot lane. However, the fight might happen mid lane before he can react. Doki looking at Hoodie. Really good position for TD Poro here. JFK has easily captured Richter's wave, so that's not really a factor. And now RAWR has to walk in, and the Garen flank is not really going to be the powerhouse you want it to be. It's got one item, is not that strong. However, having mid prio here means that they are willing to give up the dragon, which will only be the first for TD Poro, because they are going to use the Herald mid, and that is going to take a lot of pressure. And they're leaving Richter down bot lane, and while Richter has not shown up as much as he did game one, he will take towers pretty easily. JFK engaging really hard. Arrow is pretty good. Zyra ult only used on the tanks. Now all the damage is coming through. This is such a huge cyclone. Richter teleports in, but it's not the threat to the backline that he wants to be. Only gets Hoodie down low. Lunar cannot join the fight anymore. Red Face Beast has to flash out. It's still getting slowed. Lunar actually joined the fight after I say that to get a root. While the position looked good for RAWR, and I think actually the gold was mostly in their favor, they still lose a dragon and a lot of kills for that. And the follow-up might be even more.
They do take turret though, so I mean that is still 2 turrets for a single
Maybe
a
even a third. Not right. Not quite.
no, but this that's still 2 turrets for 2 turrets and a kill for 2 kills on a dragon.
They also got
And
bot
of
lane
course
turret.
this is and oh they up Barley turret as well. I mean so that's I think that's totally reasonable. Again, they don't lose the dragon or they only lose the dragon, but it's not even soul porn. They're not even tied yet for TD Pro with dragon. So I think that was a great play by RAR to understand we can give up the dragon, we can go for this mid turret, we can even press it again, press for the second mid turret as well, and we're
Yeah,
not
and
aced.
they do have the benefit of scaling on their side. I think that Red Face Base could have pushed his lead much harder on a different XD, a different champion like the Callista Emma. I mean, not the things that were banned, but snowballing 80 carries like the Lucian, Kaisa, even arguably. No, not Kaisa. Either way, I think Kog'Maw might have been the wrong choice, but it certainly does benefit here whenever you get a lead early and you make the game last longer by making trades like that.
But I think here, if you look at kind of the CS and the gold difference, of course, they're pretty even. There's only a 1.4k gold lead on the side of TD Pro, which is more because than the previous games. Of course, we saw the 4k and the 5k gold lead at 20 minutes already during game 1 and game 2. Of course, bot lane here it is technically still a goal or still an item on or 2 items actually on the Kog'Maw while you still only have 1
Oh,
item on the
Razor's
Ashe.
walking in a really bad trade. The stun is probably not going to be enough whenever Galio's still on him. Has to flash out as well.
And
And
of
that
course,
side lane matchup will not get easier. I mean,
I
that's
mean
a
look,
Sunfire Cape Bramble Vest Galio, and you're still having to flash away from him. I guess the build works.
Sunfire hurts.
I
It
guess,
really
yeah.
does.
Either way, you kind of have to see where Razor's can side lane. I think Richter's going to do fine in that side lane matchup. Maybe not just because of how little he's been able to push for his own gold. And the Mundo could probably match Galio pretty easily. Doki finding Husky, but is really far alone. But Galio can ult if this Q comes in. Decipher, slowing down Doki, now is walking away. But Husky, found by Knock. Razors for Life, not going to be able to lay out any damage. Husky's just dead. There's nothing up quite yet unless they want to go for a really early Baron. And the tower is down as well. So it's not quite easy to turn that into an advantage. But Husky just caught out where the jungle will not allow him to escape.
Yeah, I mean, top lane here, you're really not gonna get much. You still have to have that wave pushed in all the way to turret. But of course, they would love to take this for the outer turret here for top lane. But I
They
mean,
are
look
just
at
starting the Baron, so you only see it on the minimap because directed camera hates showing Barons for some reason. This fight is much more apparent than Baron according to directed camera, but Baron is being started. I'm pretty sure they could just all be dancing in that pit. But looking at the minimap, I believe Richter will die, but if they get the Baron, it's totally worth it. Richter going down. Can we please look at the Baron? No, we got to look at bot lane. Hoodie able to find Knock. If they get 2, it might be worth it. We literally did not see the Baron because of directed camera. Thank you, directed camera. Knock has to flash out. Probably will still get caught. There's Ashe Arrow as well. If they want to do it, they don't even have to commit that. So they only get Baron for 3, but they get Baron for 3.
I mean, I still want to say that the
Oh, JFK can
tankiness.
win this easily. You do not want to make it Baron for 2. Doki, be careful. Is able to walk away.
I mean, still, but if you're looking at that, the damage that all 4 members did onto this Gallia was very negligible in a sense. So that was still 10 plus seconds of just constant. That was ultimates used, 2 ultimates actually used on the Galio, and yet he barely died. So this Galio is just going to be so tanky whenever an actual team fight happens, and having this Kog'Maw in the background kind of just melting any of the
Right,
tanks on
but
the side.
for this Baron, they're going to give up this dragon, I believe. There's no way they're in position. They gave up top tower. JFK got a huge lead over Richter, even more so. So yeah, they had to use a lot of cooldowns, but what are they going to turn this Baron into? They're teleporting mid to try to get inhibitor tower? I don't even know if that's worth it if they do get it. They do have a good position on it. so they're gonna get some damage off. But Kog'Maw's getting lost in top lane, so it's just Nock hitting this tower. Some Fire Cape
They're
doesn't
just
work
gonna
on
get the Demolish
towers.
proc, I guess.
Their arrow is still up, by the way. So if they want to commit, they can. They now see the Kog'Maw top lane, so they do commit. Kog'Maw will probably get this tower, but Nock is going to fall again. All this armor in the world doesn't mean anything whenever 5 people are hitting you, and I'm just not sure what RAWR is calling for.
I think they're just trying to push Nock as the sacrificial lamb here, and during these fights, getting the Kog'Maw the gold he needs from the turrets and stuff like that. I mean, that is 2.5 items for the Kog'Maw, where it's still only an item and a half for this Ashe, but still, this is gonna be very
Right.
hard for
But what does
Poro
Kog'Maw
or
hide behind? You've
RAWR.
got Amumu. Right? He's pretty fed. But if Galio and Garen fall like Swiss cheese because they keep on dying randomly in side lane or in mid lane, then I don't know that Kog'Maw's going to be able to free hit as much as he is running for his life because his tanks are dead in 2 seconds.
I want to see what Kog'Maw buys for third item. Of course, Kraken Slayer. Well, a little nerve. I think Kraken Slayer is still fine to buy here. Getting the extra hits and everything, unless he's trying to go for the Terminus or something like that, just for even higher attack speed. But I think here, that is Trinity Force actually bought for the Ashe here, so that is a little power spike for the Ashe. But I think that if Nock and Rookter have to kind of be careful here, don't start soloing out, don't get picked off 4v1 here. Yes, you got a turret, but it's still not really worth it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Baron up in
This
3 minutes as well.
felt like the least impactful Baron I've seen in a long time. They traded it for a dragon, 2 kills, and what they got for it was top tower.
That was
and of
almost
course
dead
the
as
gold
well.
that Baron gives, the experience that Baron gives. So like Husky is down a level on Kog'Maw, for example. But I'm not sure they can. Oh, here comes Doki. Might be able to flash in. Decides not to. Would have been a good fight potentially if they knew where Vhagar was, but I respect not wanting to commit without knowing everything. They might find razors here. Do not. And these kind of standoff things don't really work out for them whenever JFK is just becoming a bulldozer monster that Rookter cannot answer.
I just want to say that, the Mundo here is just already so
Oh, I
tanky.
thought it hit. Maybe a fight would have broken out. Rookter's on the way. Mundo's going to be late. But if Doki keeps on missing these cues, there's no fight to be late to. Rookter's coming in
Garen.
alone. He is not the backline threat. What is he doing? He's bringing a Galio, sure. But Kog'Maw has not hit anyone yet. And now the tanks are going to fall like Swiss cheese. Actually, it looks like the damage isn't quite there. It's just going to be one tank falling like Swiss cheese. And that looked like Rookter trying to be the hero of the game. Now JFK, look at him. That's how a tank does it. Yes, he will finally go down, but Beast is at low health. Is not going to be able to turn around and all this fight. Doki, the only tank that has any gold at all, is still dying to a barrage of arrows. Now we'll get he doesn't have mana. We'll get stunned by the auto attacks and shut down.
And that was a lot of gold going over to the Vhagar of all people. So this is gonna be annoying. I mean, that was a shutdown onto the Mundo. It looks like, but it's not really worth it. I mean, it's a 2-for-1, and it was a but it's one shutdown to one. But
look, Chad is calling me out correctly. I just want to say Doki should have flash, so I'm just gonna live in the world where he has flash at all times. Okay. And then whenever he looks back and he goes, wow, that caster was right. I could have flashed in. Then maybe one day, I don't know. It's a lost cause. Yeah, I'm used to junglers having flash. I know it's a very weird world that I live in, especially on a Mumu, one of the best flash users in the game. But Doki has transcended the need for flash, so I apologize.
See, that's whenever you take Spellbook.
Even if he had Spellbook, I don't think Doki would ever take flash. He just doesn't understand how the summoner works.
But if you've ever watched Spellbook on some of these champions, it's pretty it's pretty fun to actually watch. Just having, again, something like the Amumu just TP behind you and you're so confused, and it's great.
Okay, this is a good position for Dragon Spawn. I think that this is going to go over to RAWR, which is one of their best avenues back into this game, is Soul. JFK is on the wrong side of the map. He can TP in late and be fine, but your comp doesn't work if you have to walk into Kog'Maw. So this Dragon absolutely is going to fall to RAWR.
Yes, I do think that they're gonna have to keep watch top lane, of course, because of course Mundo is just going to kind of rush the
They do have
turret here.
position on Baron, but again, Brand is on the wrong side of the map, so I think they can maybe bait it if they think Hoodie has not walked over at Ward, and that might be viable. Otherwise, being in this Baron pit has accomplished little.
I mean, I would assume that they would ward it. It doesn't look like Braum has the wards. Look at Mundo though. Mundo's very great position, being from behind, being able to
Yep,
get the flank.
and Hoodie Man has shown up now, and these tanks are not going to last into this pressure. The CC comes in. Sure, they live
Beast
for
is
a
walking
while.
too far
Beast is
forward,
finally
though.
auto-attacking, but it's only onto a Braum now. Braum is low, yes, but it doesn't matter. They don't need Braum anymore because Beast is at 1 health and will die. And it doesn't matter if your Beast is so strong whenever he just doesn't have the front line to show it up. JFK, meanwhile, being the front line that either team needs, going in, does not care about taking the damage. And putting Richter onto this tank has completely backfired for RAWR.
Yeah, I think there was just no damage. As soon as the Kog'Maw was dead, Mundo just healed up any damage that they have. I mean, and if you look at this is just triple tank here. That's they don't even have AP damage. I mean, yeah, you have maybe the Rylai's on
Don't
the
forget
Crystal
Sunfire.
Scepter.
Sorry, don't forget Sunfire.
Yeah,
The magic
yes,
damage that has done
Sunfire.
963 damage since
Whoa,
building its first
so
item.
much. But it's still, there's just no damage, no AP damage at that. So they're just able to
I
build
mean,
full tank.
someone said, why isn't there heal cut? Who builds heal cut? If Beast goes any other item other than the most item efficient build possible, he's going to be useless. Zyra could get Morellonomicon, which she is, but I'm not sure that that's really going to be enough whenever you really want to use her abilities on the backline. I mean, I guess the heal cut will be good from Zyra, but no one else can go heal cut. And Mumu is also getting Morello, which I think is correct, because Thornmail, Mundo's never autoing you, so it's useless.
Yeah, you just Qs everywhere.
Right. But forcing your Mumu to build Morello and having your Zyra be the other source for heal cut, I don't think JFK is going to mind that much.
Get here, that's 2k gold lead now swing over to the side of
Richter chasing like he's a
Poro.
tank again, but if he gets CC'd, he's in a lot of trouble. They decide to respect it this time. I wouldn't have. But Doki behind is also kind of scary, not able to queue in. If he had some sort of summoner spell that could get him closer, perhaps.
That's a 3-level lead for Nokia.
JFK is just completely
Whoa.
disrespecting him. No team within a mile. Here comes Decipher now with the flash. Doesn't even care that he's fighting 1v5 for so long. However, they do find Hoodie Man. That's only one of their damage sources over. Ash is coming in. JFK is quite the damage source in his own right. Kog'Maw is a million miles away. These tanks are falling. JFK has not been auto-attacked by Kog'Maw in 10 years. Here comes the arrow to secure it. Just kidding. But they will get the tower. JFK, not able to secure it himself. And this entire comp is just completely falling apart. And again, RAWR has drafted against themselves and made it so that way, despite having the opportunities of game one, despite having 3 winning lanes like in game one, they just have completely fallen apart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna end here, but of course, if
Oh,
Richter dies here, yeah.
Man,
If
Richter
Richter
looks a lot
dies-
better on Lux than Garen. I'm gonna say it. Of the
Yeah.
siblings, I think Lux is a little bit better.
They still have Baron buff. They can actually push for the end. It doesn't look like they're going to. I think if they play it right, they have the Mundo, they have the ult actually back up already for the Veigar. They probably could have tried to end there as long as they kind of stopped the Kog'Maw, because as long as Kog'Maw is dead, there's no one that can actually keep up the damage and
Okay.
keep up with the healing of Mundo.
The one thing that can save this draft is Chemtech Soul. It's actually probably one of the better souls for them because it helps their tankiness despite them being Swiss cheese. It helps their lack of ability to deal with CC whenever you got Veigar, Cage, Braum, and Ash ult, and Brand, really. And they're going to spend a lot of time less than 50% health, so, increases their damage. If they can somehow pull out the soul, their comp might just be able to work long enough to win the game. That's a long shot, however. They both have to win the soul, do it without losing the game, and then actually win with it.
Doki actually has to walk down, though, and he hasn't
Yes,
walked
he
at
has
all.
to walk down to the pit as well. I mean, to be fair, he can get the soul next dragon as well. It's not necessary to get it this one, although
I don't know
it
if it'll
feels
last that long.
necessary. Yeah, because I'm not sure that the fourth or the The 8th dragon will actually spawn. It'll be the 7th
And
dragon.
Doki's
I
trying to
know,
get waves, but there's not even or try to get camps. There's not even a camp, and there goes Soul right there. Or there goes a dragon. There's no way that they're gonna be able to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Doki's just way too slow, and with
Okay,
this, I mean,
so their
equal
win
points.
condition is 5 minutes of surviving. Dragon spawns. They get it without losing the game. And then their comp kind of works.
But Baron
JFK.
comes up in 2.
Yeah.
That's the other problem.
Trying not to lose Baron as well is a pretty risky maneuver.
They're already down one
Doki with a
inhibitor.
sick flank. Not sure that it matters. JFK would be pretty far here if Husky gets stunned up. I believe even Rookter could kill him. Here comes the ultimate from Doki. He fits all 3 for the first time this game. Rookter, however, is CC'd. They're only onto Razors. Razors isn't a flash, so maybe he will fall. Zanya's by some time. Buying time won't make him live, but it will make the inhibitor fall. And JFK isn't even scared of just walking away after this. He's not going to. Just wants to get a tower. If he dies, there's nothing up yet. He would be up for Baron. And also, there's a good chance he just doesn't die. He is walking away. I believe
And there's no
he
CC.
will
There's really
die.
just no CC. There's
Surely.
rooted. Maybe.
Surely.
It's healing
Surely.
though.
And finally, who does it go to?
And
Galio gets the
Ooh,
shutdown.
It's not. I mean, you can go run to Baron right now because he won't be up for Baron, so there will be a 4v5. But I don't know. If
Yeah,
it's
I'd
really
love to
worth.
criticize JFK for that play. It seemed a little sus to go for the tower whenever you already had the inhib, but I mean, it looked really cool. I wanted to be that Mundo for a minute. That was sick.
I mean, Mundo took.
However,
2
let's see if they
turrets
lose
and
the
an
Baron
inhib,
for it.
though. So I mean,
Mhm.
like you took 2 inhibs and a turret, right? Or 2 turrets and an inhib. I think that's totally worth for the Mundo there, because now all
I
they
mean,
have to
if
do
he
is
had
take
backed
one.
off with the inhib, I would agree. But he committed for the turret and definitely died because of it.
But
All
I
right,
think that
Baron setup, not amazing whenever you're down 2 inhibs. It is spawning now, however.
it
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't
look
think
like they're gonna commit to it though. Veigar is balling. I mean, they should see Veigar. They do have teleport though, so I guess that's what they're afraid of. But I mean, you could totally.
I mean,
go
there's a
for
lot
this.
of things to be afraid of. JFK can teleport in late and still be fine. You have to kill this entire Baron. Blast plants are super powered because of the Chemtech Soul. Even if they get this Baron, I think they still lose the fight, and they're not even going to be able to finish it yet. However, running into Kog'Maw is very dangerous, but they don't have to. Kog'Maw just runs away and not goes down.
Yeah, that's
Rooker
the
trying
end.
to
I
chase
mean,
Hoodie, and Hoodie's like, "What are you doing? You're not Lux. I don't care." And now Hoodie's chasing Rooker.
but this Kog'Maw is playing so passively.
Rooker,
Understand,
where
but
are you going? What is the plan? And unfortunately, he will also fall.
I think that again, this Kog'Maw is just playing so passively.
Yeah,
Has that done
I
anything?
don't
Yeah,
blame
you're
him.
2 levels ahead of this Ashe. Ashe, to be honest, hasn't been doing that well. Yeah, she has 6 kills, but she's mostly been just kind of getting the last hits there. She's not doing that well. You were winning early game, and yet right now you walked away from the fight. You didn't even try to like sneak in any auto attacks. You just walked away.
Doki's gonna have to run so far. I don't think JFK will stop chasing for anything. This blast plan is his only chance, and he gets out.
This is I don't even know what to think about this game anymore. I think that RAWR just kind of is just slowly collapsing here.
Slowly.
Slowly. I mean, yeah, it's 36 minutes.
Sorry, yes, very slowly collapsing. Definitely not foreseeable from the interesting picks that were made.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We don't talk about
there
that. We're
was.
talking about in game. They were winning,
Sorry,
okay?
sorry.
They were winning.
That's true. They were winning. The only deficit looked like it was going to be on Richter. Beast looked like he was going to be able to come into his own right and carry this game. Razors was so far behind in a matchup that he really shouldn't be. And I don't know if it's purely the draft. There's definitely some macro decisions that could be pointed to, like that Dragon trade where they and the Baron again. I'm just now remembering the Baron that was not but 10 minutes ago, where they traded their entire lead for a worm that did not give them anything. Yeah, let's get. I think chat has mentioned it, but just for people who are not looking at the chat, that is 373 stacks on to Veigar, who has the death cap. So that will be 1239 AP. And
Just a little
Richter
bit.
is not winning the tank war,
Yeah,
even with the
no.
backup tank of Doki. The CC is gonna be kind of annoying. They don't land it, so it's just the tower that'll fall because no one can stop JFK, and now JFK will be standing there forever. Decipher has to flash out. Oh, actually, JFK goes down because no one gets onto Kog'Maw. No one's still on Kog'Maw, but he's not willing to turn around yet in the face of the Ash. So JFK does go down, but so where the structure's soul has spawned, and I don't even think they're gonna go back for the soul because TD Poro have the ability to take the lead in the series right now. Look at how much damage Veigar does with the AP. However, Ash gets jumped on. The tanks finally do their job. Kill that. Now only Veigar is up for damage, and Veigar does not scare Kog'Maw nearly as much. So now this is their chance, right? They survived until Soul spawned. If they can somehow take this despite having 0 structures,
They're
this
gonna
would
have
be
to
a
have
massive
someone
swing.
back. I mean, there is a TP, but there's just no wards in base. You just have the Garen try to take it. You have to kill Brand though. I think that's the biggest thing. If you don't kill Brand, there goes the dragon, and they have no one here
Right, but you've
either.
got 2 pretty good tanks into someone that doesn't do that much damage to the tanks, right? Veigar's not really here to kill Rookter. Has to flash
Flush
away.
out.
Hoodie does a lot better against tanks, but not whenever he's running away the entire time. Knock, however, trying to keep the Dragon aggro. I'm not sure why, because I think the longer it goes, the better for them. Although technically, JFK could TP into the base pretty soon. Not yet. It's not up. So keeping the Dragon aggro means that Doki will be here in time for a smite attempt. However, the CC is so strong onto Hoodie. I don't think he can get in range. They do get the soul, and Hoodie might also fall. And this is the one avenue that RAWR has back into the game. There are no structures. Again, for RAWR, just the top inhib. Here comes the TP from Galio to protect the base. JFK has TP. Is not willing to make that risk. I respect it. Just getting a crab.
I would have
Chemtech's
definitely,
full.
as the Mundo there, I would have totally tried to TP into base. They were all four there. Same with the Veigar. I would have totally wanted to just go into base, double TP into base. You had the super minions right there, but I guess they were just a little cautious. They were trying to say we might not be able to take it, so let's just back off. We'll just keep waiting for Baron to come up in 2 minutes.
Okay, Red Face Beast is truly very scary now. He is so immune to CC with the Chemtech Dragons and the Chemtech Soul. He's a lot harder to kill. Your damage is starting to fall off, and Kog'Maw certainly isn't. If TD Poro has to win this on the merits of a team fight, it gets very scary for them. JFK is actually killable now. The healing reduction is in with 2 Oblivion Orbs in and a Bramble Vest technically from Galio. So if they have to win on the merits of a team fight, I think TD Poro has to be, a little cautious about it. They don't steamroll anymore. At the same time, they have options that aren't the merits of a team fight, right? There's 2 inhibitors down. Baron will be up soon. Garen's TPing flank, however. If they just turn onto Rookter, I think he's in a lot of trouble. Doki's not able to get on the back line. Rookter is trying to 1v5 like JFK is as well. JFK is having a better time of it. Finally, a Mumu comes out, does not hit the carries. Rookter's too low. Kog'Maw is not hitting anyone except for a Tank Mundo. Tank Mundo might fall, but certainly Knock will. And Amumu is too low to be able to do anything. Dives to redemption from the Galio and the Garen. Now Kog'Maw stunned enough. The Dragon CC reduction is not enough. And that will be TD Poro winning on the merits of a team fight against the Soul, simply because of the ability. And minions, by the way, would have won the
Yeah,
game
Minions.
anyways.
I almost thought they FF'd him for a second. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's the same. That's kind of funny that even as they lost the fight, they might have won the game off of minions.
Yep.
Either way, like I only harp on the draft whenever it's like, it doesn't appear in the games why it was a bad idea, but I think that RAWR is very aware now of their mistake of the draft. So,
Mhm.
you don't really have
I
to
mean,
talk
even then,
about
look,
it.
that's
You just
still
have to switch it.
63k damage from the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw still had the most damage in the game there.
Yeah,
By a
same thing
large
as last
margin.
game. Same thing as last game. You put all your eggs into Redbeard basket. I think that he played this game a lot better. It's just playing Kog'Maw into that is next to impossible. And
I mean, with that, hmm?
if he does not pick an 80 carry that can play a little bit easier into these team fights, or at least has a second carry on Rookter, if Rookter did any amount of damage on top of the Kog'Maw damage, it's just you put Rookter on Garen. You gave him the first gank, and he still wasn't able to turn around the lane because he's a mid laner or an 80 carry, not a top laner. You know,
But it's Garen. It was funny.
I guess.
But in this situation, again, this is now match point for TD Poro. If RAR loses his next game, that's it. Their season's over. If RAR wins,
Um,
though, we're gonna be casting for another 2 hours.
I'll just bring up
But
what Jonicus wants to say because I've definitely heard it before. Just so you guys are aware. First of all, junglers should not be building Emily anymore. Kindle Gem basically does the same clear speed because the health stats on the jungle item does better clear wise, and the stats for Emulate itself just isn't that good except for maybe wave clear because Kindle Gem obviously doesn't provide the wave clear. However, Emulate as it was is more gold efficient than finishing the item. It's just completely ridiculous to finish Sunfire or the AP one that I forget because it's so useless. Whenever you can just have Cinder Flame and be totally fine. It'll do just about the same amount of damage and be way more gold efficient, especially if you don't want to build Sunfire Cape because you're against Brand and Vagar.
mhm.
So like you could do the math yourself. I'm sure Jonicus will give you a lecture if you want. There's also lectures out there on YouTube because so many people have talked about this because of how ridiculous it is to ever turn Emily into an item. Keep the Cinder Flame. Don't even build it if you're jungle. That has been your PSA for junglers. Sorry, continue your thought.
No, yeah, we're just all we have to do is just. I I was gonna say before, it's just that again we're gonna either be casting for 2 hours, right? If RAR wins this next game, and we can, if they win, I mean, cool, we get to listen to Silver Scrapes, right? But everyone get cozy, I guess, because this is definitely heating up. This is still another 30-minute game. Ooh.
Yeah, I do like the choice of RAR to go blue side again. They have elected to go blue, which means that they will have again the smolder option. I think that, however, TD4 won't be so surprised by it this time. It felt like they had to leave the Zyre up because they realized, oh shit, we got to ban Smolder. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think they might switch the. Well, actually, after seeing that Zyra game, why would they even ban Zyra? And this Galio pick, I mean, cannot play anything else, please. It is.
I have the answer to
Knock
that.
is playing fine on it. Don't get me
No.
wrong, but the fact that you're picking it so early because you're so scared of second round bans coming into this Galio, I you're just letting your bot lane and your other lanes like be eviscerated by the fact that you have to pick this Galio sometime in the first 3 picks.
I mean, they're just.
Maybe it works, but please don't put Richter top lane again. He's not comfortable there. He clearly is not having a good time, you know?
I, I think they're going to though. I don't think it's gonna change much. I really don't see many changes in the bans that are gonna happen.
If I'm RAR, I pray that TD Poro believes that Not can play something else, and I make Galio the last pick because whenever you're picking Galio second, remember game 2, they picked Galio first pick, and then they banned 2 AP top laners, which is like what Galio's supposed to deal with the best. If you're putting this much priority into the Galio, at least like give the chance that TD Poro won't ban it because you're I don't know. It's fine to have a champion that works well for your player. I think Naka's done well in the Galio, even in game 1 where he lost a lane, still won the game just because of how Galio is influencing the other fights. I'm just scared that putting this much priority has completely blown apart the draft for the last 2 games for RAR.
Mm. Well, we'll see who's gonna be. Have they said what lane they want for game 4 or no?
Look, here's my final statement. Nock doesn't have to be able to play another champion. The enemy team just has to believe that Nock can play another champion. If you ever get to the point where they believe Nock can play nothing else other than Galio, you are in trouble.
Yeah, but I'm saying, have they picked what side they want to get or not?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
RAR is on blue side, which I believe is the correct choice. Their drafts have looked like the most winnable from blue side. This Smolder issue is a big deal. Not having to ban Smolder because RAR is happy to take it. Just completely opens up the draft for them. And I don't think that they'll stumble like they did last time. I think that the blue side for RAR is going to make a major difference here as long as they actually benefit off of the extra ban.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Yeah, and this is also something that I've thought before, but I've never actually done the math on. Frozen Heart on Mana's Champions is so good sometimes. It got nerfed, so it's probably not as amazing right now. But you don't build Frozen Heart for the mana ever. Like, tanks are not usually running into mana anyways. And the slow passive is just so important whenever it is important, to the point where it's not even about gold efficiency. It's just, if the Frozen Heart passive is important, then you're gonna waste the stats on mana anyways and build Frozen Heart. And in that game, for reference, being able to Frozen Heart down a Kog'Maw, absolutely amazing. Frozen Heart against Ashe, also acceptable. Not as good as it is against Kog'Maw, but you slow down her slows, which
Mm-hmm.
helps dealing with her a little bit more.
So we are still seeing some of the same champions. I mean, I really don't want to see the Ashe again. I think Ashe really didn't do that much in that game, even though getting a lot of kills didn't really do as much. I like to see. Again, the Kog'Maw was pretty cool against something different. I'm still
I
waiting for
mean,
someone to bring out the Varus, someone to bring out the Samira. That would be more fun to watch.
if Red Face Beast is going to be on Kog'Maw, play Ashe all you want. If Red Face Beast gets Callista, Misfortune, any of these other aggressive AD carries, Lucian, Caitlyn, Ezreal, then I don't think you can pull out the Ashe. But if you're just going to be against Kog'Maw, whenever you've seen that Red Face Beast cannot play a hybrid carry because his team does not allow him the position to do so, then who cares if you're playing Ashe? You don't have to punish anything. Kog'Maw's not going to be a factor late game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like not um usually what I would say. Like, usually if you pick Ashe into Kog'Maw and Kog'Maw gets that far ahead of you, you have lost your team the game by yourself. But at the same time, whenever Kog'Maw is not able to be in positions because the rest of his team has completely collapsed, it doesn't matter that you let him scale. It doesn't matter if you give him Chemtech Soul.
And draft has started now. Was just figuring what they were.
I
So it does look
mislinked.
like
Yeah, let me get that
Soul
up.
ban, of course, because RAWR always bans Soul. And look at that, Zac banned by Poro. Nothing has changed
Okay.
here.
The only thing I could see is maybe TD Poro lets the Smolder through because RAR has shown a complete inability to play scaling late game champions.
I think
Mundo
Mundo
ban
banned a
makes a
good
lot of
break
sense.
ban here.
Yeah, yeah.
Of
Or
course,
you
the
could
Yone
just ban
ban
Galio
here,
and say, "Can you play anything else?" All
or
right.
pick
If we see
Galio.
first
But
pick Galio or second or third pick Galio, I'm just gonna
I'm just gonna
stop
lose
talking
it.
about the quality of the drafts and try to focus on the positives, man.
Just forget about that they're playing Galio at this point. Just forget what champions they're
You know,
playing.
Galio, I get it. They locked in Galio at the beginning of game one, and it was for the rest of the series, I guess. The teams agreed. I don't know what's going on.
I
Please pick a
I don't
priority
even.
champion here. An 80 carry would be perfect. Brand is
And Brand.
acceptable. I don't think Doki plays it. Maybe so. Doesn't seem like the champion he would play. But Brand
Rook
does a
can
lot of the
break it.
things that the Zyra does. Uh, okay, so Doki does also play it. It does put TD4 in kind of a rough spot here. It does mean that the Zyra ban.
Another Ash.
I don't like blind pick Ash. There's so many.
No.
You didn't ban the Callista yet. There's still Zyra
Ash
Callista
Callista or
available.
Callista Ash. You never know. This could be Ash support Callista
Okay,
ADC.
I
Come
guess I
on,
could take the Callista away,
do it.
but I'm pretty sure it's Husky on
Uh,
80 carry Ash, and I'm
yeah,
just not sure the teams are looking at the games whenever they decide the drafts.
they're just picking their one trick and saying I can carry him, and that's kind
I
of what's
mean,
happening right now.
perhaps TD4 has shown that they have been able to bring the late game whenever they get there. The only game they lost was one where RAR was ahead for a significant amount, right? It's been a while. Best of fives are a little hard on me, but
Yeah,
yeah, they were ahead for a significant amount of time. So if TD Poro can get to the late game, might as well be on your comfort picks. But if they pick some kind of snowball 80 carry here, and Callista is still open, they can shut down this bot lane mishap from TD Poro that was shown in game one, and they still haven't capitalized on since.
Galio though.
Lucian
Oh
is the
no, not
kind of
Galio.
perfect pick that you want to see. You can pick out here. Picking Lucian is just completely Lucian
Oh, there's
Nami.
Tsunami.
It's a little old, out of date, probably not the best lane, but it is perfect for here. Like, no notes, like exactly the kind of picks you want to see.
dodging out of the assholes, being able to get back engaged right back on, is just gonna be so powerful. The Braum though is gonna be annoying, really, with the Lucian ultimate here, right? Being able to just Braum shield the entire thing. But it is at least something that you can kind of counter. You're not doing the Kog'Maw again, where you have to scale really late into this. And ooh, Yasuo actually getting picked here for the mid lane. That's someone new in this best of five, of course. So we will see how it's gonna go.
Hoodie Man
And
has
will
to
there
pick a
be a
different AP
Galio ban?
jungler as well. Or they're playing AP into Galio. Or they're banning Galio, which would be funny. I don't think it's expected though.
Again, are they gonna ban Galio, put him off of comfort? But we'll see in these next two bans here. This can be the Lux. I mean, I think that's fine. That really stops that. Malphite. Okay.
They don't want AP top lane, and even though they're picking Galio, they don't want to. Also, Malphite Yasuo, respectful. I mean, that would
Yeah.
definitely put a damper on your ability to play against that.
I mean, you could hit Cho'Gath as well, but isn't as easy to knock
I'm
off.
expecting
And
them
you
to
already have
ban
Braum
Gwen.
though.
I'm expecting them to ban Gwen or Mordekaiser again. I think they're
Jack
worried
just a
about
lot
that
of
matchup
bans,
where
bro.
JFK gets to
Oh,
get a lot of
okay.
AP. Gragas makes sense too. It's another AP jungler. You've already taken away two AP junglers from Hoodie Man, and I'm not sure JFK wants to pick one of those hypercarry APs, especially blind into probably Galio.
Yeah, I'm also looking at it again with the Kale being banned here. I guess I really don't want late game skill. That's of course a new ban or a new presence actually in this entire best of five here. So it'll be interesting. We haven't seen any Kale, of course. I guess they're scared of the Kale ultimates coming out here. Rammus actually. Okay.
Okay, so this has to be AP top lane. I mean, I hate to say it. This is a perfect Galio game. I love that they switched it to the fourth and fifth pick. I, if you don't pick Galio here, I'm gonna no, but honestly, like you're now having to play Galio or having to play AP top lane or into Galio. Your bot lane is probably already in danger. You've picked the Yasuo, which is also a very volatile mid
There it
lane,
is.
and
Galio fourth
Lucian
pick
Nami
Galio.
will stomp you way harder than Kog'Maw and the other support was Zyra will. So I think that this just shows the weakness of TD Poro consistently picking Ash Blind. And if RAR picks it like wins this game, it'll be pure. Is that brand mid? I suppose. Yeah. Okay. So slight adjustment to what I was saying. Brand mid into Yasuo feels pretty good as well. And I think TD Bora have just been completely outdrafted, and they really have to revamp and hope that being on blue side will help them in game 5. Because at this juncture, game 4 is looking rough.
Yeah, Gwen I think is a pick. I think it's just great. It's kind of one of your best AP top lanes. I don't think many people here are gonna be able to take out the Rumble, of
Okay.
course, being super prominent, or
Jonas, you're so wrong. This game is correct of Galio, I promise. This time it's correct, okay? Unless you mean like the build, in which case, yeah, probably he'll. But look, they had to pick an AP top laner. They're going for the team fight with Ash. Yeah, so I think Galio is totally the correct choice here. We'll have to see if the build follows suit.
just it's the fourth game of Galio. We're seeing the same thing. It's
Hmm.
not as bad as seeing Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu every game, but it's a Galio. I mean, he crashes down afterwards. How about what after, right?
Yeah, and I know that saying Lucian solo AD is terrible here makes sense in like most games, but I think in this specific meta of these two teams playing the way that they are, Lucian could honestly do so much because first of all, I expect it to be for the fourth time in a row where our bot lane has the advantage early. Second of all, the only one that's really going to be annoying for Lucian to deal with is this Rammus. And he has the tools to deal with it a lot more so now with Galio, Mumu, Nami, and Brand. So honestly, I expect this Lucian to do a lot. I could be wrong. Um, but given you've seen Red Face Beast playing the hyper carries for 2 games in a row and RAR just weren't able to pull it out, I think radically switching to something else, even if it's a slight misstep, like making Lucian the only AD on your team, is still better than trying to put him on something that's a hyper carry again.
Well, with that, we're going to throw to a break. Predictions are live, guys, so make sure to go put in your channel points for so many stuff. Like it's totally gonna help you with Absolutely nothing. But hey, you get bragging rights and points. But with that, we're going to cut it to a break, and we will get ready for game 4, which is match point for TD Poro. So with that, we will see you at the start of the game. Bye, guys.
The lights were blinding me, electric pulses through my veins. My eyes reflect the beauty you didn't give me the attention I was hoping for. Is it possible that you want more? I just want you for myself. You had to leave early, and I didn't even have your number. I was afraid to never see you again. Give it all to my baby, all to my baby, all to my baby. 'Cause I trust you a little, trust you a little, trust you a little. I remember last time you said you slept with that other guy. That's why it's hard for me to trust you another time. Give it all to my baby, all to my baby, all to my baby. 'Cause I trust you a little, trust you a little, trust you a little. I remember last time you said you slept with that other guy. That's why it's hard for me to trust you another time. My friends and I were at a party. I wasn't counting on you. I watched myself like a taking in the night. You were in my eyes the most desirable girl. You didn't give me the attention I was hoping for. I felt your warmth and I stared deep into your eyes. You kissed me softly and strong from your hair, from your head to the back. Give it all to my baby, all to my baby, all to my baby. 'Cause I trust you a little, trust you a little, trust you a little. I remember last time you said you slept with that other guy. That's why it's hard for me to trust you another time. I'm a mess, wanna guess how I gonna lose stress. I'm a mess, you're a guest. Do you wanna be undressed? I'm a
All right, welcome to game 4 of RAWR versus TED Poro. RAWR is looking to even it up and take it to game 5, and they've got the draft this time to do it. And they've got the level 1. This is kind of interesting adaptation because they've seen JFK wait in that bush, I think 3 games in a row, or 2 games in a row. But JFK was not quite as unsafe as they had hoped. So instead, they'll just be getting some deep wards. Doki has to start
Oh.
Q, but does get started on Razors, has to flash and get stunned
Oh.
again. This will definitely be worth it if they can get a kill. At least the flash is pretty good too. The 4-man knockup means
Ooh.
that you'll just take the flash. Doki might be a bit delayed because he had to start Q, but Yasuo without a flash? Oh, horrible way to play the lane. Feels awful.
Especially against the brand, being able to push really easily, getting that level 2, level 3 power spikes just can be so powerful for the brand. Play it away, push
Oh,
it in, be able to get back in
they're
the
face
lane.
checking into. Looks like it's fine. Doki being delayed
Oh,
here
good
or at
stun.
lower health would kind of suck because he has to start Q. So him being half health would suck, but Decipher being half health for the lane against Lucian Nami gets ignited, has to flash. And I think Doki will be fine being delayed whenever his bot lane gets gifted such an advantage like that.
Already having 2 flashes down for the side of TD Poro and RAWR is just being able to only having to waste the flash away from the Amumu. I think that's totally worth it in the end here.
JFK showing that he can also play the go inside of that matchup too, by the way.
Oh, Braum is still actually low. He didn't even back. Of course, that would have been very
Nope.
detrimental. But if he did back,
Full control to Red Face Beast, and this time he does not have to rely on scaling in late game fights that RAR has shown to be a little bit struggling in. Instead, he can rely on being Lucian and just dominating this Ashe pick that was blind picked once again while other AD carries were available.
oh, that hit. Okay.
And I think that if RAR is able to win the game, it will signal to TD Poro that they've really got to let Husky pick something else.
Yeah, this Ash pick is gonna kind of makes or breaks. I mean, again, last game, yes, they picked up.
Oh, JFK might get even
Ooh.
more here, levels up at the time of that dash in. Does not get a summoner out, but is certainly happy to be playing that lane despite, I believe that usually going in favor of Galio. I mean, Gwyn does more true damage than magic damage, so I could be wrong. Top lane's a mystery to me. Here comes the
That's fine.
gank, however, and if Beast dies here, their entire pick will fall apart. It will just be Lunar Paul dying, but that still dissipates a lot of the pressure. Beast trying to go aggressive here, probably fine because he's definitely gonna have to recall anyways. But dissipating that pressure means a lot whenever you've picked Lucian Nami.
That also was Ghost being used by the Ash there just to try to get the kill and try to commit more onto this Lucian. Doesn't get anything in return. So that is first blood over to. Luckily, it was just the Braum though, so it isn't going to push bot lane too far ahead. That will still have both laners back here and probably get their some type of item. Though it does look like both of them are just going to commit and stay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to change the Ash pick if you're willing to commit the jungle resources to change the matchup, right? Ash's problem for Husky is that he consistently does not shut down the enemy AD carry no matter what they play. And Beast was able to capitalize on that, getting some early trades off onto Decipher. But if you bring down Hoodie Man, suddenly the matchup turns on its head, and Red Face Beast has to play very measured in a matchup that he wants to be pushing a lead.
Yeah, I mean, if we see, looking at this game state right now, most lanes are kind of even. Lucian still actually has a CS lead, even CS lead on this Ash here. As we see, both junglers are top lane here, trying to
Oh,
hit here. Oh,
JFK
actually,
getting a bad trade here. Dash is out though.
Rammus is in the area though, so it's gonna be very questionable. I would,
I just don't think that this turns into anything though, right? Hoodie just dissipates some pressure, but uses a lot of time for it. And if they stay around too long, oh, but Lunar Paw has to flash out. Beast, however, gets a really good trade just because of that bubble, and Husky is running for his life. Beast can probably tank this stun and be fine. The minions are still pushing in as well. Ignite comes down on Decipher. If Lucian gets this kill, the entire game changes. A movement backed off, however, Doki left knock alone. JFK doesn't take so much damage, however, just because of the minions. So I guess Doki chose the right path, leaving Nock to be just fine while also picking up the Void Grubs with Hoodie Man in the area.
yeah, I'm looking
We'll
at
only
this.
pick up, I think, one. Doesn't even pick up one. So the fight might turn here soon. Hoodie Man gets one of them. It looks like one of them already died. Okay, yeah, one each. And
This might be a kill though.
right,
Unless
Razors
this
has
could be.
ultimate.
Ooh,
Richter does not. So this is a lot of damage onto Doki. Hoodie Man would surely be dead if Richter had ultimate, but because of how Razors been playing this lane so aggressively, instead it's only ultimate for Razors, a kill onto Doki.
that's almost. Oh, it's almost a 1K gold. That's a 1K gold lead already, and that is the second grub getting put going over to the side of TD Poro. I mean, they are just kind of slowly taking over this game already, and it's not even 6 minutes in. Because top lane is still pretty even, although this Gwen's being able to get these picks here. Jungle, I think, is pretty powerful. Rammus is just getting the knockup for the Yasuo to get the kill, to get the
Oh,
ultimate
bot
out.
lane's or Dami's here. They might turn into a counter kill. Brand still has ultimate. If they can bait out the win wall on Amumu Q, but they decide to not go for it as Doki doesn't have flash. And Razors and Decipher walk away. And some questions have to be asked about this mid lane. How did the Yasuo without Flash get level 6 before Richter?
I mean,
Um,
probably
and
most likely
yeah,
because Yasuo was just further into the wave, kind of
right,
slow
right,
for
right. But
Brand to
how
like
does
walk
Brand
up.
even allow that to happen? Or why does he not always have Prio? Especially whenever Amumu's going for an objective like the Grubs. It feels like a mistake from Richter for that to be allowed to happen. Meanwhile, Dragon started here. This time it is not a numbers advantage. Dookie going in pretty aggressively. Decipher thinking as much as possible, but
Raise, ooh.
Lucian gets caught. Beast is not going to be able to carry this game if he gets caught like that. Decipher will fall despite flashing, surely, but the numbers of kills go directly to DD Poro. They can have the pleasure of giving that over to Yasuo. They get Richter's Flash, and you get Infernal Drake for RAWR, but the snowball has started for Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, that was a double kill already over. I don't think this Galio is going to be able to bring that one back in this situation. Of course, the Brand can just keep poking out the Yasuo, but that's about it. It's going to get
Can
knocked up
he?
to ult
Not
as
if he
well.
gets knocked up like this, and Richter has no flash, so he cannot be existing in this lane. A dive would be possible if Rambus looks over here. Even without the dive possible, Yasuo can get a lot of plate damage here.
I mean, it's just the
And Ash is
damage.
6 before Beast as well. All of these lanes are suddenly a disaster for RAR. Despite their adaptations in the draft, suddenly TD Pora has shown up and played the adaptations in the game better. Razors for life, potentially going for a dive here. No ultimate, so won't be that much pressure. But certainly putting pressure on the tower.
Yeah, of course, it's still not even level 6 over for the solution. I mean, he does still have cleanse up, being able to cleanse the ultimate from the Ash if they do decide to go in. But of course, Nami as well isn't level 6, only level 4 in this. Still, even then, a whole wave, still not level 6 for the
Dash is in,
solution.
and Husky respects it.
I mean, most likely, Lucian is just trying to waste the mana of the Ash, having all the volleys come
Doki's
out.
ganking not level 6 yet, and the other jungler is here. I think this could turn very poorly for them. It depends on if Rookter's able to get a good ultimate. Windwall is down, but Rammus is here. The ultimate from Razors for Life is amazing. If Rookter can get an ult out, there might be a trade of kills, but I think Rookter will also fall. It's very close.
Oh,
Will
what?
not
Is he gonna
fall.
die? They
And
live.
despite Doki not being level 6 for that fight, just because of the pathing, the ability to bait out the Windwall, they are able to win the 2v2.
Also, that is level 6 for Lucian. So Lucian is able to try to jump in if needed. Flash is almost up for the Nami as well. Same, and the Ignite is up as well. So I mean, in this situation, it is going to be very interesting to see if bot lane is going to be. I mean, Doki is in the area. It looks like Doki is just actually no going to cancel. Nope, is just going to go back. Some damage onto the Galio isn't going to do much. Just kind of pokes him out. JFK is just trying to farm up here. Of course, see here, most likely Hoodie Man is just gonna go for this for the grubs, trying to get the full 5 grubs, be able to get the grubbies to come out. Ultimate used, but not gonna do much.
Doki did not recall and is just here in the area to hang out and chill. He is really just chilling in this tri-bush. However,
And that
Husky
is
cannot
grubs.
walk up.
That's grubs as well. That's 5 grubs over to the side of TD
Husky
Poro. I
walks
mean,
up
I have
now
to
after Doki
commend.
gave up.
I mean, Poro's been able to get actual dragons here. Usually they are kind of behind, and RAWR usually gets all of them. But looking at this, I mean, with that, I would have hoped that RAWR would have pushed the bot lane up way further, being that the Ash was only there. They had 3 members. It would have been a 3-1. Even a dive could have been possible. Then again, Doki was a little low, but it would still be possible cleanse up for Lucian. But because of that, I think that play really did
Oh,
benefit.
catches the dash. Not able to turn anything. Sorry for interrupting you. For nothing.
Oh, you're good.
Top lane loves to do that to me.
Yep, and of course you're still waiting for the spectator to only stay up there as well the entire time. So
Good stun means that Razors, despite this early lead with Nami here, could be in some trouble. Certainly the pressure has dissipated because of that mid-play turnaround from Doki. Does not fall for this bait. Nope.
Joki or Hoodie Man's in the air, just gonna back out. That is still a level advantage. Actually, no. Actually, the level advantage has dissipated from the junglers, but I still think it's gonna be some. Ult is up for the Nami though, so Braum still doesn't have the ultimate up. So there could be a fight bot lane very soon if they're trying to stop. Oh, but there's level up for Braum, so I don't think it's gonna be as beneficial.
It's really interesting that this Lucian pick has turned out the way that it has. Some aggressive AD carries can certainly turn into late game with just parity with an Ashe. Lucian is not really one of them. So having Lucian as your solo AD threat really did need the Lucian to be ahead at this point, and he is not. So unless he really turns it up here and Doki's here to maybe help that happen, they will struggle in the late game to do the amount of damage that is required with just Lucian as their AD threat.
Brand is here. Doesn't see the Rammus though. Rammus is just hidden in that bush.
Right, but Yasuo's really late. He can be late and still turn this fight pretty hard, especially if Rammus gets a knock up on everyone. Goes for the steal attempt. Doki gets it. Galio also here, so they should just try to back up. But Decipher wants to go in despite the numbers disadvantage. Knock up only on Galio. It cannot be enough. Decipher will not be able to kill Lunar Paw. Husky's able to run away, yes, but the Doki ultimate means everyone else will surely die. Razors for life, running for his life, will die. Maybe they get the Galio, yes. Rammus now gonna fall soon as well. Decipher jumping in just to die as well, not quite. Beast has to flash out, not willing to risk it. But they let the Gwen get all this advantage top lane, yet TD Poro throw it away in an instant, engaging a fight that they had a numbers disadvantage.
I mean, that will be top turret down. They do get the mountain drag though. It's not the worst. Cloud Soul is going to come up. Cloud Soul is okay. I think it's definitely going to help someone like the Ash way more, being able to just kind of continuously kite down.
But JFK is going really hard for this tower. Yes, he will get it, and that's a lot of gold. Nock doesn't want to force it. He thinks surely there must be some kind of jungler behind you if you're going to do this, or maybe he just thinks Gwen is that broken. And honestly, Gwen could be that broken, but
Gwen's
will
always
elect
that
to just
broken.
walk away.
I mean, here they do get top turret again, there was a drag coming back. There was some kills as well going to the side of RAR. I think it's gonna be interesting to see if this really goes to anything. That is still a 2K gold lead over to TD Poro. I mean, they will get some plates up top, but in the overall grand scheme of things, I think TD Poro is still pretty happy in the game state right now.
Yes, especially with the fact that Lucian has not gone in ahead as much as you want him to. But at the same time, I think that having two dragons on the side of RAR is pretty good advantage. And if TD Poro keeps on forcing fights for over objectives they cannot win, which this could be another one if they overcommit.
I think they take this, and if they just back out, it's gonna be fine. Gwen
JFK's not
is
willing to back out. Or you mean RAR back out, of course. Arrow comes in, making it sure that Nock will not be able to leave yet, but there's not enough damage yet to make sure it matters. And Beast is coming in while Amumu has ulted. No one can stop Beast from hitting everybody. Razors goes to one health. JFK will go down. Hoodie will be next. And Razors
that's
has to
just
flash out. And it's
well, that's just
another
the
fight
one.
where there was only 4 members of TD Poro.
I mean, I think that fight, again, they played it very well. I thought that Beast was going to definitely get killed there, being that he was 3v1ing in the background, right? Yes, they were all kind of stunned, but they were still all three of them right there. He walked really into range there. But in that situation, he was just able to dash out with the ultimate. Bot turret goes down, but it looks like they might get two mid turrets here.
Yeah, and this is the only saving grace for TD Poro. At the very least, whenever fighting in their 4v5s, the one person who's not Lunar, gonna be fine. At the very least, the one person that has not been involved in the fight has been getting a lot of gold. Right now, you can see that Lucian and Ash are even on gold despite Lucian getting those kills because of the solo tower. You can see that Galio is far behind JFK, with JFK having 6,100 gold and Nock only having 4,700 gold.
But
And
that's
that
kind
is
of
purely because,
the only
yeah,
gold
that's the
diff
only thing going for them.
is is top lane. But then again, problem is uh the gold deficit on the side of RAR is the Galio. I mean, Galio is fine, but the problem is Gwen has the gold advantage here, and it's just so much gold. Gwen can 1v5, and it's going to be very hard for RAR to really come back if the Gwen gets too fed.
All
But
right,
looking
so
at
once
this,
again, we're gonna have to see if the magic damage from Rookter can overcome the fact that their only damage sources are Rookter and Beast, with Beast not being the most strong AD carry in the late game on Lucian.
mhm,
And we're gonna have to see for TD Poro if JFK can become a monster that he was last game and completely solo carry the game, which, Gwen certainly has done that before. It wouldn't be the first time.
mhm. I mean, looking at this, I would definitely say Richter definitely has. I mean, he's looking not bad on the brand, being able to actually kind of output the damage. He only has one item though. He is really burning this Gwen though. I will say he is getting kind of stopping that push that is happening bot lane.
Oh, but this
Though,
fight might not be without numbers. But they don't find him, so never mind. They had to get Braum slow on him so that way they could get the stun, and then he cleanses, and then later an arrow. Instead, it's just going to be a little scary for Lucian, but he'll walk away. Dragon will spawn soon. And I'm not sure that TD4. Well, okay, I lied. No matter what the stats say, TD4 will probably want to contest. It seems like they do not know how to give things up.
yeah.
Um,
And at the same time, of
we'll see
course,
how it
this
goes,
is
I
going
guess.
to be point. That is TP used by the Gwen here just to get in. Ooh.
Okay, they have 5 people. This is the first time the TD Poro has collected 5 people into one area.
And
Will it
Galio's
turn
not
into
even
a benefit
here.
for them? Yeah, but he has teleport. I think that TD Poro want to use this to actually catch out
Oh,
Rookter,
Richter's going
not
to
able to run
most
away
likely die
here.
here.
And suddenly, this is going to be a trade of Rookter and the Dragon for more at mid. Yasuo teleports mid, so it might not end up that bad if he follows up on the top lane. They're going to get Cloud Dragon, not the best dragon, their first dragon, so really not amazing. This is going to be at least one top tower. I'm not sure that Razors is going to be able to follow to the top lane, lose the wave mid, and still hold the wave top lane whenever his team's so far away. He elects to just collect the wave mid. There should be 2 towers down, going down, just for the shutdown on Rookter and the dragon.
Yeah, I mean I would very I would take that trade if I was RAR here. I mean, being able to get 2 turrets, being able to have that push into the Gwen, who's very easily able to split push and everything, because no one on the side of RAR is easily able to split push, I should say. Of course, you can still have Galio split push, being able to go, but he doesn't have that much turret damage unless he has to demolish. So I think that was a great play by RAWR, understanding that they can give away a drag or two in the situation, because it is only just Cloud Soul.
I'm just proud of TD Poro for putting 5 people on the same screen.
Yeah.
Let's just give it up to them for the growth seen in this game. Either way, first dragon for them is not going to be that impactful, but delaying the dragon stocking from RAR is the most important prize. However, it does mean that Lucian is up a little bit in gold. Won't turn into a power spike until the next recall, I think, so it might not matter that much. But the
I
real
am looking at
question
this.
is, when is the next fight?
Doki really is. I guess Doki and Luna are just trying to like keep each other in check. Doki's walking very far up though. As you see, there's 2 of them
Yeah,
there.
now it's them not able to count to numbers advantage. However, yeah, so it's pretty far away. Gwen doesn't have TP, so no harm, no foul. Doki just walks away.
I mean, look at that. Rookter and Nock do both have TP, so they can get anywhere on the map if they need to. So this is going to be very interesting. Of course, Ignite is still on the Amumu, but I would assume that the next fight it could be in 3 minutes or 2 seconds, I guess, with the Baron. But I don't think that's gonna. I don't think both teams are gonna try to go for a 20-minute Baron on spawn. They don't really have the damage for it. It would take way too long. The other team would be able to at least fight them back.
So the only question is, how does RAR push the game forward? They've already given up a dragon, which just gave them a huge gold parity, right? But their way forward was probably just through Soul. Just giving up this dragon means that they have to find a way to get Baron or more structures down, and I just don't see them doing that. So they have to either find a pick, which is definitely possible, or wait out for this next dragon.
I mean, they did stop the gold deficit that they had again. Now it's down to. I mean, here it's 700 gold. It was down to 300 a second ago. Guess they just were able to take some of the waves there to kind of get their gold back up. But look at this. Gwen is just going to go top lane. I'm guessing she is trying to clear, number one, clear the waves, but also check for vision around this Baron. Make sure they're not trying to sneak a Baron. And of course, we see Yasuo here trying to just push bot wave, trying to get the second turret, stop, or kind of push in the wave so that in 2 minutes they have an advantage for drag.
Yep, and again, it will be just the third dragon. However, that's still enough pressure. Especially if we're talking about Cloud Dragon. Usually everyone kind of is upset that's Cloud Dragon, let's be real. But at least with an Ashe in the game, with a Braum in the game, it has some more meaning than usual. You know, there's already a Rylai's built. The slow resistance actually is going to be pretty impactful. Even if the move speed... Oh, Rookter just completely destroying JFK, by the way. Denying the fact that this is their carry for TD Poro. If you can't even match the solo lane of Rookter, who is not, you know, been given some great advantage, then what was the point of the Gwen pick?
They're not going to take Baron here, right?
No.
Right?
They want vision control. Make sure
You
that it
sure?
keeps TD
They're on
Poro
it.
honest.
They're on it. They're starting
Okay,
Baron
well.
already. What?
Yeah, they
They
start
get
Baron.
vision now.
Ashe Arrow sees it. Yasuo is teleporting in. There is going to be 5 people here. I think this is a major misstep from RAR, except if they back out, it's perfect. Because they just got 2 TPs for nothing. So I think it was the correct play. I didn't honestly have faith in them to back up, but they did. And it was absolutely tremendous to get 2 TPs for just hitting the Baron for a little bit.
Doki, be careful. That is a very scary place to be. They're not going to go onto it. But I mean, here now, there's no way to stop this Galio from at least taking bot turret here. He will only get 1, of course, but it's still very beneficial. What? No.
He wants to recall for an item spike for the dragon fight. And I think that's
see.
respectable as well.
He will get
JFK
frozen
does not
heart here.
have teleport though. So if Richter backs up TPs, they should have the numbers for Dragon. Is Amumu on the Baron now? I'm going to check. Stream won't see it, but he is starting it. Yes. Oh, it looks like Stream is seeing it now. And Decipher should be aware of this now. So they will back off as well. JFK on the wrong side of this. He's not the Mundo that can 1v5 for 10 years, but he has routed RAR to the wrong side as well. Ashe able to flash out of the Amumu ult is pretty big, but Razor's not afforded that luxury. Decipher will go down.
Watch the Gwen.
No big knockups for Razor. Razor cannot get an ultimate in this spot. Red Face Beast is full health. Razor goes down before even being able to do any damage. And this is a huge fight for RAW. Should end up with them getting the Baron. They may even pick up the Smite so they don't have to worry about a steal. Not quite. But this is a huge advantage for RAW.
Yeah, that's a 2 for 0 here. I don't know if they're going to be able to take the Baron here. I don't think they have enough health,
They can
but
go for Dragon, and that's
they can go for
acceptable.
Dragon, yeah. But still, it's not enough. And looking at this, that is gold advantage is officially gone to RAR here,
Oh,
and that
JFK
actually
may
might be a
follow the
kill.
knock here. Q, not quite because of bone plating, but they got the inside positions, got the dash, will have
Oh,
to back off eventually. However, Knock has TP and JFK doesn't. So please, TD Poros, have the clarity and the patience to give up this dragon.
I will also
Doesn't look
say,
like they want to. If Red Face Beast has good position here, they will be in a
oh,
great position to win the fight. Looks like they were just trying for an attempt of a steal by Hoodie. And decided to back off once Rare got the dragon. But
I will
that
say
is
that
sole point.
Jonakas, I'm guessing, your wish came true, and no one bought Sunfire. They all bought Frozen Heart.
Well, there's still a Hollow Radiance, and there's still an Immolate for one of the junglers, but it is better. We're moving up in the world.
Yeah, no Sunfire. But here, I think that with that being on Soul Point, there of course a big fight will happen in 4 minutes and 20 seconds here. But I think in the next probably 2 minutes, Baron will be attempted again by at least one of these teams. Most likely, I'm going to assume that it's going to be RAR. Of course, they still have at least one TP, but with seeing Rookter and Lunar Paw kind of walking down here to bot lane, I don't. It might even be TD Poro that wants to start up this Baron very early.
JFK might be in trouble here. Knock has shown that he can kind of fight now, and Doki is right there. Decides not to go for it though.
It will be, of course, Beast trying to solo. Ooh, does not get hit by that. I think that would have definitely been a kill if Beast actually got knocked up there. Looks like they are just going to back up, knowing just how powerful the Lucian is on 2 items already, 2.5 now, and again 2, 1, and 4. So it's gonna be interesting. Everyone
Oh,
has. Oh no, it doesn't look like
no.
there should be much, but there is a TP coming up from the
JFK
Gwen
has to
now.
back off here. Looks like he's respecting it though. Yep.
This might be a Baron angle for RAR. I mean, they have rotated up every single person here. Gwen is gonna have to back, but Gwen does have TP. I mean, if they force Gwen TP from somewhere else, that could be a Baron start. But
Yep, Doki's
that's
starting
good.
Baron
Here it is.
again. This play might just go the other way, the same way again, where both solo lanes TP in from TD Poro and Aurora backs off. However, if you get them to this low, I mean, it's kind of tempting to just keep doing the Baron. They do back off after the two TPs come in. And now they started again. I'm not sure that they
No.
win the fight afterwards. The last two fights have looked really good for RAR, but being in this pit is kind of scary. If Yasuo gets a good R, it will be over for them. JFK is the one initiated on. Red Face Beast is stunned, and he has to run away from Aramis. Where's the Yasuo ult, however? No one's knocked up. Razors will fall alone. Red Face Beast, however, not able to put off damage on anyone except for the support. Rookter went down. Now Hoodie Man is low, yes, but the backline is too low for anything to really show up. Knock will go down, and I don't think they can stop the Baron with only a Mumu, Lucian, Nami.
And all very low as well. I mean, they're gonna have the healing here. Of course, sad part for Lucian is he doesn't have any type of healing here from Vampiric Scepter or anything, and that's just Baron take. And I think they definitely should have, as soon as they saw the Yasuo TP, they should have just backed off again, or walked up because they saw 4 members down. If they walked up to the Yasuo, being able to get a kill there, but because they were greedy, went back for it even after it regened almost over half its health. They lost their life and they lost Baron only for getting one in the process.
And it's almost as if Husky was refuting my claim that this Ash pick would be the reason they lose the game. Uh, is able to face Solution with the support of Hoodie Man, make sure it gets shut down, and then beautifully gets the arrow that completely wins them that fight in that Baron. And shows why they put such a high priority on it.
Yeah, and of course we will see a fight in the next 1 minute, just because Drag is up. I'm pretty sure they are not going to want to give away Soul Point here, especially as they now have Baron. So it will be interesting to see if how the teams are going to kind of position here. Because I would want, of course, Mumu backing right now, trying to get his next item or just an item spike. I'm going to assume that he gets his next item here. Actually, no. It looks like he's going to stay here. The Gwen is in the area though. No, there is a TP for Gwen, so she is able to get into this dragon fight if she wants to. But it doesn't look like Doki's just kind of here trying to stop this wave. But because it's Baron empowered, there's not much damage he can do.
Okay. JFK still has teleport. So he can stay pretty much pressuring top lane while this dragon is being taken. RAWR is not it wouldn't be the first time they've given up a dragon, so I expect them to give it here. Looks like that is what's happening. It's just a question if they try to make a play onto JFK. The
Well, they're
ward
going to
beautifully
try,
sees
but
Doki, so JFK was able to play safe around that and backs off. So that Blue Trinket really doing exactly what it needed to. You knew Doki was probably going to go top lane if he wasn't going to go for Dragon. Spots out exactly where he is and backs off.
with that kind of slows down any chance for any I don't know advantage that RAR had in that position. Of course, now you have two drags, two souls on the side
Oh,
of
but
RAR.
Doki's behind and gets ult on the back line. However, it's too early. Here comes Gali ult. That might be enough. Nami ult. The Ashe will go down without even firing the arrow. But can Red Beast face any better? Is going to get CC'd up, get hit by JFK. The tower is doing more damage than Beast is. Finally shuts down, but now Beast is too low to make an impact for the rest of the fight. It's all on Razors. If Razors can get an ultimate, I think they're going to back up because they're just a little bit worried about Rookter actually. And it was just I was gonna say it was a really interesting engage from Doki, but I totally forgot about the Galio follow up, and the Galio follow up completely makes it viable.
The only problem is, yeah, they got 2 for 1, but now they still have to compete with the Baron for the next couple seconds here. So it's gonna be hard to try to push, get any advantage here. You got a kill, great, but what now? What are you going to do to kind of use that slight lead you have? I mean, they can clear camps, but that's all they're able to get. They're able to get one mid wave, two mid waves, I guess, plus the Gromp on the side of on the bot side for of the jungle. But that's it. I mean, it does look like they will get bot turret though here.
Yeah, and honestly, denying the Baron push is a feat in it of itself. It's a little sad whenever you don't have the scaling on your side like you did the previous game sometimes. But still, you get to breathe a sigh of relief whenever you win a fight while they have Baron.
Hmm. But here, ooh, they are pushing very far forward. I am gonna be a little skeptical. I mean,
They
they're
are
threading the
not
needle
seen
here.
yet. If Husky gets stunned here again, but Doki misses, and now the follow up isn't going to be there. Red Face Beast on the side. They can maybe damage Hoodie enough that it doesn't matter because Yasuo is still in base. So it
I mean,
doesn't
that is
gonna.
two ultimates, two big ultimates actually on the side of TD Poro. Because now the Yasuo's gonna have a way harder time trying to ult here, trying to get that 4-man, 5-man ultimate. So I think that's not a bad trade right there. Of course, you use the Nami ultimate, you use the Lucian ultimate, but you still have the Brand ultimate for the damage. You still have the Amumu ultimate for the stuns and everything. It's still way more important here.
Right, but the major question is, can they use that advantage they've earned themselves to get something right now? I don't think so. And there's one thing, TP, making sure to match JFK. There's one thing that TD Poro has shown throughout the series is that they do time the fights to be a little bit better. They get the fights right before the dragon. They make sure that everything is in their advantage whenever it comes to these later team fights. The earlier team fights, I have some criticisms, but when it comes to the later game team fights, they do set them up properly.
Look at this. Ooh, JFK might want to be a little careful here. It's gonna dash out. It's gonna get a fight. Of course, Hoodie Man is in the area. Isn't gonna do much though. I mean, here, Baron is up in 40 seconds. Drag is up in a minute 20. It's gonna be interesting to see what each team actually prioritizes.
Yeah, especially with JFK, I think his CP will be up in time for at least the dragon. And I doubt RAWR wants to try the Baron at this stage in the game just to get JFK to have to run all the way up. Plus, it's important to remember there are 5 grubs on the side of TD Poro, which will help them close out these towers that have been up for quite a while.
I mean, this
JFK
might be
maybe
extra.
taking that a little far. You're gonna get taunted, so you're not even hitting the tower right now. Able to E out, but now Nami's here, and if you don't dodge this bubble, you are super dead. If you don't dodge the bandage toss, you are super dead. The end of the bandage toss, not the bubble. Zanya's not going to save you. However, this means that Hunting Man is on the Baron. They have no one coming yet. Brand ult will do a lot of damage. They might trade this for the soul as well. That is an option. However, Lucian and Brand are walking towards this. They have no vision. They have to face check. If Asher gets a good arrow, it could be really problematic. Red Face Beast coming in too late. Do they turn this to try to take the dragon, which will be the soul? Either way, they lost the Baron for now.
I mean, that's all they can do. They got to trade for the drag. The drag is up in 10 minutes. Take the soul here. That's your best bet. I don't think there's going to be anything else that you can go for. Of course, I would assume if you see 3 top lane, might want to put someone top lane just to not lose. Of course, Galio's there now trying to stop at least 2 turrets going down because I'm pretty sure that the inner turret's going to go down with 3 members there. But at least you get soul here. You're now behind. Actually, they're going to TP.
Oh, Rutger's teleporting in. I don't know if there's a dive attempt possible here. It's a little scary. It doesn't look like they want to go for a dive at this point of the game. Is a little weird, especially Galio right there. It just looked like an interesting TP to me.
Actually,
Razor's
ooh,
gonna face check into 3 people. This is not the face check you want to make. Gonna get knocked up and killed for sure. And that's one less Baron.
And that's also a
while
shutdown
the
as
soul
well.
is still clamped. Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be interesting to see. That is 600 gold going over to the Amumu, being able to build their next item, which I don't know. Okay, it's not Sundry, but still.
Yeah, but
Of
it
course, we
feels
have
like this game
Elder.
is going to go to Elder. Because I don't see this Baron push making the end of the game because they're the ones behind. I don't see. Well, maybe if RAWR is able to start a fight despite the Baron buff going in under tower, but it is a Rammus they're hitting. So it's not
But
going to
it's
turn
just
into
so
much.
tanky.
TP
Oh,
behind
TP
this link
behind,
could be
though.
everything. JFK will find Red Face Beast and they are not reacting. Rookter and Red Face Beast are about to find a Gwen behind them. Rookter is the first target, has to flash away. Still will die to the ultimate. Husky, however, falls on the back line, but they have nowhere to go. They are running into the base. JFK is not Mundo, so this will mean
Misses
a
the
lot of
bubble.
damage onto Kim, and there's no other damage source because Yasuo is only coming up now. Red Face Beast, 2 health, still able to go in. Here comes Yasuo, shutdown. Doki also gonna fall. Lunar also gonna fall. Well, in a second, I promise. It looks like Nock is also in trouble. Looks like Lunar is trying to take the inhibitor before he dies. Doki able to escape somehow. Lunar will fall. Probably give that over to the Gwen or the Yasuo. They give it over to the Yasuo. Finally, Remus picks up Doki, and Nock is the only survivor. That is an amazing TP flank.
Uh-oh, they
Actually,
might get the
maybe
kill here.
not the only survivor. No, okay, he'll live to tell the tale.
I think the most crucial part there was that Lunar missed the bubble. That bubble could have killed, but because you didn't hit the Gwen was just still able to do damage there, and it just kind of destroyed their chances. And I mean, that's 4 for 1 in that situation. That was just such an unfortunate bubble.
I mean, that team fight looked really good, but are they going to be caught here? Not quite. No taunt available anymore. So they will just walk away. And it really is going to come to these twin Omega objective spawning, Baron and Elder, within 3.5 minutes.
I mean, look at both teams. I would definitely go for the Elder. I mean, yes, Baron's powerful, you get to push, but Elder, both teams have been fighting just so much. Both teams are so low. Whoever has Elder is just going to be able to get the kills and just ace the other team. As you saw the last game, everyone had so low health bars. With Baron or with Elder, that would have been just an easy ace.
They're going to look to turn on JFK. If they do this play again, this time there is no Baron up to be the answer. If Doki can land this Q, but Gwen is immune. XD.
It's a very fun mechanic.
I don't know why I set that up so intensely. Whenever we all knew Gwen was going to press W and Doki was going to be unable to flash. But, you know, there could have been something. Maybe. Either way, top side is looking to be the focus for TD Poro. They do not have Gwen. Gwen does not have TP, so they can't commit to anything too hard. But Doki being on the bot side, Richter being on the bot side without TP for a little bit longer, maybe they try to poke this tower out a little bit more.
I mean, look at the teams. Of course, the CS lead for Poro is
Yeah,
just way higher. That's why they have that 7K
JFK
gold
almost
lead now.
has JFK almost has a Flame Horizon complete along with all 6 items. I don't even know if she changes any
Uh-oh.
designs. Ramus finds Red Face Beast! No cleanse yet. Here it comes now. But the back to front line is here.
We'll do the
Finally,
wrong
Doki
way!
gets a really good ultimate. Raises for life. Gets a really nice ultimate on Dilution, however, and he will fall. Nook is not going to last that much longer, and this might just be the game and the series. Moving TD forward to the finals if they can get this push off. They don't want to commit yet because Richter is still quite the threat. And in fact, they will back off. But it is an amazing stun onto Red Face Beast into Yasuo ultimate.
Oh.
Actually, they get Gwen because Richter's damage is too much. And Husky is not going to be at the damage threat that is going to scare Richter away. Richter still going in on Hoodie. And this game is not over.
Yeah, that kill onto and to go ahead and save this game. TP down on the bot lane from the Yasuo, though, so he is going to get that wave pushed in. The only problem is Elder's up in a minute. Baron's up in 30 seconds. Yes, Nook is going to be able
they
to
catch onto Hoodie, but I don't think Doki wants that catch. Yasuo is still close. Recalls are coming out. They're going to be late to this dragon, but I think they can afford to be late. Elder takes a little bit longer to kill than the other dragon.
But Baron up is as well, so it'll be interesting. I'm going to assume both teams are just going to go for that Elder Dragon. There's just no reason not to. It's just so
actually
much
Doki's
powerful.
heading straight towards the Baron on vision. Everyone sees where Doki is. He's at half health. Red Face Beast is here as well. They will kill it pretty quickly. Razors does not have teleport. Galio does. Galio is backing up to make sure to teleport in. They're gonna at least finish the Baron. It's just a question of who gets it. Doki versus Hoodie Man. It goes to Hoodie Man. He gets
Hoodie Man gets it.
Doki has no health. JFK has Tazanias. Is it half health that they get JFK here? They might have a chance despite losing the Baron. Doki comes in. Nod gets the TP in. Razor is stuck in the middle of nowhere. They get JFK down. It is a 5v4 with Razor on the wrong side of the map. But the Baron goes over to TD Poro.
Razor is starting the Elder Dragon right now.
starting Elder. If they come to Elder right now, they will kill him. He has to back off.
Look at it. All the ultimates are gone except for Galio. Galio is still up, but the problem is on the
so
side
they're going to try to leverage the 5v4 into an Elder Dragon.
They see Razor.
Razors is here. Is Hoodie Man going to go for the second steal in a row? They don't have the chance to stop them. It's going to be a steal attempt again. And this time it goes to Doki. Elder is going to mean so much. Hoodie's about to fall to the Elder. Will fall. Razor is about to fall to the Elder. How do they stop the push? There are no structures mid lane. There's a huge wave mid lane. JFK is going to be up soon, but I don't think he'll last that long into 5 members with Elder.
Left. They can just push for the end here. I mean, yes, JFK comes up, but it's Husky. Husky, you just kind of push down Husky. You kill JFK because you still have the ultimate for the Amumu for the
committed. One tower down. Beast is too low. It's really scary here. But if you stun up JFK, it doesn't matter who's going to threaten the Red Face Beast. Husky also has to stay on fountain, and they will bring it to Game 5. RAWR
we are going to
Silver tied up the series.
This elimination match, we are going to Silver Scrapes. That was a 7K. There's still a 5K gold deficit for this type of RAWR, but they still bring it back with the Elder. Oh my gosh, that is insane. We are going to Silver Scrapes, everyone.
Yeah, and I have to say that my predictions about draft just completely were incorrect. The game goes completely different than I think anyone predicted. I don't know what to take from this draft other than I hope that Game 5, I don't know. As the teams, you've got to be reeling here, like figuring out what's going to happen because
I think that they have to take away the brand from RAWR. RAWR's brand has just been so good there. They had the most damage in the game. Ashe did absolutely nothing there, right? It's so important for them to actually have the damage and get rid. I mean, yes, Smolder is going to be important to ban, but right now this brand is tearing you up.
Well, that's the thing, right? If TD Poro correctly choose blue side, suddenly these prio picks that we've been saying don't exist are coming into play. The Smolder has to be banned by RAWR, or they have to play against the Smolder. I don't think that they can play a game like that and beat a Smolder. if Brand is such a prio pick as you say, again, that's another pick that they don't have to ban because they can pick it B1. So really, the draft has just been kind of blown wide open. Um,
Yeah, it's just gonna
not
be interesting to
because
see.
I mean it's the draft from game 4. I don't think was the biggest impact in that game. I think it was a lot of key decisions by players that were given those options because of the draft. But it was not something that you really change in the draft per se. It's more, can you pull it together and pull off the correct macro decisions because the draft looks like it's going to be even for game 5.
Hmm. Well, of course, the biggest question in everyone's mind is Game 5 Galio. Will it happen?
Yes, that's what everyone was wondering.
Yes, that's what everyone's wondering.
Everyone was like, "Oh my goodness, this is the most important question. The casters need to answer this immediately."
Yes.
I think the only way it doesn't happen is if for some reason TD Poro have decided that surely not cannot play the game on anyone else. But
Yeah.
I expect them to leave Galio open, and I expect RAWR to take it. I'm hoping that they do not prioritize it. The game 4 where they were able to pick it next to the last pick, and even force it into a matchup where it was going to be good, shows that you don't have to prioritize the Galio early.
But they're gonna pick
And
it no matter what.
I guess, yeah. There's definitely going to be a Galio somewhere in the draft. It's the question of if it's banned or picked. I mean,
We're
looking back
missing.
at the last 4 drafts, right? Because we've got a few minutes while the teams really collect themselves after a very close and tight game 4. Smolder has not been picked this entire draft. Neither has Corky or Acel. It has not been allowed to be picked, to be clear. Corky was open for one of the games, or
Hmm.
2 of the games. If TD Poro flip to the late game scaling, I feel like they have such an advantage because RAR has not been able to take their early game advantages, and when it's so discreetly that a Smolder or an Acel or whatever gets to not win the game. So I think that RAR has to keep their bans on Smolder and Acel. However, even if TD Poro have the scaling advantage, if it's just the fact that they have Anivia and Urgot, I don't think that's enough. RAR showed in game 1 that with just a small scaling disadvantage, they can still win, just like in game 4 as well. Having the Lucian as their only AD into something like Gwyn Yasuo was not a problem for them. Well, it wasn't a fatal problem for them. They clearly struggled, but they still were able to pull it out at the end.
Hmm. Well, it looks like TD Poro have decided to go blue side, so it'll be RAR going back to the red side here. I like the first 2 games. So,
Okay. This is the moment where my favorite champion, everyone's favorite champions, come back in. Smolder. Well, we'll have to see after a break. However, we're gonna take a quick break just because it's the last draft before the last game. So we will
yep,
see you in a little bit.
everyone, listen to Silver Scrapes.
All right, welcome back. hope you enjoyed your Silver Scrapes break. But we're gonna get into the 5th draft, and I don't even know what to expect except for one major thing, which is RAWR's gonna pick
Galio, yeah.
I bet put your entire house on that. That's gonna happen.
Use all your points. Can we production? Can we get a prediction? Will Galio be picked? Be
I
pretty
think
funny.
the problem is that RAR has 2 games in a row shifted their bans to get rid of the Smolder ban because they're blue side and targeted at Razor. If they do not want to keep Smolder up, they have to let Razors get something else. And I'm pretty sure they don't want to let Smolder get through because no one wants to see Game 5 Smolder. I think that would be depressing for everyone involved. All
But
the
a
viewers. The
soldier
draft has
Smolder
started.
versus Berry though.
Well, just see what happens. Same ban so far. Asol, been banned consistently. Maokai Zach, been banned consistently.
There's no
Mundo,
change,
a
of course.
pickup
Mundo.
ban after game 4.
Mumu is
Smolder,
actually interesting.
Smolder,
Smolder.
still
Yep.
banned. Brand is
Always.
available. Ash is available. Brand will be taken immediately. You know what else is available is Galio. Probably will be available for a while, but it will be
Yep.
picked.
Galio.
Fear not.
But we do have Ash not being first picked here by Poro though, so that's a little
Oh, if they
better.
first pick Ash, I think that everyone knows that that could have been a mistake. There's no reason to not delay it a little bit. Want to see RAR commit to a bot lane first. I expect them to pick it before second bans, but leaving Brand available to
Listo.
Doki seems a little scary. I think we're gonna get
And
a
we just
clarification
we get
on the
the
pick. It is a what?
Twitch. Whoa, okay.
Doki's doing it again. I think they're gonna restart the draft because Doki's draft law is glitched. So, but I believe I mean, I don't know technically if that's locked in because he couldn't click, but he has said that he's picked Twitch.
Yeah. We will see. We will wait for. Oh, looks like we
Um,
will just have new drafts. Let's keep picks and
and Twitch
bans.
is locked in according to production.
Yep. So with that, we will see a Twitch being picked up by RAR. Very interesting, very fun, I guess. Of course, we all have the sneaky, like all the time. But it is what it
What
is.
it, what is this adaptation? It's quite the wild one. I like it adaptations in Game 5 sometimes, especially if you've seen 4 games of what the opposing team likes to do. But Twitch is an interesting one. If it goes AD carry like you expect, it's kind of like in between the Lucian and the Tristana. I don't expect Beard to be unable to carry after getting all the eggs in the basket. So I kind of like the Twitch. It's not quite as aggressive as I prescribed for their game 4, but it isn't a Kog'Maw either.
I mean, it's new, it's different. It throws a wrench in previous plans that could have sleep deprived. I guess I should say. Everyone's tired, and having something different that everyone's not ready for really does kind of switch things
Okay.
up and could give RAR the lead or destroy it.
But what do you pair with the Twitch, or does the Twitch go somewhere very weird?
I'm
To be clear, RAR has not made weird work. I believe their most consistent games have been whenever they've just gone standard. And their weird Rooker go top lane with Garen clearly did not work.
I mean it. I mean, Twitch is fine. I'm trying to think who is the best support that goes with Twitch. I remember this. I mean, of course, Yumi, right, was the most known to go with Twitch, right? Being able to get the move speed and everything, the shields coming out of nowhere, going invis and everything. Always interesting to see. I'd love to see some new picks come out. Maybe we see a Zyra or a Khan. Haven't seen that never. Taric. Right? I know some people that are good at Taric can really do. And
Oh my
who
god, it's
would have guessed?
Galio!
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
we've
god!
never seen that.
Where could this possibly go?
Whoa!
It usually goes mid, but I hear there's a rumor it could go top lane.
Nook playing
Kaisa
top?
pick
Whoa, that's
is
something interesting.
wait, Kaisa was available this entire time and no one picked it, and now finally in game 5 someone's gonna randomly pick it, and they've given Razor Yon. This is kind of interesting. I like the fact that you're not forcing JFK onto AP. It did not look like he was comfortable having to play AP into Galio. But having the Kaisa in the brand means you can still put Razors for Life on the Yone mid, which he looked very comfortable on, and not have to pick up that AP in the top lane.
And now, but Richter has to find something that he can actually play against this Yone, right? Because of course Yone was played before Razor and he dominated, right? It was against the Syndra, but Ari?
Ari's a little bit different than Syndra for sure.
Yeah, which is interesting. You're not gonna
Especially
have as much AP damage though.
sure, but at the same time, whenever Doki has been giving attention to the Yone Syndra lane, it worked out very well for them. Yone Razor's oppression in the mid lane suddenly dissipated whenever Doki was allowed to do that. It was only picks in the late game, team fights in the late game that made the Yone so impressive.
Mhm.
And I'm kind of surprised that we're continuing to ban Gwyn after last game and the fact that there was enough magic damage on here to make Jonicus freak out if someone built Sunfire Cape.
Of course, the Gwen being banned here, being that you saw how good the Gwen was last game, I am going to assume that they're gonna ban Renata. Okay, I was not expecting Renata ban here. If Renata's fine, I would assume to see something a ban like the Rel. Of course, Rel, Poppy have been both played in this matchup here. It would be interesting to see maybe something like a Rammus ban if they want to have that out, or maybe even a Nocturne ban, right? Then again, they might want a AP jungler, but if they want to have kind of more damage to that Ari. But we will see here. Ban for RAWR will be Mordekaiser. I think Mordekaiser's still a fine ban, being able to solo out someone
Relvan,
like
I
the
like.
Glitch.
Make
And
sure
again, the Rel
Doki
ban,
doesn't get
great.
a CC bot like a Mumu Mount Kyrell Zac.
And it
Force
also
him onto
stops
something.
the jungle as well.
Mm-hmm. Force him onto something that he has to be a little less comfortable on. For all we know, Doki has 5-headed and actually going to be playing Twitch jungle. But if that happens, then he has to play Flash. So that's not going to happen.
I mean, he doesn't have a Mumu, so he might pick Flash again. Who knows?
Regardless,
And
Doki is able to
Nami.
select
Okay. No,
Lulu.
Lulu.
Classic with Twitch. Like it a
Hmm.
lot here. Answers Kaisa pretty well. Might be a little tough to deal with Yon, but ulting someone after he's ulted, if you're not in it, it's pretty good. Feels like a very good pick to put Lunar Paw on. Lunar Paw has done pretty well on a lot of these immobile supports. There
Hmm.
were some picks in like the game that they won first game, but other than that, I mean, Lunar Paw is, doing exactly what you want to see a Lulu player do, right? Stay safe and be okay.
I was gonna say the Braum could
Nautilus.
have been picked up here, but I guess the Nautilus is fine, being
So
able to
I
kind
don't
of
believe
pick
that
up.
this is going to be the AP Kaisa that you usually have been used to seeing on this latest patch. I believe that this is going to be a Kaisa that wants to R in and constantly kill people.
But say AP
Because the
Kai's
rest
kind of gone down in Prio though, hasn't it? I'm pretty sure the nerfs that came in onto
there's
her
been a build this specific patch for like this last week, literally, that
mm,
people have been picking up. But I don't think it's going to be the case here whenever you've got three melee champions in a brand.
yeah,
So I
and
expect it
Renekton
just be
coming
normal
out
AD
some
Kaisa.
different. Oh, whoa, something totally different.
That's not a Doki champion.
And that means
It's
there's
not
only
locked
one
in.
tank.
It's not locked in because that's not a Doki champion. Let's be real. That's a Doki champion.
That picks up Heimerdinger jungle.
It picks up Heimerdinger mid. First item GA. Poppy also makes sense. I know some people were doubting the Doki Poppy. It seemed fine in game two. Yes, they did lose, but I don't think that was necessarily because of the Poppy pick.
I mean, stopping the Renekton dash, stopping the Yone dash, stopping the Kai'Sa dash. This is all very good.
Mhm.
I think Poppy's a great pick here.
Yeah, and the Twitch, honestly, a solid adaptation. I was not expecting anything from this draft, but RAR continues to make correct adaptations, save for that disastrous Game 3 draft. And that
Yeah,
might be the edge that they
Garen.
need. Okay, sorry. I'll let go of the
Yeah, let's forget about
of the
Game
game
3. It
three.
didn't
Game
exist.
3 didn't happen. Either way, uh, drafts look very interesting. This is not a draft I would have expected from the first four games of the series. Suddenly, Kaisa back in the mix, which you expected her, and we'll see her probably for the rest of the week because she's very good this patch. Um, and the rest of the champions are pretty much all new except for Galio, Yone, and Poppy
Yeah, I mean, it's
and
just
Brand.
more.
Forgot
Yeah,
brands.
brands. But again, it's at least different. Again, if you looked at this draft, got rid of the teams, you'd expect these teams to be totally different. For this game 5, I don't know if they're just going for more just comfort against the last game because this is elimination. Whoever loses this game is fully out. So
You
the winner
say
here
that, but I
goes to
feel like
finals.
these are the natural adaptations. I mean, Galio has to be locked in, right? That was your first pick as RAWR. No matter when you picked him, he was going in there, right? But the Kaisa makes a lot more sense than Ashe. You want to be playing the scaling champion. Ashe wasn't quite able to make it work in those late game team fights. Maybe you can make it work on Kaisa. Razors gets Yone before bans. That makes sense. It follows with what the rest of the games have been. You first picked Brand because both you have shown it to be very good, and also Doki played it very well last game. Picking up the Twitch as a hyper carry that can maybe uh, hit from far away, right? Kog'Maw was never able to walk forward or stand still in auto attack. Twitch does not usually have that problem. Lulu giving extra safety to that hyper carry that you picked, and then Nautilus trying to pressure with the Kaisa to make sure that hyper carry doesn't pop off. I think all of these picks makes a lot of sense. The Renekton is maybe the odd one out where it's unclear if JFK will be able to get a lead that he wants onto Galio, but if he can make it work, then I think this draft has honestly been really good adaptations for both teams, which makes me excited for this last game.
Definitely. Of course, right now we are just waiting for each of the teams to pick up their champions and see how this game 5 is going to go. Of course, I know everyone listening is definitely tired. Every 26 people listening, well, you're all tired, but hey, stick with us because this game is either going to be a one-way stop or it's going to 50 minutes because each game has been over 30, if not almost 40 minutes. So we might even hit it. This game might be the new LXC record. You never know.
Yeah, and it has been shown that RAR is not quick to close out games. Even game one, where they had Callista Zyra, the pretty early game comp, I think it went to 4, 5, 6 dragons. I can't remember. That was 3 hours ago. Either
They
way,
went to the first game ended in like 36 minutes. I'm pretty sure that's what it
yeah,
was.
yeah. And this game, the draft alone looks like it's gonna make it last longer. So I'm really seeing if Razors can keep up the consistency that he has shown since game two. Game one was not his most consistent game. Seeing if
Mm.
Doki can keep up the consistency that he's really had the entire series. I don't think Doki has shown weakness the entire game match. It's just kind of been the exact same consistent stable mark that RAR has needed. And let's see if Husky can show that this last minute Kaisa adjustment, or arguably if um, RAR can show that this last minute Twitch adjustment is just what they needed to win the series. Either way, we're going to be looking directly at mid lane and bot lane, even top lane. All of these matchups are quite intense after a quick break into game 5. Okay, welcome to the final game of TD Poro versus RAWR. The drafts have suddenly shaken up. This is a completely different draft for both teams. It's a completely different level 1 for both teams. Trying to pick on. I mean, I guess it's kind of a. You know, if RAR thinks JFK is going to be in the bush, maybe they send everyone to mess with him. But if JFK is not alone in the bush, maybe something interesting happens. But instead,
But this is just a everyone up
yeah,
top, everyone bottom. Who knows where each one is now?
except RAR gets the deeper ward. So I think that's an advantage for them. Notice that the Kaisa is starting tier. Pretty scary proposition. I don't usually like to do that, but against Twitch Lulu, you can maybe make it work.
Guess they're going to mana immune build then, huh?
Yeah, just starting tier is very risky for your early levels, especially whenever you have a Nautilus and you kind of want to make your damage count. Okay, so it looks like Doki did not put the ward very deep. He was in that bush and warded that bush. It might not spot out anyone, so they don't know for sure the hoodie's on blue. They might suspect it, however. Looks like the fake leash from Husky and Decipher will help them a bit, though. And JFK is sitting in his bush once again. And this time Nook is walking. Oh, I think he's walking the long way around. Certainly looks like he is. Yeah, from the minimap, he's going to walk the long way around. JFK has given it up. And bot lane is a bit more interesting for now.
At the same time, as we see, mid lane Rookter is still kind of pushing out here, trying to not get knocked up by the Yone. I think if the Yone gets the knockups, it's going to be really annoying. But in here, it just looks like there's a knockup as well.
Yeah, losing these early trades is Ari does not bode well for later in the game. Luckily, one thing Ari does very well is stability. However, Razors has done well to knock down the stability of Rookter, other than one Inivia game that he probably doesn't want us to mention.
What an Nivea game! I don't know of an Nivea game.
Right,
Anyways,
exactly.
look at this. As you can see, it looks like Poppy is so far ahead. Brand is still on his own wolves, yet Poppy has now taken the Raptors and is already going down. Pathing's a little weird, actually. Looks like trying to support this mid lane, but it's probably
Gets
going
a
to get
charm
spotted
off.
here, right?
Razor's going to commit here. Doki will be in time, but not really able to be behind. And I think they spot Doki as well. JFK going aggressive. We've seen 4 different champions into this Nox Galio. This one, not doing the best, however.
Definitely The bot lane, it looks like Poppy
Oh,
is
this is a
just
huge trade. I think this is going to be a solo kill first blood for Knock, but Renekton does
Oh!
insane things, and it's actually first blood for JFK. And despite playing 5 games of Galio, is not able to pull together the consistency. And a solo kill for JFK means big things for TV Poro's draft.
Definitely, especially if Renekton gets ahead. I mean, look at the CS difference already. It's so great. It's gonna be already hard to come back. The back that the Renekton's gonna be able to have here, still not used TP here. Probably can even just wait it out. I mean, yeah, he's a little low, but unless
Oh,
all you have to
Lulu
do.
and Poppy are collecting this crab. They might go for more if Razor sticks around. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out because it's very strange to see the Lulu here. Does mean the Twitch is alone while the wave is pushed out. If Husky decided to freeze, it could have meant a lot of problems for him. However, Husky did not freeze, and Hoodie's here to cover, but it doesn't matter because
Does
Doki finds the stun. Razors doesn't even commit the flash, and Lulu roaming does not punish Red Face Beast nearly as much as it punished Razors for life.
Yeah, I think that was a great play there. I'm surprised it actually hit the wall. It looks like there was gonna be a little distant. Ooh, okay. It actually no. It looks like it was actually no. It wasn't taken. Never mind. Looks like the Poppy was able to get that. I think Hoodie Man smited just a little early. That was like 18 HP right there, just at the end.
Beast is not playing like there's a flash Nautilus in his face. Does decide to back up now. That is a huge mini wave as well.
Ooh,
That he will collect
no mana though.
eventually. Yep.
I do wonder if this is actually Hex Flash for the
JFK
Nautilus.
running into Knock again. No fear, no problems.
I mean, when you're a manaless champion, it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I would just kind of.
And Beast is paying a bit of a price for the realm of Lulu. I think he's fine to pay it though.
Grubs are up. It also looks like Doki is in the area. And of course, gold lead is over to Poro.
Oh,
two.
I like this adaptation. You know that Doki loves the grubs. Get the dragon early, start the stacking early, and Hex Tech is so good for so many of your champions. Kaisa loves it. The cooldown reduction on Brand and Nautilus is fine. Yone loves it. Renekton, probably fine with it too. So getting this dragon for the grubs is such a good adaptation, especially since you're not afraid of losing the second spawn of grubs because JFK is already so far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the fact that they've pulled Knock down has completely destroyed his chance of like existing in this lane as well. I feel like Doki has got to pay him back for that. Meanwhile, bot lane, Beast getting a trade back, but this polymorph means there's no passive stack from Kaisa, and the passive stack from Beast in return is quite a lot of true damage.
Yeah, I think that was a great polymorph from the Lulu here. The Nautilus tried to go in, try to get the stun in, but it wasn't as beneficial. Actually, this could be. Ooh, great charm though, stopping the engage from the Q. Dodges the Q.
Dodges the
Great.
knockup. Hoodie's here, but no longer will Razors. So I don't think I'll turn
That
into
was Ghost
anything.
use. That Hoodie Man used Ghost there, so it is very unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be much. Razor's just gonna take this wave. Don't get hit. Ooh, getting hit there is really unfortunate though. Oh.
Yeah, and it's a nice adaptation that again Razor struggles whenever he gets under pressure, and under pressure he is again.
Ooh.
Doki will get that kill, not exactly where you want it to be, but putting Razors behind almost worked in the game where Razors was allowed to play Yone.
I was
It
going
didn't
to
work
say that
out
was
quite at the end,
very. Ooh.
but putting him behind certainly made life for Rukter a lot easier for the time being, and will do so again in Game 5.
I almost thought that Razor was going to get out of that. If you saw what happened, Ari missed the charm because of the hit into the wall, which again it was almost clipping the wall just to get the stun there. But because of that, Richter tried to predict the movements, missed the charm, and I almost thought he was going to get away. But just because of the Q having the true damage coming back as well, does get the kill onto Razor.
All right, so another thing that Razors has to deal with is not only Doki and the fact that Lunar Paw has already moved, but that Red Face Beast also has the ability to move very easily. Should he ever get a point where he's willing to give up tempo or somehow gets tempo against this bot lane, a Twitch in Razor's face will also mean death, and giving that kill over to Twitch would be very meaningful.
Let's just see here. That is level 6 over to the Kaisa, so it'll be interesting to see. Will there be any quick engages? Of course, Nautilus is not level 6 yet, though, so we might not see any hyper engages yet from the Kaisa jumping in after the ultimate use from the Nautilus. Ooh, no, I
It
didn't
does
want
look
to use
like
a good
Naka
punch there.
stabilized top lane a little bit. And honestly, Yona's supposed to be behind Ari. So other than the fact that Doki has 2 kills, it's not the worst situation for Razors. However, if Doki gets a third one or gives it over to Rookter, it won't be worth as much gold. But I think this will fall down. No, because Rookter does not follow up with a charm. The minions were in the way, I believe. So they just get the ultimate out. However, this does bode well for securing the Void Grubs.
In 1 minute. Yes,
Yes.
1 minute. The little thing that has the icon. It kind of sucks though because it's overlaying the Riftailed and the Grubs, so it's a little annoying, but it is 1 minute. Ooh, great dodge actually from Richter there. Does get to hit by the turret, so it is kind of a little annoying. But this top lane here is 40
Oh,
CS of
another thing to point
the.
out. So, because of this pressure, Decipher is going to have to move to these Void Grubs unless they want to give over all 6. If he does so, Twitch has a great opportunity to jump onto Husky, especially Lulu stays. However, Doki jumps onto JFK, which is not the fight that I think he wants. This is going to be pretty hard fought. Doki has to now leave at half health 20 seconds before Grub spawn. And all they get for it is JFK's ult.
What's important though is there's no
Oh,
flashes
flash
on.
in!
Oh,
Doki
flash in.
should die here. Maybe get the counter kill. Not exactly, because Nock doesn't have the CC after Doki is dead. I don't think JFK wants to commit for this dive, but this Void Grubs problem suddenly became much easier to resolve for TD Poro.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm surprised. I would have expected. I thought that was a horrible misplay by JFK because all JFK had to
Mm.
do, or all Doki had to do, was just hit him into the turret wall. But because he missed the turret wall, it pushed him out of turret range. So in that situation, JFK was just able to get the kill and walk out.
Yeah, so now the only option to really try to punish this Grubs take is maybe move Twitch up, but that puts him further behind whenever he's already not, he's doing fine for where Twitch is supposed to be, especially with the Lunar Paw Roam, but they elect not to go for it and give 3 Grubs over to TD Poro.
Mm, This is already a 13k gold
Oh,
lead for.
Rookter is in a really bad spot here. Gets hooked in, has no mana for the ultimate, even though it's up. Will have to just leave. No teleport up either, however. And if this second Drake goes over to the Kaisa team, that spells bad news for RAWR.
Especially because it is the Cloud Soul against Second Soul. Cloud Soul is going to be very beneficial for Kaisa, especially if this is an AP Kaisa coming out, right? And because of that, it
But they
actually looks
decide to
like
start it now
RAR.
because Hoodie's moving for tempo instead. So they're giving up this dragon just to give Hoodie a little bit of gold.
Oh, Whiskey
That
Rider
should
left.
see a pause soon. Yep.
There it is.
Um, So this means a little bit of extra gold into Brand's pocket. I don't think I can check gold right now. Oh, I can. Um, they're about even right now. XP
Which top lane
wise,
is
Brand is obviously ahead.
what was top? Can you do it again? Look at
Yeah, 1200,
top lane is
1700 lead for JFK.
1700 lead already for the side of the Renekton here. Still 700 gold over to 700 gold on the side of Ari, of course, having those 2 assists. Bot lane is it's still 500 gold over to the Kaisa here, but score support is about even. We're probably gonna see some pauses here. Of course, if you see that is a lot of level 7s on the side of Poro as compared to level 6s on the side of RAR here. For real this time.
Either way, should be right back into game once Spectator figures out what the hell is going on. It usually lags behind a little bit. Kaisa is doing pretty well to scale later into the game, but if Twitch continues to go on this path, it's really going to be a question of which one can fulfill their champion design better.
Hmm.
Neat Sunfire Cape getting started for Nock, as is the classic, but I'm
Yep.
not sure it's going to put any stop to the Croc.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're gonna want to get a kill onto this Renekton. I mean, look at him. He is a walking, no, I say walking gold back. He is a raid boss with a big bounty on his head already. That is 600 gold. Whoever can get the kill, and I think they should be prioritizing this Renekton here.
Yeah, but at the This is
Another
so disappointing to
bust.
happen in the last game. I think they're figuring it out, however. Hopefully that won't happen in the big team fight. You know, having it happen while walking the lane, not the worst. Meanwhile, Razor's really low health, and
Ooh.
Nock is struggling once again. How do you even help him deal with the Renekton whenever he's losing trades like that? Doki in the wrong jungle. Ari's coming for sure. But if Decipher decides to commit, Charm's already down. Root comes through, but the bot lane of Twitch and is
Ultimate
coming
here.
down now. And Husky looking for a W. Ari has to use ult early. Not able to find anything. Gets the charm now onto Hoodie. Doki able to stun, but he will go down. Decipher also going to go down. Hoodie not getting any poison stacks. Yon is here, and JFK is coming in. Will get CC'd, so he's not actually coming in, but at the price of CCing, Nock is definitely going to lose a lot of lane position. And that fight was really over a red buff. No red buff was given. Top lane, huge advantage for JFK because of that, although he does lose his TP for it. And one kill each, I believe. Doki dies and Decipher dies.
I mean, I don't think
Oh,
it's the
but
worst
now
call.
the advantage for top lane is coming in through, and that's why canceling the TP was so dangerous for Nock.
Yeah, I think that. Oh,
Doki,
Doki's
I
in the
don't think
area
he
though.
wants this fight. Yes, he's under tower, but he still has so much healing left. Has a lot of rage. Ultimate's still taking for a little bit there too. Will stop the tower from taking any more damage, but showing Doki there just to stop the tower from losing more. Oh, Razor and Rookter having a close fight. Oh my goodness, he's almost
Oh,
dying to minions. Rookter is definitely going to have the upper side of that. They don't know where Brand is, so I'm not sure if he wants to commit and deny this wave to Razors, but it's definitely a mental advantage. If not, yeah, he gets the wave in as well.
you definitely want to be careful of Decipher right there on the Nautilus trying to move mid, seeing if he can pick out a very greedy Ari if she wanted to walk up, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Looks like RAWR is actually going for this Rift Herald here. Of course, now they see the brand
Yeah, and
here.
they brought Lunar, so Hoodie has to back up. JFK also a little late with Galio does not need that much gold to ult as well, so he will still be a valuable member of this fight.
Biggest thing is, Brand has Smite.
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
Decipher
Does
and
not have
Hoodie
Smite
are in
anymore.
the middle of nowhere right now. Twitch isn't going to want to open up on these two, but Doki doesn't have any of those problems. The CC chain onto Hoodie means he will go down. And I don't think JFK being that far ahead will mean that much whenever Razors is low, Hoodie is down, and Kaisa is still scaling up. So JFK may look like he's trying to stop something here. And Doki is pretty low, but this is still really greedy from him. He is engaging into 4 people. Will just use his E to get out for now. Guys, some time for the mid lane pressure from TD Poro. Hoodie Man is also coming up. Doki is really low here. Has ultimate, however, so someone could be suddenly out of the fight. JFK is going in! Finds Lunar Paw, but Lunar
Just
Paw
look at the
has the
stun though
ultimate.
on the wall.
Razor gets an ultimate on multiple people. Who will get the herald? It's got to be Doki. But it's certainly a close fight and makes you wonder for a second.
No one
JFK?
dies, huh?
Doki has W. Doki has W. Doesn't actually use it yet. Now Decipher hooks him in. It's still not turning into a full fight, but this entire time Kaisa is farming.
This is I don't know what to think. I mean, no one
Oh,
dies in
Decipher
that
might be
situation.
caught here as well. He's a little tanky, so I don't think that Red Face is going to want to open up on him without ultimate. Sorry, I interrupted you for a charm that was not going to matter much. Rookter teleporting in to at least answer the Kaisa a little bit, but that is a more of a CS lead now. JFK and bullying Nock some more. Razor's finding Red Face Beast, getting the flash out, which is a huge cooldown for this third dragon.
Mm-hmm. Of course, Dragon coming up in 33 seconds. Actually, here wards are coming out from both teams, trying to clear out the wards of the enemy. The thing is, we do see Doki backing up here. Does not actually have Smite for the fight though, and
Okay,
at the same time doesn't have upgraded Smite.
Rookter has Malignance. Razors is going to have to back if he wants to finish his first item. He does have teleport, so it's definitely possible. But that power spike will be missing for this dragon fight. However, Rookter getting surrounded right now. Decipher even considering taking a tower shot. Not going to go for it.
Looks like they are just going to back up.
Oh, he's going to
Actually,
face check.
if
He's going to
Rutger
face
comes in
check.
here, he's going to face check this.
There's going to
It's
be an ult out from Rookter, which means that sure he will live, but he will not have it for later. Decipher going really deep, however, that hook might be a hook too far. Doki behind him, Decipher having
Flashes
to flash out. Lunar Paw
has ultimate. Probably gonna have to use it on self. Not even able to. Will die. Mountain Dragon is so important for this team. JFK can now teleport back to top lane if he wants to deny even Galio from getting any kind of lead from this, because they've surely got the dragon.
Yeah, I think losing Lunar Paw there was very unfortunate. Ult not even being able to be used there. I do think top turret's going to be taken here though. Uh,
Yeah, it looks
I
like JFK
think
is
it
recalling
does.
instead of
Yes.
teleporting. Mm-hmm.
And of course, we see here top mid lane. Of course, Razor is just being able is of course behind on the Ari, but I mean he's just slowly trying to farm up for his first item and everything. Twitch is still also not on his first item. Of course, we see the Kaisa is going the AP Kaisa route, going Luden's second into what?
Presumably either the void item. I can't remember the one that heals. If Doki finding him,
Oh, was it Malignance?
not a big deal. So it's Ludens into some kind of magic pin item if that's the correct build, depending on how much MR is on the enemy team.
Crypt Blue.
Or you can go something else a little bit more dramatic. I actually wouldn't hate Storm Surge here because this isn't the Kaisa that's going to be trying to poke. It's going to be a Kaisa that wants to W and then Nautilus Q, Kaisa RW. And if you have Storm Surge there, that turns into a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Speaking of a lot of damage, Rookter might get dove here. No Q3 available now, but no minion wave for the dive either. Yeah, Cryptoloom is the name of the item. I like it second in a lot of options. I'm not sure here it's correct because there's no MR yet for the side of RAWR, and there are just so many burst options that are available, especially whenever your entire team is trying to dive in and you're not really going the poke AP Kaisa build, which arguably means you should be AD. Charm is not going to be amazing because Yon E just gets to dodge all CC. Meanwhile, bot lane coming in, but Richter has ultimate again, so I don't think it's going to turn into anything too scary.
With both teams not having, maybe the Kaisa is able to, but both teams not having that much damage for the actual Baron coming up in about a minute and 20 seconds here. And because of that, probably not going to be a very, very big fight happening anytime
Not using
soon.
all the CC before JFK takes tower shots means this trade might be really difficult for him, but JFK doesn't want to commit to it, so. Oh, now he wants to after the minions have gone. A little interesting.
He's so tanky already, though. Even though he's already on 2 items, the Galio's not even on a single item either. I think that is going to be very annoying. Of course, it's only a level difference, but Razor is.
Brookter might be in a lot of trouble here. He has ultimate, has flash, probably gonna have to use one of them. Charms the wrong direction, and nothing will save him here. The E back will be the lethal damage. Doki might get a kill onto JFK. That would be huge shutdown. That is the shutdown going down. Knock doesn't even fall. So you have to question why JFK was so insistent on making that play whenever he's everything to lose and not much to gain.
Yeah, I mean that is a kill on Richter by Razor. That is a flash use though for Razor there, so it's gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna continue if they're going to take that. Ult was used by the Renekton, but at the same time, Flash was used by the Galio. So I think it's kind of a trade here. It does get bot turret, so it's gonna be way more beneficial for TT Poro in this situation.
Also, let it be said, all of this pressure has been put onto Razors, and he is more than happy to still pull off these solo kills, to still be a team fight threat, a major one. You still got JFK, Superhead, and Husky, not on the Ash, where maybe, you're a little curious if the late game impact will be there. He is now on Kaisa. The late game impact will surely be there as long as the target he's aiming at is CC.
It is unfortunate that they are having to use Rift Herald on this. Oh, never mind.
On the wall. XD.
On the wall, I guess. Of course, now you don't. That means you don't have the charge for the next turret. Is kind of annoying because again, this probably is a
Razors
Herald
finds Doki
fine.
on the backside of this fight. Doesn't look like it's going to turn into anything.
Yeah, kind of a
Herald will
useless
just
Herald
fall.
here. Very, very unfortunate. Of course, they probably had to use it. I would have definitely suggested Poppy waiting to use it, actually going for the turret, and then hoping that the Galio can ult the Poppy, being able to get the knockup, saving her. But it is what it is. They decided to just have the Poppy bring down the Herald and hope that that can kind of a big minion can do something. But in this situation, just wasn't able to.
So this dragon is a huge inflection point. If TT Poro can secure the third dragon for themselves, while RAWR only has one, and you're talking about scaling of Yon, of Kaisa, and JFK just being a monster that will not be caught up to for quite some time, with Twitch not quite having the gold value that he really wants to be at the point whenever the enemy has 3 dragons. If TD Poro can secure this dragon, it is an immense amount of pressure that will be on RAWR. So I expect them to not want to give it up here.
Mm-hmm. And we see this top lane is most likely gonna go down unless somehow the magic charm comes through. Standing behind.
Actually,
Ooh,
Charm is
and
down, so now Richter has to ultimate, which is right before the dragon is up. Gonna trade it at least for some damage with the Malignants, but now that Richter does not have ult, if JFK can find a time to heal up, to teleport in, this dragon fight is really hard for Richter to play without the ultimate. Also, Kaisa W's finally coming in. Does not have the upgraded W yet, but still gonna do enough damage that the poke will be intense. Hoodie caught out a little bit here. Knock up for Razors, saves him for now. Gonna fall, however, but Nautilus art is canceled by the bush because that is a mechanic that works that way.
also
JFK is
TP
here
used
with a
by
lot of
JFK
health.
and Rooker as
They
well.
are 45, but I think they have the tools to win this. Not if JFK gets caught into a wall, only finding Doki.
He's alive
JFK
though.
flashes
JFK's still
out.
alive.
Now Razors has found the back line, has to E back, but pulls out an exhaust. Rooker's ultimate will be up before this dragon is done. There are no smites for either team. I think both teams are going to back off. However,
I
RAWR
think
has
they're going
started
to
the
go for it.
dragon. No smites for either team. These Kaisa W's are going to hurt whenever you're in a pit.
Of course, this is a 4v3 here. I mean, yes, Lunar Paul is kind of low, but I think that in this situation, if they don't take it
Rooker
now,
has
there's no
ult.
chance to.
Richter has ult. Kaisa W's are starting to hurt. There's no smite. Charm comes through on Razor's not the perfect target, but pretty damn good. If the Cypher can get a good hook, however, that might be the entire thing. Razors uses Q3. JFK is finally here, however. Even if they get this dragon, this fight is surely lost for RAWR. Knock will go down. Can they at least secure the dragon? Poppy's coming in with ult. They're going to have to back away, however. And they lose absolutely everything. They lose the fight. They lose the dragon.
I don't understand what they were doing there. They literally only had Lulu and Twitch on the dragon. It just said, "Oh, these two can take it," but Twitch has no damage. He has 1.5 items. There's nothing he can do. They should have fully committed to the dragon. They spent too long trying to just zone them out that the Renekton was able to just walk back. The Brand was able to just walk back, and then they committed 2 again into the fight, dying there.
JFK is still a problem that has not been answered. Kaisa is going to recall and become one that cannot be answered. This is going to be her W empowered empowerment, I'm pretty sure. Luden's finished. You need one more AP item. Literally just a tomb will do it. Gets a fiendish codex, so W will be now empowered and they will start to hurt. And yes, you may say that the W doesn't really make sense whenever you're running the Nautilus Yone. But at the same time, diving them whenever they're already half health is a hell of a lot easier. And whenever you're this snowball, it doesn't matter. JFK, however, diving against the 3 full health targets might try to make something happen, but definitely going to give that over to Red Face Beast, which is a big deal. They can't even start Baron because of just
Doki
how
has to be
far
careful there.
JFK was caught out. Speaking of caught out, Doki's now the one caught out. Cancel on the ultimate. Now Galio is coming in surely to his death. Twitch is here. Twitch ultimate. Not able to find much. Razors has to flash out because of it. Kaisa not in the perfect position whenever she's trying to hit W's. And Doki will be the one to fall. But Twitch had to use flash.
And ultimate as
And
well.
these
so
Kaisa
this may-
W's are gonna hurt.
does get turret bot side. But I think in that fight, this is just could be so beneficial for the side of TD. Of course, here it is. So point Baron is up. I want to see if one team is going to go for this Baron here. I think it's very beneficial for TD just to force it. I think that they have, of course, the gold advantage. They have the ultimate advantage here. Twitch doesn't have ultimate. Kaisa does. Yone doesn't, but still the Renekton.
How's that Sunfire keep? How's that Sunfire keep feeling against this Kaisa W barrage?
Not well, most likely.
Oh,
Ooh, that's just a little bit already. This has just become dodging simulator at this point.
honestly, if I was Kaisa, I might have considered RWing and see if I can kill before she reacts with the R. Probably wouldn't do it in a game 5 situation, but that looked disgusting, and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, looking at this is just going to be incredibly hard to kind of play around and having a comeback. I mean, yeah, they're
Doki
only
deep again. This would be the second time in a row that he's caught out if it materializes that, looks like he's just gonna walk away.
Good. Yes, this is only a 2K gold lead, but it just seems like it's so much more. This is sole point for them. Yes, they have, two turrets, three turrets, and everything, but just the Kaisa scaling, the Yone scaling, just the brand scaling, the
Yeah.
Renekton, of course, being just so powerful late game. There's just
Maybe
not
TT Poro
much.
and RAWR starting to realize why the high priority AD carries are high priority. Maybe they'll pick up Vars next week. Like, wait, these AD carries are pretty good.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Nock not matching Yone as easily as he was. I mean, he wasn't matching JFK either. The all in here is a little I mean, I don't know. It just seems interesting to all in whenever
most
you already are going to have to go back with E.
most
I don't
likely
think
trying to
Galio really
just
cares.
try to force out the flash there. That's my best guess as to why Razor decided to actually commit with the ultimate. But unfortunately, Nock knows that he's tanky enough get to take the ultimate, and that Yone has to go back. So kind of miscalculated by the Yone. So that is a little benefit, but it's not going to be
I want to point
too
out
much
there
inflation.
are 0 real MR items built for the entire side of Roar. There's Merc treads. That doesn't count. Oh, sorry. Poppy has Kraken. Or Kanik Rukern. I forget that item. Poppy does not care about getting hit by Kaisa W. Entirely. Everyone else, it hurts like hell.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the side of
I mean, look, walking
just
into this
looking at
Kaisa is just so painful.
look at that. The Lunar is just getting destroyed here by it, and ooh, dodges luckily.
Soul is
Still,
spawning soon. JFK would have to TPN, which is not his most ideal spot. But even if they just give up this dragon and take top tower, that's pushing JFK even further ahead. And they can maybe TP. Rook just TPing out? Are they trying to give up soul? What is happening here? JFK is going to clearly just walk away, try to find a TP location. Can't Rookter get across the map before the dragon is taken? Here comes the TP. JFK boldly going into 4 people, but Rookter is not here. They have to flash away. There's no teleport from Rookter. What is going on? Yon is a little bit deep, but he can just eat out. Now Red Face Beast is getting so CC'd, and they're giving up soul for what? Defending top tower? This last minute TP feels like a major misstep from RAR, and that will be the soul for TD Poro, if not more.
I mean, it's gonna be so hard to come back from. Yeah, in last game they came back from a 7K gold deficit, but I mean, look at this. They're now against Soul Point. They have Baron up if Poro wants to go for Baron, and I mean, this game is pretty much over. I mean, they can just kind of defend, but this just the scaling that they have from all the champions on TD Poro is just they're just feeling so good right now.
Crypt Bloom has been finished for Kaisa. Honestly, there's not any MR on the enemy team, so I almost would have gone with like Shadow Flame, but this is gonna only get worse and worse. The next item can be pretty much pick your choice. All of them are great into a team that has refused to stack MR. Um, and Razor's certainly going to keep them honest on making sure they get armor as well. Honestly, it's kind of interesting because Galio and Poppy have built all this armor. The only AD threat that they're really facing is Renekton and Yone. And while Renekton will certainly hurt a lot of them, Yone isn't really going to try to commit onto the Galio and Poppy as much as he's going to look for the Ari and Twitch. So I feel like all of this armor is a lot of wasted stats. And only now having a null magic mantle for Nock definitely makes it hard for him to take the Kaisa W pressure, the brand pressure.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I mean, it would be really funny if Kaisa just buys Death Cap here just for it. I mean, at this
Yeah,
point,
Death Cap is usually the third item. I like getting the Magic Pen of Shadow Flame whenever there's no MR to speak of, but Death Cap is very tempting. I think it's probably better mathematically after already building the Crypt Bloom for sure.
at the same time, or of course, just seeing Kaisa build the Medjais, because of course, she has just no one even jumps onto the Kaisa here. You have the Nautilus to save you. You have
Sorry.
the Renekton to try to save you. I mean, there's just so many like tanks that even just did bruisers, I guess, because they're just doing so much damage that it's just not much you can do
All right,
as
JFK is going to get jumped on. I believe that TD Poro are going to use the opportunity to go for Baron. Yes, it's right next to the top lane where JFK is. Actually, they're teleporting in. They want this fight. JFK can tank for a long time with 3 Mountain Dragons. Now Razor getting ultimate on the tanks. Red Face Beast is still invisible. I don't think he ever wants to be visible. There he goes, just shooting Hoodie Man. Hoodie Man is charmed, and because Razor's had to leave and JFK was too low, suddenly they actually just lose the jungler despite not even teleporting in. However, the health
Yep.
bars are certainly low. Oh, those Kai'Sa Ws are one-shotting anyone they hit.
So I think in this situation, it's still going to be. There's still not much that
Husky looking
RAWR
for a
can do.
one-shot. I don't think he's gonna find it. Yeah, they recall finish.
There's not much they're going to be able to do here. Yes, they got a kill in a jungler, and yes, that's a 20-second thing, but they can't take Baron that quickly. They have Twits for the damage, but that's about it. You're not Galio's not going to do much damage. The Ares not going to do much damage to the Baron. So what can they do? What can they try to get in this next 3 minutes until Elder goes down?
Guys are gonna look for Twitch here. Look at the damage. Boom, half his health. Imagine if that Crypt Bloom was a Shadow Flame or a Storm Surge. I think Storm Surge might be a bit ambitious after the nerfs, but man,
I mean,
you could definitely do some
I'm
insane
going to
things.
assume that Crit Boom's fine because if you get a kill, right, you're going to be able to heal. That's the one that heals after you kill an enemy, right?
Yeah, you mostly get it for the
And then
magic
you're going to
and
be able to
cooldown
kill
reduction.
again, having the healing on the Renekton, right? And the Yone who are in the front line like that, being able to heal the Renekton, who is unkillable at this point, even if whenever he gets jumped by 5 people, it's just so much. It's gonna be so annoying to be RAWR in a situation. Yeah, look, they're 4K down, right? And they don't even have soul. They can't even contest for soul. Of
It's
course,
definitely going to be tense to be playing against this Kai'Sa. At any point, she can choose to kill you. Yes, she'll probably die if she RWs on you. But still, if you get hit by 1W, you have to hold your breath and hope that she doesn't RW onto you. Or at least if she does, your team can avenge you because you are dead.
of course, we see here Poro is just trying to get oh 2 wards by each other. Yeah, but it looks like they are just trying to get any type of vision on this Elder Dragon because whoever gets Elder, I think, wins. Or if Poro gets Elder, they are just able to be pushing for the win. If RAWR gets Elder, they're just going to be holding out, and we might even see some new records of a 50-minute game here for the Arbiters, like for Game 5. I mean, yay, long games, interesting games, fun games. Uh, very exciting and nerve-wracking, but it definitely gets a
Oh,
little tiring after some time.
every one of these Kai'Sa Ws that miss is like a little bit of reprieve. But once it's up again, and it's only going to get lower and lower cooldown. I mean, look at Beast here. Oh my
Boom.
goodness. Yeah, you can lose shield afterwards to make. Oh my god, he's dead!
Just what?
Doesn't even have to RW right before Elder spawns.
And that is gonna
Kai'Sa
be
is
game. There's no
picked
way
for
they
a
win.
reason.
This
Nice try with the Twitch adaptation. It turns out adapting to what's broken in the meta is good because it's broken for a reason. You cannot contest this Elder. At most, you can have Doki try to miracle steal from the wrong side of the map. It's really hard to steal from this side of the map without flash. It doesn't look like they're even going to try. They're not going to try to trade for Baron. They're just going to accept that Elder is gone and try to lose as little structures as possible.
so all I'm hearing is I'm about to be playing Kai'Sa and solo queue. This is
Yeah, she's
what you're able to
extremely
do.
broken currently with this build. If you can get the late game, it is one of the most difficult builds to get into late game with. It's probably not recommended for solo queue unless you feel like you can play a really weak early game. But if you get here, it is unstoppable for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
And
yeah,
how do you
that's
even face
Baron.
check this
That's all good.
Baron? I mean, Kai'Sa W's are. I mean, they don't have the vision set up, so it doesn't even matter. It's gone. And look
Yeah,
at Richter's health. Has a shield. Oh, and never mind. Kai'Sa's recalling. Kai'Sa has elected to allow Richter to keep his health for now.
uh, Doki. I mean,
They're just trying
It's
anything.
Renekton. What do you expect? Why did you ult there? I mean, you get the flash.
I
That's
mean,
it.
they have Elder, they have Baron. You go for a pick there because it's one of your only chances at possibly extending the game. However, using Elder to get Baron can be a little ill-advised because now you're certainly not going to be able to use Elder to get the structures that you want. Baron probably will help you, but it really is down to Kaisa W still. I mean, I don't know. There's not really any wrong moves. It's just looking on any kind of bright side that RAR can have,
I
which
don't know.
is
It's 6K gold lead, Baron, Elder, and Soul. I mean, there's not much that RAR can really do here. I mean, this really is kind of an underdog story. Poro was last place in the standings. Look at them going into the finals. Of course, it is going to be a little iffy for them because if unless they beat Divine Temple here
that's not
twice,
someone you want to hit with Kaisa W.
they have to
Oof.
beat Divine Temple twice here. But looking at
Mm-hmm.
this is just they take
JFK
this
gonna
third.
try to
JFK
commit
throw
while
it
the
in, yeah.
tower is falling. Elder is still up, so it's a pretty strong commitment. But if Kaisa hasn't made the poke happen for it doesn't matter. Yon is gonna absolutely obliterate everyone with Elder. Here comes Kaisa for the follow-up damage. Absolutely, TD Poro is going to be going to the finals. We say goodbye to RAR as they will be gone for the split because TD Poro in a best of 5 series out of 5 games makes the adaptation, picks the 80 carry that will single-handedly win them the game. I mean, JFK definitely did a damn good job as well, but they are moving on to the finals.
Mm-hmm. Of course, finals are a little different, everyone, because with the finals, because each team has to lose twice to be out. If TD Poro beat Divine Temple, we will then have a game the week afterwards where they also have to beat Divine Temple again to be crowned the season champions. However, if next week Divine Temple wins, then that means that Divine Temple will be the season for the well, I say the winter split LXC winter split champions.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say that I really appreciate how TD Poro showed up to these drafts. The only misstep that I saw was perhaps picking Ash a little too aggressively. Perhaps choosing red side on game 3 led them into the smolder blunder, even though they won that game and that draft, honestly. um, but the draft adaptations were really good, and game 5 showed exactly what they had been working towards for the entire series. From game 1 to game 5, they told a story, and they were able to end it with showing up with Kaisa just being the absolute star of the end of that game. And
Mm-hmm.
you know who else can help you build a story through drafts that are able to show adaptations from game to game? Choose why you need to be blue side, why you need to be red side, what bands you need to pick and choose. Which I believe all of the bands were really well done by TD Poro. It is of course your coach from Coachify.gg, who is our sponsor. Coachify.gg is a platform for coaches to track their students. It's got PayPal integration. It's free to use, zero commissions, and the Coachify registered coach that wins LXC in each of these leagues gets $100. So I can imagine that the coaches are working hard to win these drafts, as TD Poro did well in I believe 4 of the 5 games, arguably.
Well, I know everyone is tired. Of course, it is. For where I am, it's 12:17 a.m. Of course, I know a lot of you guys are in Eastern time, so it's already 1 a.m. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy that everyone stuck around for this 5.5 hour stream of
Yeah,
this best of 5.
it definitely went the
And
distance, and I think that the draft played a huge part of it, which is really exciting to see in coordinated play because the biggest difference between solo queue and coordinated play is definitely okay. It's not the biggest. A major difference between solo queue and coordinated play is that ability to adapt in draft and ban things that really matter for sure.
hmm but with that, I thank everyone for coming to this amazing first best of 5 of the LXC split. And of course, tomorrow we will have the Sentinels League, of course, our Plat League, have their first best of 5, which should be, if I quickly check, Baron Buddies versus RAR.
Hmm.
Again, and that is another best of 5, so who knows? We might be seeing a Silver Scrapes again. You never
Or
know.
Doki again. I think
Uh,
we currently have Doki as showing
Doki
up
is playing
tomorrow.
RAR.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
yes. Doki will
Mhm.
be playing tomorrow as well.
Wow. Exciting series. Glad you guys could all make it. Definitely some interesting VODs to review for the finals. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us.
We'll see you guys tomorrow then. Have a great night.
I'm a mess, wanna guess how I